These days, I'm the strongest, most talked about guy in school. Everywhere I go, heads turn, and every girl seems to want to get close to me. I've finally become the center of attention, the guy everyone envies or wishes they were with. But it wasn't always like this. In fact, back then, it was the exact opposite, and in a way, it was almost laughably humiliating. I was weak. Pathetically weak. Everyone around me looked down on me, treating me like nothing more than the trash of our classroom. They labeled me a gamer nerd, yet ironically, they dragged me over to their phones, forcing me to grind their characters to higher levels while they watched and laughed. The girl I'd secretly admired for months, Erin, sat right next to me every day. But I never had the courage to say a single word to her until that one fateful moment when she actually approached me herself. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest thinking she'd come to talk to me, but all she wanted was a gaming tip. And then, as she turned to leave, she called out my name. I froze, stood there like a total idiot, completely dumbstruck. Right at that moment, my in-game character died on screen, and I lost the rare sword I'd been grinding for under the watchful eyes of the class bully. Chulwoo Min, white hair, a face that could freeze blood, a total psycho. He slammed my head against the desk and sneered, giving me 1 week to obtain an even rarer sword or face utter humiliation in front of everyone. And yes, right in front of Aaron. I didn't stop. I kept grinding, relentlessly, no matter what. No sleep, no food, only energy drinks to keep me going. 40 hours passed, then 100. 144 hours, sitting in that exact same chair, my body screaming in protest. Finally, on the last day, I obtained the sword. I tried to stand to take a breath, but my body collapsed, crumpling to the floor of my bedroom. Every muscle and fiber simply gave out. I passed out believing I was the ultimate loser, dying as a slave to a bully in a game-driven nightmare, leaving nothing behind. Then, unexpectedly, I opened my eyes, and I was back in the classroom. Same day, same phones on the desks. Only now, a system window hovered in front of me, declaring that my entire gaming history was transforming into real power. Chulwoo Min appeared again. He grabbed me by the tie, his fury unrestrained, and started beating me like always. But this time, he wouldn't stop until he vented all his frustration. Erin, noticing what was happening, returned to check on me and saw me taking a brutal beating. She immediately stepped in, placing herself between us and holding Chulwoo Min back. There was no way she would let him continue his assault. Then, in a shocking move, the unthinkable happened. Chulwoo Min grabbed Erin by her hair, sneering that he didn't care she was a girl. Something inside me snapped at that sight. I refused to be the coward who stood by while injustice played out. That guy was gone. As the unhinged Chulwoo raised his hand to strike Erin and barked at her to shut up, every restraint shattered inside Dawan. He clenched his fist, preparing to strike, ready to face whatever consequences might follow. Fueled by pure outrage at the cruelty, he launched a punch directly into Chulwoo Min's face. The bully immediately caught his fist, rage twisting his face as he braced to retaliate. Dawan braced himself, believing his effort had been futile and that he was about to be beaten down again. But before Chulwoo could strike back, a strange calculation flickered over Dawan, tallying his experience as though he were a game character. In an instant, Dawan hit the maximum experience level, ascending through ranks, from the rare promising gamer servant to the heroic honored gamer servant, and finally, reaching the legendary class. With this new status, he unlocked a unique ability tied to his legendary class, Superior Gamer Servant. The ability Crushing Blow unleashed a storm of hundreds of rapid punches upon Chulwoo Min. The bully was left battered, his face swollen and contorted, spitting out what looked like tomato sauce from the sheer force of the assault. Nearby, Erin stood frozen, hand over her mouth, eyes wide with shock at Dawan's sudden, overwhelming display of power. Dawan instantly recognized the attack. It was identical to a move one of his in-game characters had used. Message from an administrator popped up, explaining that this was a reward for a favor Dawan had once done. It didn't take long for him to connect the dots. The message had to be from Minhyul Cheon, and the favor was the time Dawan had handed over a god-tier item in the game. Right after that, another system notification popped up, announcing that Dawan had successfully defeated Chulwoo Min, the very monster who had tormented him. 200 experience points were added to his total, sending his numbers skyrocketing into an almost unimaginable range. Even though Dawan had already reached the maximum experience level, the system promoted him once more to the secret ultimate class, Secret Gamer Servant. Back in the real world, Dawan stared in disbelief at his own body, realizing just how absurdly strong he had become. His muscles, his reflexes, even the aura around him screamed power that was completely beyond human. He had always dreamed of living life like a game, where effort translated directly into skill and stats. Now that impossible wish had suddenly turned into reality. As his attributes continued to max out, a flood of questions raced through his mind. Ever since returning from death, he had been able to perform abilities just like his characters in the virtual games he loved, and now the effects were even more overwhelming. Erin Ju, still wide-eyed and shocked from seeing Chulwoo Min taken down, asked him where he had learned such incredible techniques. She then gestured toward the bruises and cuts adorning his head. her expression a mixture of concern and awe. As she rushed to find the school nurse, Dowen's mind spun. Had he really struck his head that hard, or was this something else entirely? Fragments of memories of his death and sudden return to the past flickered through his consciousness, while system windows materialized right before his eyes, each one displaying stats, levels, and skills like a real-life game interface. Adding to the strangeness, the new skill he had just used mirrored a technique from one of his long-played games, down to the exact movement and impact. His lifelong obsession with gaming surged to the forefront, and an intuition whispered that this entire scenario was uncannily similar to a book he had loved as a kid. It had the hallmark setup of countless fantasy stories, but it felt richer, more detailed, as though the rules of those stories had been rewritten for real life. Those tales, heroes defeated monsters effortlessly, gaining buffs and rewards without fail, and it seemed Dowen was experiencing the same logic, only for real. What truly shocked him, though, were his flawless, maxed-out attributes, every stat perfect, leaving no room for doubt that this was beyond normal human capability. Another system window blinked open, revealing that additional bonuses still awaited him for being a gamer servant. To his dismay, however, every attribute had been sealed and reset to 0, as if mocking him despite reaching the ultimate class. Dowen could hardly believe it. After ascending to the final class, he was suddenly a weakling again. It felt absurdly unfair. Then a memory clicked. He had completed an event mission after his furious battle with Cholwoo Min, meaning a reward was waiting. He realized this was the very same event mission he had accepted the moment he had died, linking his past and present in a bizarre looping fate. Suddenly, the golden key promised in the mission window materialized before him, glowing faintly, almost as if aware of his astonishment. After completing the mission, the system officially confirmed that Dowen had received the golden key as a prize, cementing the reward in his hands. Meanwhile, in the classroom, students whispered among themselves, casting glances at Dowen Ha's bruised appearance. They murmured that Cholwoo Min must have caused it, recalling how furious he had seemed while heading home the day before. Some guessed that Cholwoo had been unable to vent his anger in the fight, and even yelled at the nurse, but no one knew who had struck him so forcefully. After all, everyone had been on their lunch break. Without first-hand witnesses, rumors ran rampant, with everyone wishing someone had recorded the scene to post online. Dowen ignored the chatter, his gaze repeatedly drifting to the golden key, which at first glance looked like any ordinary object. Yet, according to its description, it was a legendary item capable of opening a specific location. Dowen could hardly believe such a mundane object could hold such power. He slipped the key into his pocket, deciding to set it aside for now. His curiosity had shifted elsewhere entirely. His attention now focused on uncovering the identity of the mysterious administrator. The way the administrator had spoken reminded him instantly of the enigmatic player from his game world. The administrator had called himself the one who brings the end, and even addressed Dowen as Your Highness, prompting him to wonder if they could be the same person. Eager to return home and contact this mysterious player, Dowen's focus shifted, but before he could act, a new mission appeared, instructing him to accept an invitation that would arrive that very night. Dowen had no idea what kind of invitation it would be, or even how he was supposed to reach the location. At that exact moment, someone suddenly barreled past him, knocking him to the ground. The shock sent pain shooting through his body, leaving him disoriented and wondering what had just happened. The boy responsible immediately apologized, claiming he hadn't been paying attention. Dowen brushed it off, asking if the other boy was okay, just as a stream of blood started gushing from the kid's nose. Dowen offered a tissue to help clean him up, but the boy refused politely. Even after Dowen insisted, the boy initially rejected it again, stubborn but unharmed aside from the bleeding. Finally, he accepted Dowen's help. Dowen handed him a cloth and advised him to be more careful in the hallways, still astonished that a simple bump had caused such a severe nosebleed. Dowen noticed that this boy was somehow even weaker than he was now. Just as he stepped toward the bathroom, a familiar voice called out. It was Shin Jaemin, casually holding a vape, and he said he needed to talk to Dowen. Dowen greeted him and asked if he had started playing the game, but Jaemin shrugged, saying he didn't play at all. Jaemin explained that he had witnessed the entire fight with Cholwoo Min, which was why he was approaching Dowen now. Dowen's memory flashed back to his previous life. Jaemin had been at the doorway, watching when he had been threatened. This made him wonder why Jaemin was speaking to him now, and if this encounter was some sort of payback. Jaemin mockingly called him a servant with secret powers, questioning whether it was all just a disguise. Dowen, recalling how he had once suffered helplessly, silently vowed it would never happen again. Suddenly, Jaemin grabbed Dowen by the tie, teasingly calling him funny. Then, Jaemin casually invited him to go drinking with some girls from a nearby school that evening, leaving Dowen utterly stunned at the unexpected offer. He immediately realized this invitation aligned perfectly with the mission he had just received. But the problem was clear: accepting meant interacting with Cholwoo Min as well. Dowen played dumb, asking if Jaemin was serious. Jaemin replied bluntly, confirming the invitation, leaving Dowen to weigh the risk of the night ahead. Dowen couldn't make sense of why he was suddenly being invited out of nowhere. Something about the situation felt off, as if a hidden motive lurked beneath Jaemin's cheerful tone. Still, logic from his gaming instincts kicked in. Missions always came with rewards. There had to be a benefit if he completed this one. Since rewards were what made characters stronger in any game, Doan initially decided to accept the invitation. It seemed like a golden chance to gain experience in the real world. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized it was a dangerous idea. Going somewhere the bullies would be seemed like asking for trouble. Quickly fabricated an excuse, a memorial for his late grandfather, and decided to forego the opportunity. Avoiding the situation felt far easier than risking another humiliating encounter. As if confirming his fears, a warning appeared alongside the mission, stating it would be dangerous. That eerie notification left a sinking feeling in his chest. Jaemin accepted the excuse without pushing, promising to save him a seat at the bar next time. Doan forced a polite smile and nodded, letting the conversation fade naturally. Once Jaemin left the bathroom, Doan slumped to his knees, taking a moment to catch his breath. He concluded that nothing good could ever come from hanging out with bullies like these. Just as he was gathering his thoughts, a system window appeared, coldly informing him that refusing the mission would bring punishment. A stark warning flashed. The pain is about to begin. Anxiety coursed through him, and fear gripped his heart. Then suddenly something inexplicable began to happen to his body. A vivid vision took hold. He found himself in a green valley, surrounded by massive, snorting bulls charging with ferocious energy, striking him repeatedly in his most sensitive areas. Back in the school bathroom, a few students walked in, shocked to see Doan collapsed on the floor, trembling and wet from the overwhelming pain. Immediately, they assumed Cholwoo Min had delivered another brutal beating. Lying on the cold tiles, Doan endured the sharpest, most unbearable pain of his life, a notification ominously reminding him that it would last for another 59 minutes. Overwhelmed by agony, he couldn't stop crying, tears streaking down his face as the punishment continued. Another system message popped up, questioning if he was certain about refusing the mission. Doan screamed, the sound echoing violently through the bathroom, his body writhing under the astronomical pain. Later that night, Shin Jaemin walked through the bustling city streets, spotting Doan waiting at the agreed meeting spot. Yaemin's face lit up with excitement as he commented that Doan had arrived earlier than expected. It was clear Doan had finally accepted the mission, unable to endure an entire hour of the system's torment. When asked about the memorial, Doan lied, saying his grandfather had been busy, avoiding the truth entirely. He felt like he was losing his mind. Nerves stretched to the breaking point as he tried to compose himself. Shin Jaemin announced that tonight would be fun, yet he noticed Doan's wary expression as if the boy were hiding something. Just as Jaemin suspected, Doan wished he could still escape. He grabbed his phone, pretending his grandfather was calling to provide an excuse. However, the plan backfired when the girls Jaemin mentioned arrived, chatting animatedly. All talked about other boys, except for one stunningly beautiful girl who immediately drew Doan's attention. Spellbound by her presence, he decided to stay at the bar after all, mesmerized despite himself. He tried to rationalize his choice, convincing himself he stayed only because he was invited, not because of her breathtaking appearance. Watching his classmates drink freely, Doan wondered how they could handle so much alcohol without faltering. Jaemin explained that a friend worked at the bar, ensuring free drinks whenever he brought his group along. Seizing the topic, Jaemin asked playfully how much alcohol Doan could handle. Doan replied that he didn't get drunk, prompting Jaemin to joke that he must secretly be an alcoholic, even though Doan had never touched a drop before. Jaemin assured him not to worry about money, promising to cover the entire bill. Surprised by the generosity, Doan began to think maybe Shin Jaemin wasn't entirely bad. While waiting for Jaemin to settle the payment, one of the girls spontaneously began singing karaoke, filling the bar with energy. Doan's shock grew at the sudden liveliness, but Jaemin just smiled, welcoming the arrival of a boy named Jihan Yu. It turned out Jihan was Jaemin's wealthy servant, coming specifically to pay the bar bill, mentioning he had already covered another just 2 hours earlier. At that moment, Doan recalled bumping into Jihan earlier and realized this must be the so-called rich servant. Shin Jaemin scoffed, questioning whether Jihan really thought they'd leave in just 2 hours. Suddenly, Jaemin's expression turned manic as he began yelling, frightening and threatening Jihan Yu. Doan was stunned, completely unprepared for Jaemin's abrupt shift in demeanor. Jaemin asked if Doan and Jihan knew each other from school, but Doan shook his head. Noticing Jihan frozen in place, Jaemin nudged him to take a drink. As Jaemin went to pour, he accidentally spilled alcohol all over Jihan's pants. Pretending it was a mistake, Jaemin apologized, joking that Jihan should have worn darker pants. As the obvious target of bullying, Jihan could only agree sheepishly, accepting the minor humiliation. Doan's mind raced, recalling the ketchup he had seen on Jihan's nose earlier. He remembered that the bathroom Jihan had exited was the same one Shin Jaemin had just been in. A chilling realization hit him. Jaemin must have beaten Jihan up earlier, and Doan immediately regretted getting entangled with such a delinquent. The beautiful girl who had caught Doan's eye now looked at him curiously, sensing his inner turmoil. The other girls urged Jaemin to sing, But he refused, claiming he'd rather get drunk. He teased about singing serenades, but the girls warned him it would ruin the bar's atmosphere, leaving everyone laughing. Shin Yaemin then suggested with a mischievous grin that it would be hilarious to watch Jihan dance while singing. Instead, Dowen's stomach churned with irritation, unable to bear seeing the poor servant humiliated like this. One of the girls even tried to intervene, pleading with Jaemin to stop forcing Jihan into the ridiculous act. But he completely ignored her, the glint of amusement in his eyes unshaken. Shin leaned closer, pressuring Jihan with a teasingly threatening tone, asking if it was true that he loved dancing. Jihan could barely respond, glancing up at Shin with a mixture of sadness and resignation. Shin placed a firm hand on his shoulder, scolding him gently for embarrassing himself in front of the girls. With a resigned sigh, Jihan straightened and declared he would dance, and the room erupted with excitement and chatter. Feeling a twinge of sympathy, Doan wondered if the wealthy servant had any pride at all, but then quickly realized that he himself would probably do the same if it were absolutely necessary. Unable to witness more of the spectacle, Doan muttered an excuse and asked to go to the bathroom, seeking a moment of escape. He knew the only reason Shin didn't push him like Jihan was because everyone believed Doan was a servant with secret powers. In truth, with his abilities currently sealed, Doan had nothing to back up that reputation. He was certain it was only a matter of time before someone discovered the truth, and when it happened, he'd be in deep trouble. He reflected that without the prior penalty keeping him cautious, he would have fled the mission long ago. While pondering his predicament, he realized that merely arriving at the bar had already fulfilled the mission's basic requirements. Doan decided to leave before getting further entangled, feeling a pang of guilt for the other servant forced into the spotlight. He knew he had to escape. He lacked the power to protect anyone, including himself, and recognized that he and Jihan were trapped in the same powerless situation. After Doan took longer than expected, Shin Jaemin noticed his absence and called out, asking where he had gone. When Doan returned, he confronted Shin directly, demanding to know the whereabouts of Jihan's pants. Shin smirked, explaining he had felt guilty for spilling on them so they were being washed. Despite the flicker of fear at Shin's expression, Doan steadied himself, deciding he needed to assert some control. Acting as if he truly were a servant with hidden powers, he commanded Shin to hand over the pants, believing his authoritative tone would leave Shin no choice. At that moment, a tattooed, muscular high schooler entered the bar, announcing it had taken him a while to settle some business. He held a bottle of tomato sauce in one hand and asked casually who the new kid was. Shin prompted Doan to greet him, revealing that this was his friend's older brother. Doan froze, stunned by the sheer size and gang-like presence of the boy, and became acutely aware of the red marks marring his face. Shin Jaemin then asked what Doan wanted to say to him, a slight smirk on his face. Caught off guard, Doan felt trapped, panic creeping up as he struggled to find words. In a bid to escape the tension, he requested the microphone. Relief washed over him when it was handed over, giving him a temporary sense of safety, and he considered revealing his power since he had narrowly avoided elimination before. Just then, a notification announced that the dangerous invitation mission had been completed, and a new chain mission was now starting. A virtual window appeared, detailing that he had to strike Shin with a microphone within 30 minutes. If he succeeded within the allotted time, a copper key would be awarded as a reward. Despite the clear instructions, Doan froze, paralyzed by fear, unable to act. A new message popped up, warning that failure to complete the mission would bring a severe penalty. Mere mention of a penalty triggered memories of the bull torture he had endured, sending shivers of fear through him. Meanwhile, Shin noted that his friend Manchun now looked like a killer, and the nearby girls whispered about his menacing aura. Manchun nonchalantly claimed the blood on him must have splashed while he was roughhousing along the way. The 18-year-old Manchun Yuk was perched atop Doan, complaining about the boy's trembling, further humiliating him. He threatened Doan not to fall, and Shin Jaemin erupted in hysterical laughter at the scene. For Doan, this felt far worse than the previous mission where he had to strike Shin with a bottle. The muscular newcomer glared, asking sharply what was so funny, reminding everyone that Doan had previously beaten up Cholwoo Min. Shin acknowledged Doan's strength, but Manchun disagreed, seeing no potential or real power in him. Doan felt cornered, torn between completing the mission and risking elimination, or refusing and facing the penalty. If only he could access his abilities like that day, he would have the courage to act. But scanning his skill tree revealed that his crushing blow ability was sealed and completely inactive. A sense of doom settled over him as panic began to set in. The mission window updated, warning that only 15 minutes remained. At that moment, Shin Jaemin's curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to ask Doan a question. He wanted to know why Doan allowed bullies to mistreat him when it was clear he had the strength to fight back. Unsure how to respond, Doan simply admitted that he had gained his strength from playing games. Shin nodded, saying no explanation was needed, sensing Doan had his reasons. Then he revealed that he had called Doan over for a very specific purpose. Doan braced himself, expecting a severe threat, perhaps to stop him from meddling with Shin's friends. Instead, Shin's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked Doan to join his group, insisting they should stick together. Dawan completely misinterpreted the statement, momentarily wondering if Shin was expressing interest in him romantically. Shin quickly clarified that he wanted Dawan's strength to help him dominate the Gwanak district. Dawan was confused. Why would a bully need him to take over an entire area? To convince him, Shin explained the benefits: free drinks, cigarettes, and influence. He added that Dawan would also earn money, property, and gain attention from women. Placing a firm hand on Dawan's shoulder, Shin promised that if he agreed to help, he could have anything he desired. Dawan shook his head firmly, refusing the offer. He didn't care for shallow rewards or empty promises. He wanted nothing in particular, and he certainly wasn't about to compromise his principles for trivial gains. The thought of joining a group of delinquents filled him with disgust. There was no way he would willingly team up with them. Shin Amin leaned closer, a sly smirk crossing his face, and asked if Dawan really intended to remain a mere gamer vassal for the rest of his life, powerless and unseen. He pressed further, reminding Dawan of the bullies who had tormented him for years. Now that Dawan possessed real power, Shin suggested, why not take revenge and flip the tables completely? Dawan's mind raced as he imagined overpowering his tormentors, seizing control of situations that once left him humiliated and powerless. He realized that if he allied with Shin Jamin, he might never be subjected to such degrading treatment again. As Shin headed toward the bathroom, he left Dawan alone with his thoughts, urging him to consider the offer carefully while he was gone. Dawan's imagination ran wild. He began to believe it was divine will that had granted him this sudden power, a second chance to reshape his life. Perhaps he could finally step into a world where he was respected, admired, and no longer just a gamer servant. Lost in these daydreams, he was startled when Jihan Yu tapped him on the shoulder, breaking his reverie. Jihan pointed at a small, gleaming object on the floor and asked if it was Dawan's. Startled, Dawan realized he had dropped the golden key, the reward from his mission, without noticing. After thanking him, Dawan listened as Jihan offered unusual advice, warning him to be cautious around Shin Jamin. Dawan's resolve hardened. He wasn't going to let this chance slip away and return to a life as a loser. Jihan apologized, explaining he only offered the warning because he knew Dawan wasn't a bad person. At that moment, a notification appeared. Only 3 minutes remained for Dawan to strike Shin. Panic surged through him as he realized how much time had passed. Fear of the extreme punishment for failing gripped him tightly. He straightened his back, thinking that if he could just endure this hour, it would become the defining moment of his life. Still, unwilling to humiliate himself further in front of the girls, he decided to leave the room and wait it out in private. An image flashed in his mind, a green hill dotted with a herd of elephants. He recalled a story about elephants, how they leave the herd to face their own deaths alone, sensing their end. Dawan felt the same way, like one of those elephants, as he secluded himself in a distant room, bracing for what was coming. He pressed a cloth to his mouth, trembling with fear and anguish as he prepared for the punishment ahead. The notification updated. Only 30 seconds remained. Dawan resolved he would rather fail the mission than stay anywhere near Shin Jamin. With only 20 seconds left, he braced himself. Knowing this was his only way to escape life as a powerless gamer servant, he steeled himself for the immense pain about to strike. Back in the karaoke room, the drunken bully Manchun called for a song, staggering as he reached for the microphone. The girls mocked his selection, calling it outdated and dramatic. But then, their eyes widened as they realized the microphone had vanished from the table. At the same moment, Shin Jamin returned from the bathroom, grimacing and blaming a stomachache on a bad school snack. While he was distracted, Dawan silently crept up behind him, a bottle clutched tightly in his hands. With a swift, decisive motion, he smashed it over Shin Jamin's head. The blow landed perfectly, and Shin collapsed instantly, knocked out cold from the surprise strike. With that, the mission judge of injustice was finally complete. Dawan came to a firm conclusion. He would rather live as a loser than become a bully like them. Pleased that a single hit had subdued Shin Jamin, he decided to drag the unconscious body to a deserted spot for safety. Before leaving, he worried about Jihan being left alone with the tattooed man. Then he noticed Shin's phone lying on the ground. Realizing an opportunity had presented itself, he picked it up, recognizing it could serve as a bonus move while Shin remained unconscious. Meanwhile, the tattooed man was in the bathroom, drunkenly performing karaoke with exaggerated gestures. Mid-performance, his attention was captured by an incoming message on his phone. A text from Shin's phone called him a pig and criticized his singing harshly. Fuming, the tattooed man read the message, feeling his anger spike uncontrollably. Dawan had sent the text, challenging the gangster to stay put and wait for a fight. Just as he planned his escape, a massive presence loomed directly behind him. Looking up, Dawan met the furious glare of Manchun, the tattooed gangster, towering over him. Shock washed over Dawan. How had this brute tracked him down so quickly? A new mission window appeared, warning that Manchun was enraged by the provocation and about to engage in combat. Before Dawan could react, a brutal kick sent him sprawling across the floor, the force rattling his body. He struck his head hard on the ground, dazed and winded. Manchun crouched in front of him, scoffing that the messages couldn't possibly be real. He explained that Shin would never text him while drunk, mocking Dawan's efforts. Then the massive man grabbed Dawan by the collar and landed a crushing punch squarely on his face. As he continued the assault, Manchun insisted that Shin had actually liked him, adding insult to injury. Finally, he grabbed Dawan's head and slapped him violently, scolding him for being ungrateful and calling it disgraceful to repay someone who had reached out in good faith. Before Dawan could even finish a word, Manchun's massive hand slapped him again, the force sending a sharp jolt through his body. The gangster sneered down at him, calling him a loser and scornfully questioning why anyone, even someone like Shin Jaemin, would ever want Dawan in their circle. Manchun's gaze then shifted to the motionless form of Shin Jaemin sprawled on the floor. A flicker of suspicion crossed the brute's face as he observed, muttering that he already had a hunch about what had just transpired. Diving his hand into Dawan's pocket, Manchun produced the crumpled microphone, waving it with contempt before snarling. Coward, Dawan, teeth gritted and chest heaving, shot back. Cowards are people like you. Those who bully the weak and take what doesn't belong to them. But before he could fully voice his defiance, Manchun's monstrous strength flung him across the room with terrifying force. Dawan slammed against a wall stacked with bags of flour, the impact sending white clouds into the air as he crumpled onto the floor. Manchun towered over him, laughing darkly. It's not Jihan's fault for being weak. But you, Dawan, you're next to serve us. Lying sprawled atop the pile of flour sacks, Dawan's body throbbed with pain, every breath a reminder of how powerless he seemed. Then something gleamed beside him, a golden key lying just within reach. He grasped it, fingers curling around the cold metal, wondering silently where he was meant to use it. A tip from the administrator flickered before his eyes, explaining that the key should be inserted into a lock. Dawan frowned. He hadn't spotted any locks in this chaotic room. Suddenly, his skill window blinked open, revealing a hidden technique previously unknown to him. Within the window, a faint silhouette of a keyhole appeared, and without hesitation, Dawan slid the golden key into it. As the key turned, a brilliant light erupted before his eyes, blinding and intense, signaling the unlocking of something powerful. Meanwhile, Manchun leaned over Shin Jaemin, checking if he was still conscious. "You alive?" he asked, mock concern dripping from his words. Shin Jaemin groaned, affirming he was hurt, only for Manchun to mock him mercilessly. Getting beaten by a weakling, pathetic. Rising from the flour-strewn floor, Dawan's eyes burned with determination. "If I don't face you now, Manchun, I'll never call myself an honorable man," he declared. Manchun Yuke's lips curled into a smile, intrigued by the pride flashing in Dawan's gaze. What Manchun didn't know was that Dawan's courage was partially forced, an order from the system, face Manchun or face punishment. Excited by this apparent boldness, Manchun lunged forward with a roar, the ground trembling beneath his charge. But just as the giant barreled toward him, Dawan found himself enveloped in a strange, electrifying aura that radiated immense power. He questioned why the system had granted him such force, and why it kept steering him toward life-threatening confrontations. Then it hit him. They wanted a show. Clarity coursed through him, and with sudden resolve he stepped forward, fist cocked, ready to strike Manchun. A surge of brilliant blue energy spiraled around him, and with a roar, Dawan shouted, "Your end is here!" In that instant, his mind flashed back to childhood memories, the local arcade, and a legendary nerdy boy who captivated everyone with his unusual playstyle. This boy, known as Master Zobarano, had a flair so unique that every game felt like a performance, mesmerizing all who watched. Whenever Master Zobarano won, the crowd erupted in excitement. His unparalleled skill came from sheer dedication, spending countless hours mastering every nuance of the virtual battles he faced. 10-year-old Dawan had watched in awe, glued to the screen, completely absorbed by the boy's artistry. Master Zobarano's signature move, the devastating Hawk's Descent, could knock any opponent unconscious, a technique of precision and lethal timing. It was a high-cost move, draining 120 mana points with every execution, but its power was unmatched. Realizing he had just unlocked the same head kick ability, Dawan's mind raced. Despite the overwhelming difference in size and strength with Manchun, he imagined victory achievable with this single technique. But before he could act, a notification blared. The dreaded news: he had no mana left. Shock froze him as Manchun's fist loomed ever closer, threatening to obliterate him. With no options left, Dawan gritted his teeth and took the full force of the punch square on his chin. He flew backward, spinning through the air before crashing hard to the ground behind Manchun Yuke, the impact echoing like a hammer strike. Manchun paused mid-step, confused by the nerd who had screamed so fiercely moments before, expecting some trick or hidden ace. Pain searing through his body, Dawan lay groaning, fury simmering at the cruel logic of the game system. He only had 100 mana, yet Hawk's Descent required 120, a mismatch that made no sense. His mind reeled, struggling to comprehend the absurdity of it all. Was the golden key merely a reward for getting pummeled by Cholwoo Min? As he pondered the key, a realization began to take shape. He remembered the bronze key rewarded after the mission where he struck Shin Ji-min with a microphone. Scanning the room, Do-an saw no sign of it, leaving him to wonder where it had ended up. He recalled that the Jae-min mission key had fallen right beneath the bathroom window. Since he completed that task in the bathroom, logic told him the key might still be lying there. With no alternatives, he resolved to take the risk and retrieve it. But before he could reach the door, Manchun's hand clamped down on him, halting his escape. A brutal punch struck his ribs as the brute demanded, "Where do you think you're going?" Manchun's gaze lingered on Do-an, sensing a surprising resilience beneath the surface. Perhaps this wasn't the weakling he had assumed. Do-an crumpled to the floor, groaning in pain as Manchun sneered, calling him nothing more than a rat. Every fiber of Do-an Ha's body screamed in exhaustion, his legs trembling violently as he struggled to stand. Pain throbbed through his ribs and bruised muscles, but he forced himself upright, realizing that the only chance of survival was to retreat, escape this nightmare long enough to find the elusive key. His heart sank when he spotted Manchun-yuk placing a massive hand squarely in front of him, an unyielding barrier that blocked any chance of retreat. Do-an's instinct kicked in and he bolted, only to have the giant's hand slam against his face, stopping him dead in his tracks. The impact rattled his skull, sending a sharp jolt of pain down his spine. Once again, Manchun-yuk threw him to the ground, towering over him with a malicious grin. "Stop getting back up, loser," he sneered, his voice echoing through the narrow hallway. Instead of fear, a strange laughter bubbled from Do-an's throat, a mix of defiance and crazed amusement. Manchun, eyebrows arching in disbelief, slammed a heavy boot onto Do-an's head. "Have you lost your mind?" he demanded, eyes narrowing dangerously. Through gritted teeth, Do-an taunted. "Do you really think all this chaos was caused by me alone? That I came here without a plan?" His eyes flicked to the surrounding chaos, calm beneath the storm. Manchun-yuk scoffed, convinced Do-an was bluffing, merely stalling for survival. But Do-an knew better. He had bought just enough time, and in that moment, the elevator doors behind Manchun began to slide open with a mechanical hiss. "Everyone in there? Hit him with everything you've got?" Do-an shouted, his voice echoing down the empty corridor, commanding an army that wasn't even there. Manchun's confident stride faltered. His eyes widened as he looked toward the elevator, only to find it completely empty. Confusion froze him in place, disbelief twisting his features. Anger erupted like a storm. His attention snapped back to Do-an Ha, fury burning through him as he realized he'd been tricked. He whirled to strike, intending to crush Do-an once and for all, but the boy was gone, vanished from sight, leaving Manchun-yuk grasping at empty air. Meanwhile, Do-an sprinted down the hallways, muscles burning, lungs screaming, marveling at how his simple elevator ruse had successfully fooled someone as dim-witted as Manchun. Escaping wasn't the end yet. Panic surged as he desperately searched for the bronze key, every second feeling like an eternity. Exhaustion finally caught up to him and his body collapsed to the floor, limbs heavy as lead. With a surge of sheer willpower, Do-an forced himself back to his feet, legs quivering violently under the strain, refusing to let weakness stop him now. At the end of the hallway, a dark shadow loomed, the hulking form of Manchun-yuk, knuckles cracking with an almost maniacal gleam in his eyes. The tattooed giant barked, commanding Do-an to freeze on the spot, his voice thick with menace. Do-an's mind raced with his energy drained and his legs barely holding him upright. It felt like the end, no way to flee, no strength to fight. Then his gaze darted to the side, landing on the bronze key gleaming faintly in the corner. Hope flared. As his fingers clasped it, a description popped up, revealing its power. The key could unlock sealed attributes, enhancing his potential. A flush of anger coursed through Do-an. Why hadn't the game shown him this from the start? He quickly opened his character info, eyes locking on a new key symbol at the center of the status window. Meanwhile, the enraged Manchun charged forward, each step pounding the floor like a war drum. With adrenaline spiking, Do-an slid the bronze key into the lock just in time, urging the system to act faster as his heart hammered in his chest. A choice window appeared, offering him a permanent boost to one of his stats, a lifeline in the chaos. Knowing that more mana was essential to unleash his abilities, he made a decisive shout, commanding the system to increase his mana points. The system responded instantly, boosting his mana by 100 points, just as Manchun's fist thundered dangerously close. Do-an twisted his body, narrowly evading the blow, his reflexes slicing through the tension in the air. Placing his foot firmly on Manchun's thigh, he prepared to unleash the devastating falcon drop. Leaping over the brute, electricity crackled around his leg as the secret class skill activated, propelling him with precision and deadly intent. A fierce aerial kick charged with raw electric power slammed directly into Manchun's head. The strike landed perfectly, sending a shockwave through the brute's massive skull. Blood spurted from his nose, and his eyes rolled back in sheer agony as the impact reverberated. A confirmation message blinked across Do-an's screen. He had defeated the monstrous Manchun-yuk. The giant collapsed to his knees before falling unconscious, a heap of defeated muscle and fury. Landing lightly on his feet, Dawan felt a surge of exhilaration. He had actually pulled it off. His prize for this victory, the missing silver key, gleaming in his grasp. Though every muscle screamed in protest, Dawan Ha clutched the key tightly, determination burning in his eyes. Reality sank in slowly. The gamer servant had actually won the fight. Against all odds, he had survived. Just as he dared to hope for reprieve, Shin Jaemin stirred, emerging groggily into the hallway. Fury lit up Shin Jaemin's face as he demanded to know what had happened, voice cracking with outrage. Dawan stammered, caught off guard by Shin's sudden recovery, but before he could respond, another presence loomed. A massive figure from the karaoke bar stepped forward, concern etched in his expression. "Why is my brother Manchun lying on the ground?" he demanded. This was Manak Manchun, a 19-year-old bar employee and the older brother of Manchun Yuk, muscles rippling under his t-shirt as he glared down at Dawan. Rage immediately flared, and Dawan Ha froze, remembering Shin's words about Manchun Yuk having an elder brother. Facing this towering man, he truly felt cornered, like there was no escape this time. Other delinquents began filtering into the hallway, curiosity and concern on their faces, as they asked about the loud crash moments ago. The tattooed boy's eyes immediately locked on the fallen brute. Manchun Yuk sprawled unconscious on the floor. Dawan's mind raced, recalling Shin, mentioning how he used to hang out and drink at this very bar with his friends. With only 80 mana points and a mere 12 health remaining, Dawan knew he had no strength left to run, let alone summon any abilities to aid him. Exhausted, battered, and cornered by dozens of Shin Jaemin's delinquent friends, he muttered bitterly, "I'm totally screwed." Meanwhile, outside on the streets that night, Jihan Yu wandered, questioning quietly if it was really safe for him to be out alone, oblivious to the chaos unfolding inside. Dawan Ha knew immediately that the message sent from Shin Jaemin to Manchun Yuk was nothing but a ruse, a calculated deception meant to mislead the gang. He understood that the bullies had brushed off Jihan Yu, claiming they had other matters to settle. Deep down, Dawan knew that the only person reckless enough to dig his own grave in a den full of gangsters was himself, especially on his first visit, clueless about the unspoken rules and dangers of this territory. The final message telling everyone to go home seemed like it had been designed to spare Jihan. Dawan worried silently, hoping against hope that he too would survive this chaotic ordeal. Meanwhile, back in the dimly lit hallway, Shin Jaemin confronted him, demanding to know why Dawan had acted as he did, insisting that he had never wanted to become his enemy. In Dawan's mind, however, escape seemed impossible. The gangsters surrounded him, voices dripping with menace, declaring that he would not leave this place alive. Every instinct screamed that today might be the day he was eliminated. Just then, a frantic karaoke staff member burst into the hallway, shouting that the police had arrived and that everything had gone horribly wrong. Another voice rang out, informing everyone that a call had come from the first floor, instructing them to flee via the stairs immediately. The gang delinquents' faces fell in disappointment. They had been eagerly anticipating the chance to pummel the nerd, and now their fun was abruptly cut short. Carrying his brother over his shoulder, Manchun Yuk's elder sibling, Manak Manchun, commented with a mix of exasperation and amusement that Dawan Ha had been incredibly lucky to survive thus far. Before departing, Shin Jaemin shot Dawan a sharp warning, his eyes burning with lingering anger. "We won't forget what happened here tonight," he spat, leaving a chill lingering in the air. Dawan knew he needed to retreat via the stairs as well, but an unexpected jolt of electricity surged through his body, stopping him in his tracks. Only a single day after narrowly escaping death, he had been beaten down by both Chul Woo Min and Manchun Yuk, his body still bruised and aching from the prior encounters. On top of that, he was now suffering the cumulative side effects of using two abilities that had nearly drained his body beyond its limit. The moment the stress and physical toll overwhelmed him, Dawan Ha simply collapsed, consciousness slipping away like water through his fingers. Slowly, he began to wake, blinking against the light to find a woman standing over him, her expression unreadable, leaving him dazed and wondering what had just happened. Weakly, he asked her where he was. She tilted her head, responding with a soft question of her own. Finally awake, Dawan's eyes widened as he recognized her, one of the 3 toughest girls in school. She gave him a knowing look and remarked dryly that he really should have woken up sooner. As he opened his mouth to ask why she was here, she swiftly covered it with her hand, silencing him before any words could escape. His gaze shifted, taking in their surroundings. The girl whispered urgently, reminding him that they were in a bathroom, and he needed to keep his voice down. She clarified that it was the women's restroom, so even a whisper could carry beyond the stall doors. He had to speak as quietly as possible. Leaning close, Dawan whispered, asking why they had chosen to hide in such an unusual place. She explained that the police were still at the karaoke bar and reasoned that they would not dare enter the women's bathroom, making it a safe hiding spot for now. Curiosity piqued, Dawan asked who had called the police. She hesitated briefly before admitting that she had been the one to report the underage drinking. Dowan blinked in confusion, pointing out that she had been drinking herself, and asked if she had done it to save him from the gangsters. She nodded quietly, explaining that she had seen him battling Manchun Yuk, and realized that the situation was far more dangerous than he seemed to grasp. She admitted that she had always assumed he was just a loser, but witnessing his fearless disregard for collateral damage had changed her opinion entirely. Dowan, sensing that she might be impressed, or perhaps even charmed, asked how he could repay the favor. She initially refused, but after he insisted, she coyly requested that he grant her a single wish. As she leaned in close to tell him her wish, Dowan's face turned bright red, leaving him utterly speechless and flustered. The next day arrived at dawn, and Do-won-ha was awoken abruptly by the shrill ringing of his phone, his mother calling. No sooner had he answered than she began scolding him loudly, her voice carrying through the room like thunder. He mumbled in confusion, explaining that he had only missed a single day of contact because he was exhausted. His mother corrected him sharply, revealing that it had actually been 3 full days since they last spoke, leaving Dowan dumbfounded at how much time had passed while he slept. Now satisfied that he was safe, she ended the call, returning to her work, and Dowan slowly processed the reality. He had slept for 3 straight days. After the exhausting events at the karaoke bar, he had indeed gone straight home and collapsed into a deep, uninterrupted sleep. It was perfectly understandable, considering it had been the first real fight of his life. A trial by fire unlike anything he had ever experienced. Adding to his fatigue was the fact that he had faced 3 delinquent bullies in one day, even though Shin Jae-man had not directly engaged him in combat. Now, with time having passed and his body restored, Dowan felt that the victory had been far easier than it initially seemed, almost mundane in retrospect. He felt stronger than ever, a blazing hunger in his belly. With both body and mind finally rejuvenated, the first thing he wanted to do was log into the game and attempt to contact the mysterious administrator. However, when he searched for the elusive player known as the one who brings the end, there were no results to be found. Dowan hadn't expected an easy path, but he was still stunned to discover that the administrator's account had been deleted entirely. He reasoned that the mysterious figure likely didn't wish to communicate directly, especially since they had never once responded to him personally. The administrator had only ever communicated through the system. Accepting this, Dowan resolved that he would have to navigate and learn everything on his own from this point forward. Despite the challenges, he already understood 3 crucial rules about how the system operated. First, the system functioned much like a role-playing game, complete with levels, stats, and classes, meaning he was, for all intents and purposes, a character within a game. Second, the system treated delinquents like monsters, granting rewards for defeating them in combat. Much like hunting creatures in a video game, each victory yielded valuable items and experience points. Third and finally, the keys he collected directly enhanced his strength, so he immediately began examining the items he possessed. When he picked up the silver key, its description revealed that it unlocked a passive ability, one that would permanently enhance his capabilities. He discovered that there were 3 distinct types of keys, each granting unique benefits. Once an ability was unlocked, it could not be sealed again. For example, the Crushing Strike ability had initially been sealed after its first use because it was bound by a class effect, but unlocking it with a key made it permanently available. Later, Do-won-ha permanently unlocked the ability using a special key. He was fully aware of the penalty system that monitored his every move, but in truth, his biggest worry lay elsewhere, something far more immediate and threatening. The real problem? He had become the prime target of Shin Jae-man's gang of delinquents, and they weren't the forgiving type. With spring break stretching ahead, Dowan decided to spend the remaining days in deep thought, trying to strategize and prepare for the challenges that awaited him. His concentration was abruptly interrupted by the shrill chime of the doorbell. Just as he went to fetch his food delivery, a new system notification blinked insistently on his screen. The message read that a girl wanted to go out with him, and that he was expected to accept and fulfill her request. Dowan, the introverted, nerdy gamer, froze in shock, initially mistaking it for his food delivery arriving early. He slowly opened the door only to find the same girl he had encountered previously standing there, her expression calm yet expectant. He stammered, asking why she was here, and she gently reminded him of the promise he had made to grant her wish. She shrugged off her coat, explaining that she was there to clarify exactly what she wanted, and then playfully instructed Dowan to remove an item of clothing. Dowan's face went pale, his mind immediately racing. The mission's title flashed in his memory, Become a Man. His heart hammered as he tried to process the implication. Frozen. He hesitated, staring at her in disbelief. She urged him again, her tone insistent, leaving no room for confusion. Take it off, she said firmly. Dowan blushed violently, flustered beyond measure. He had never been in a situation like this, and his nerves were tangling with embarrassment. At that exact moment, a system notification appeared, asking him to confirm whether he would comply or not. Completely stunned, Dowan whispered, asking her to repeat herself. She obliged, reiterating her instructions without changing a word. He could hardly believe it. People could just do things like this without any prior discussion. and he was expected to follow along. Despite the initial shock as he began removing his clothes, a strange excitement welled up inside him. His first real encounter of this kind was finally happening. Then she asked if his other clothes were somewhere in the room, and he fumbled, unable to understand her meaning. Embarrassment flushed his cheeks as he realized she had no intention of doing anything intimate. Instead, she simply instructed him to turn off the heater. "Why don't you just do it yourself?" Daewon asked, still puzzled. And when he inquired how she had found his place, she explained matter-of-factly that she didn't have his number. Instead, she had discovered his address 3 days ago while dragging him across the ground, spotting it on the apartment card tucked in his phone case. Curious, she asked, if those nerdy clothes were all he owned. Daewon sheepishly admitted that his mother had bought them for him. For a brief moment, he thought that perhaps the long-awaited day for something more intimate had finally arrived. But when she announced they were going shopping, the mission's objective updated, and he realized the true nature of the task. Still, the idea of going shopping with a girl for the first time sent a thrill through him, a new kind of excitement blooming in his chest. Sometime later, inside a bustling clothing store, Daewon found himself completely disoriented. He stared in confusion at the various styles of clothing and the fake tattoos decorating mannequins, unable to comprehend the fashion choices around him. The girl explained that he couldn't afford to look weak, since they would be spending the day together and heading somewhere afterward. Appearance mattered. Though uncomfortable with this style, Daewon reluctantly agreed, trusting her judgment and following her instructions. While he changed outfits in a small cubicle, she continued scanning the racks for more pieces, selecting items with an eye for style he didn't yet understand. Finally, Daewon emerged, transformed. Black pants, a sleek black jacket, and sturdy black boots gave him an entirely new presence. He felt a strange mix of exhilaration and awkwardness. It was the first time he had ever dressed in a stylish, confident manner. In his excitement, he momentarily forgot about the mission, until the system updated, specifying that he now needed to take her out to eat. The system's gamified interface made everything feel like a quest, and Daewon realized that asking a girl out might not be so intimidating after all. Feeling a newfound confidence, he announced he was hungry and invited her to grab a bite to eat. She smiled and agreed without hesitation. Yet moments later, frustration surged through him. He almost wanted to punch himself for overthinking everything. They had been sitting in silence for 30 minutes, and Daewon worried that perhaps she didn't enjoy the food, a wave of self-doubt creeping over him. Pausing to think, he realized he didn't even know her name. Summoning courage, he asked. She replied softly, "Sian." The conversation lapsed once more, leaving him feeling a pang of nostalgia for his mother, remembering how much simpler things had always been when she was around. Breaking the silence, Sian asked if there was anything else he wanted to know. Embarrassed, Daewon admitted he knew almost nothing about her and wondered what he should ask first. She smiled and said he would learn more with time, reassuring him that they would be seeing each other more often from now on. Rising from the table, she told him to hurry along. They still had errands to run. The mission updated again. To become a man, Daewon now needed to take Sian to the movies. A new and unexpected challenge. He felt a rush of happiness experiencing these things for the first time and casually invited her for a coffee as well. He even sang a small song for Sian, which made him question the system's true intentions. This felt less like a punishment and more like a lesson in life. Until now, he had always thought the system existed solely to pit him against bullies in exchange for rewards. The sixth step of the mission unfolded, taking Sian to an arcade, a place full of lights, sounds, and challenge. As he processed this, he realized it was essentially a date, and he did his best to impress her, heart pounding with nervous excitement, sweat beading on his forehead and breath coming in short gasps. He felt that perhaps his charm was finally making an impression. While Sian admired some plush toys, a few fellow nerds approached, attempting to invite Daewon into a club activity. Spotting the plushie machine, he decided to make a quick exit, telling Sian he needed to use the bathroom and excusing himself politely. 10 minutes later, Daewon returned, arms filled with a dozen bright, colorful fish plushies. His heart raced with anticipation, hoping this small gesture would impress Sian and bring a smile to her face. He walked with a newfound confidence, silently thinking to himself that there was no way she wouldn't be completely charmed by him today. Just as he saw Sian approaching, a grin spreading across his face, his perfect day took a sudden painful turn. A man appeared out of nowhere, yanking Daewon up by his hair, sending a sharp jolt of pain through his scalp. The bully sneered, gripping his hair tightly, and growled, "Who do you think you are, using her name like that?" His strength was enough to make Daewon cry out, shock and pain mixing in his voice. Daewon squirmed, trying to make sense of the situation. Who was this guy, and how did he know Sian? Yet there was something familiar about him, a fleeting sense that he had seen him somewhere before. Before Daewon could react, Sian shouted sharply, calling out the man's name, Se-hun Kang. Let go of him this instant. Her voice carried authority and urgency, cutting through the tension in the air. Everything had been going so well until this moment, and Daewon could only wait anxiously for the system to notify him that a new challenge had emerged. He might have to confront this unexpected bully. In a move that stunned everyone nearby, Sion declared loudly and firmly that the shy, nerdy Doan was, in fact, her boyfriend. The words hit like a thunderclap. Both Doan and Zehun froze, eyes wide. Doan's cheeks burned crimson as Sion turned to the bully and ordered him to leave immediately. She gently helped Doan to his feet, whispering for him to ignore Sehun and following closely by his side as they moved away from the confrontation. Before fully departing, Doan quickly glanced back, realizing he had dropped the fish plushies and wanted to retrieve them, though he dared not turn fully towards Sehun. Sehun remained frozen behind them, struggling to comprehend the shock. Doan Ha was now officially Sion's boyfriend. As the afternoon sun bathed the city streets in warm light, Doan's mind couldn't stop replaying her words at the arcade, leaving him flushed and distracted. He wandered through the streets, barely noticing the world around him, lost entirely in thought about being called her boyfriend. His reverie shattered when Sion announced their arrival at the next destination, instructing him to follow her without question. She reminded him of the promise to spend the day together, and at that moment, a system prompt appeared, directing him to enter the nearby building. Inside, Sion pressed the elevator button, selecting the 7th floor with calm authority. Doan's stomach dropped. He felt certain, or at least feared, that she was leading him somewhere to become intimate. Seeing the elevator doors slide open to their floor, he nervously asked if they could slow down, needing a moment to prepare himself for whatever was coming. Sion simply smiled, reassuring him that he only needed to stay still. "I'll handle everything else," she said with quiet confidence. Doan's heart raced. He worried this would make him fail his mission, desperately trying to think of any way to persuade her to reconsider. When they reached the 7th floor, he noticed that every door was closed and asked aloud why they were there, his anxiety mounting with each step. As they proceeded down the dim hallway, dread settled over him. He realized with horror that they were entering a gathering of bullies, a place where danger was palpable. He peeked into a room where a microphone sat at the center, surrounded by dozens of people, which only heightened his confusion and apprehension. A man who looked like a judge struck a gavel with authority, demanding silence. "The regular meeting of the Guanaku City Bullies will now begin," he announced, his voice carrying weight across the room. He continued, stating that the first agenda item was the Karakwar incident, and more specifically, determining how to deal with Doan Ha. The delinquents murmured among themselves, perplexed by the presence of a boy who looked so ordinary yet had already defeated 3 gangsters. Doan froze in shock, realizing they were openly discussing how to eliminate him, the threat hanging in the air like a physical weight. When a vote was called to see who wanted to take him down, every single hand shot up. Doan could hardly believe his eyes. Every one of them had agreed to target him. In that instant, it was made official. Doan Ha had become the target of all 497 members of the Guanaku Bullies. The mission concluded, and a system message appeared. A man thrives on the thrill of risking his life. It clarified that bullies referred to teenage groups involved in school-based criminal activities. These individuals lived by instinct, loved to show off, and embraced a carefree, reckless lifestyle. The main reason they could live so boldly was because they always moved in packs, relying on strength in numbers. There were many strategies for controlling and leading these crews, and in the Guanaku district, they employed intense and mature methods to manage their members. Doan couldn't understand these delinquents. They seemed to act without a single thought beyond their immediate desires. Shocked, he read the system message again, trying to grasp what it truly meant to become a man. The message also included a warning. For chain missions, the reward would only be granted after completing the final task in the series. Noticing Sion's strangely composed demeanor, Doan asked if she had orchestrated an ambush. Before she could respond, the man in the suit with a hammer slammed it down, declaring the matter closed. As Doan tried to process who this man was, Sion told him to wait, explaining that they needed to move on to the next item on the agenda. The other bullies whispered rude comments about her, demanding to know who the man standing by her side was. Doan, facing away from the group, trembled with terror at the thought of being eliminated right then and there. Kayan and the group leader announced that the next topic would address a vacant seat on the Council of Delinquents. When the suited man mentioned a representative election, Doan briefly wondered if they were real politicians. Sion then declared confidently that she had found the perfect candidate, even as Doan tried to shrink away in fear. Speaking with the poise of a seasoned leader, she nominated Doan Ha for the role of representative of Borough Maiden. Without hesitation, Sion spoke his name aloud, leaving no room for doubt in front of everyone assembled. Doan's jaw dropped. She had thrown him directly into the deep end of this dangerous world, risking everything. The bullies could hardly believe her audacity, nominating the very person they had just been plotting to eliminate. The judge of the group questioned the wisdom of promoting someone who had attacked their members so recklessly. Sion countered firmly. If Doan could defeat 3 of their strongest members in a single day, he was more than qualified to join their ranks. One delinquent mocked her logic, scoffing, as she insisted that overcoming members of the group should indeed count as a valid qualification. Unsang Ha, the 18-year-old face of Silimdong, gave a calm nod, silently signaling her agreement with Sion's words. Her presence alone carried weight. a quiet acknowledgement that this was a moment of consequence. Dawan's eyes widened in panic, his voice trembling as he protested, insisting he had no intention of joining their gang of delinquents. Sion's gaze sharpened, her tone laced with warning as she urged him to think carefully about the peril he faced, just an 18-year-old boy alone in such dangerous territory. She leaned in slightly, her voice steady but cold, reminding him of the horrifying scene he had just witnessed. Every single criminal in the room had raised their hands in silent agreement to eliminate him on the spot. Sion's words carried a calculated logic. If he joined the council, those other delinquents would have no authority to punish him. It was a shield, a dangerous offer, but a shield nonetheless. Dawan swallowed, muttering thanks for her concern, but Sion cut through the sentiment, her tone sharp, making it clear she wasn't doing this out of kindness for him. She explained with subtle disdain that another jerk had his sights set on the position, and if forced to choose, she would rather see Dawan in the role than that arrogant rival. The elevator doors slid open with a metallic clang, revealing the familiar, threatening figure, the very man who had ambushed Dawan during the meeting with Sion. Dawan's heart froze. He instantly recognized him. The same man from the arcade whose presence alone made his skin crawl. Sehun Kang stepped forward, his expression tight with irritation, demanding to know why Sion hadn't informed him about the assembly. The Boromai Dong associate realized, almost with a pang of guilt, that she must have concocted the boyfriend story solely to keep him at bay. Sehun Kang's words cut sharply through the tension. Though Sion opposed his rise to representative, her measures had clearly crossed the line. Before anyone could react, Sehun's hand shot out, wrapping around Dawan's neck with brutal precision. The pressure was immediate, unyielding, as he demanded to know what the two of them were scheming there. Air seemed to vanish from Dawan's lungs. It felt as if an invisible boulder was pressing down on him, compressing every breath until panic threatened to take over completely. The judge's voice cut through the chaos, commanding them to stop. This was a formal meeting, he reminded them, and then he declared Doan the new leader of Boromai Dong, his words echoing like a gavel striking fate. Sehun Kang immediately protested, arguing that the position was rightfully his. But Sion stood her ground, her verbal defense as sharp and unyielding as steel. Meanwhile, the other delinquents whispered among themselves. Some sneered at Dawan, perceiving weakness in his frame, while others' eyes lingered on Sion, assessing her composure and influence. The judge's gaze swept the room. With two nominees now vying for the position, he remarked that the stakes had risen to an entirely new level. Sehun Kang finally released Doan's neck, but not without a lingering threat, his words dripping with malice. They would be forced to settle this confrontation one way or another. As the room's bullies began to rise, Doan stammered, insisting he didn't care for the position at all, attempting to buy himself a moment of respite. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent's back was turned, Doan unleashed his falcon drop ability, propelling himself with lethal precision into a powerful aerial kick. The other delinquent's eyes widened in astonishment, impressed by the sheer force and skill of his special move up close. Yet Sehun Kang, known as the Granite of Boromai, was an immovable fortress. His legendary endurance absorbed the attack effortlessly, leaving Doan's strike impotent. A jolt of disbelief shot through Dawan. Had his attack been too weak, his mind raced in a panic. To his surprise, Sehun Kang acknowledged the skill, admitting that the technique had, in fact, startled him. A grudging compliment, but a compliment nonetheless. Still, a puzzled frown creased Sehun's features. He remarked that it was peculiar. This same move had easily taken down even the brute Manchun Yuk with a single blow. It hit Dawan like a cold wave of realization. His mana reserves were too low. He could only deploy his abilities once. Victory without them was impossible. He was cornered, trapped by his own limitations. Before he could process further, Sehun Kang's grip returned, this time lifting Dawan entirely off the ground. The fear was suffocating, every heartbeat hammering like a warning bell. Instinctively, Dawan patted Sehun's arm, a silent plea for release. But it was ignored, brushed aside like an insignificant gesture. Sehun sneered, eyes glinting with cold amusement, declaring that Dawan would not be freed until he was rendered unconscious. In that horrifying instant, recognition struck Dawan with the force of a lightning bolt. He understood why this bully felt hauntingly familiar. Time had changed the man's appearance so drastically that he had nearly become unrecognizable. Yet the memories clawed their way back relentlessly. Dawan's mind flickered back to an unbearably hot summer. 5 years ago, a memory etched in pain. He recalled the exact same chokehold, the crushing pressure around his throat executed by an overweight boy who had once dominated him with cruel games. They had both been 13 then, but that relentless tormentor was none other than Sehun Kang. Fainting games had been routine, and Sehun had subjected Dawan to them constantly, a cruel exercise of control and humiliation. Even during meals, Sehun's grip remained firm, forcing Dawan to swallow every bite under unbearable duress. The torment extended into the bathroom, where Sehun's chokehold would only relent once Doan had finished, leaving no refuge from humiliation. Countless times, Doan passed out, each blackout a reminder of his helplessness, living perpetually in fear of the next collapse. Yet worse than the physical agony was the dread of awakening to the aftermath. Shame, ridicule, and mockery awaited him every time. Sehun Kang's cruel manipulations had subjected him to endless humiliations before the entire class, including the very girls whose opinions he desperately cared about. These memories had shaped him. Doan had become hyper-nervous around women, a shell of his former self, plagued by insecurities and shame. Now, in the present, his legs buckled as he nearly collapsed to the floor, a near-unconscious figure wishing that bullies like Kang would finally taste justice. He couldn't fathom how Sehun Kang had transformed, losing weight, becoming strikingly handsome, effortlessly charming those around him. Anger surged within him, hot and unrelenting. The thought of being bested by his old tormentor was unbearable. In the background, murmurs from the other delinquents pricked at him, labeling him weak, undermining his resolve. As soon as Doan found the strength to rise again, the bullies jeered, taunting him about his slim chances, mocking every effort. His mind raced, calculating the odds. How could he possibly hope to win when the only skill that could aid him had been nullified by Kang? Realization weighed heavily. Trapped in Sehun's chokehold, resistance seemed futile. Tapping out appeared to be the only option. As Kang claimed the mantle of Boram Hwadong representative, Doan felt a crushing sense of defeat. Yet, against every instinct, he drew a shaky breath and forced himself back onto his feet, facing his adversary once more. Sehun Kang's gaze hardened, warning him with quiet menace. Persisting now would only lead to greater harm, a fate Doan had to weigh with every pulse of fear and defiance. Even so, something deep inside Doan sparked. Despite the past, despite the power disparity, he squared his shoulders and met Kang's eyes, determined not to back down just yet. Doan yanked off his jacket with determination, letting it fall to the floor as a silent declaration of war. His eyes burned with resolve as he announced he was going to take on the gangster head-on. No hesitation, no second thoughts. The room froze in an instant. Every pair of eyes turned toward him, drawn by the audacity of the skinny nerd standing tall, ready to throw himself into the fray. The tension was palpable, a collective breath held in suspense. Then Doan began his flurry, punch after punch, arms whipping through the air in rapid succession. The speed of his fists was surprising, a whirlwind of energy that contrasted sharply with his slight frame. But Sehun Kang stood unshaken, his posture rigid and composed. Each blow landed only to be effortlessly blocked, his eyes calm, almost amused as if the punches didn't even exist. Sweat pricked at Doan's brow. He gritted his teeth, reminding himself of something from 7 hours earlier, when, in a moment of preparation, he had dug through his pants pockets for a crucial item. It was a silver key, a memento, a heroic reward earned after defeating Ryukman Cheon. Its presence gave him a flicker of hope, a small edge he might still leverage. He remembered clearly this key could unlock passive abilities, dormant powers that he had activated just moments ago, unseen yet potent. Suddenly, the passive skills unique to his class awoke within him, shimmering invisibly at the edge of perception, waiting for the right moment to strike. Among them was the critical hit, a skill with a razor-thin 1% chance to pierce even the most stubborn defenses, to land a blow that could change the course of battle instantly. Unlike other abilities, it demanded no mana. It could bypass all of Kang's defenses, delivering a devastating strike that no brute force alone could match. Doan's stomach twisted at the cruel odds. 1 in 100 statistically, almost never, yet in his current predicament, that 1 in 100 was all he had. Every calculation led to the same conclusion. To survive, to turn the tables, he had no choice but to unleash punch after punch, chasing that elusive critical hit relentlessly. And so he committed fully, arms pumping tirelessly, each strike a gamble, each swing a plea to fate itself. The delinquents around him laughed, cruel and sharp, mocking the pathetic display. Even Seon Sunbae looked away, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment at the spectacle. But Doan pushed on, certain that persistence would eventually tip the scales. One strike, one perfect critical hit, and everything could change. The counter ticked ever closer to the 100 mark. By the 80th punch, he noticed something subtle. Kang's eyes flickered ever so slightly, a hint of distraction creeping into his focus. Doan's pulse quickened. The skill was teasing the edge of activation. Sehun Kang, utterly confident and barely entertained, continued blocking with precision. Every strike up to the 99th met with unshakable composure, mocking Doan's relentless effort. Then came the 100th punch. Doan summoned every ounce of strength, every shred of determination, and slammed it squarely into Kang's chest, a final desperate gamble. A cold sweat spread across Doan's face. It didn't work. Kang's expression remained unreadable, almost bored, as he leaned slightly and asked, with a faint smirk, what exactly Doan thought he was doing. Doan's mind flashed back to countless games, to the precious randomness of the RNG, the unpredictable force that could grant victory against all odds. That intoxicating thrill of success, he realized, was far harder to capture in real life. The stakes felt heavier, the uncertainty biting deeper. It was that very allure that had driven him at 13, spending English class money on game upgrades, challenging fate for the chance to succeed. Back then, the RNG had denied him, leaving him empty-handed. Every failure a lesson in persistence and despair. Yet the younger Dawan had pressed on, risking it all, because the chance for triumph, even in a cruel system, was worth the gamble. Now in the present, that same despair crashed over him as his 100th punch landed, and still failed to make a dent in Kang. He couldn't understand why. Every calculation, every strike suggested one of them should have hit the critical mark, but the plan had failed. Kang's grip was already tightening around him. With brutal force, Sehun Kang hoisted Dawan by the neck, his body rising into the air before he intended to slam him down, a living demonstration of the consequences of overestimating oneself. Kang's words cut coldly through the air. A truly destructive blow was necessary to claim victory, and then he proved it, delivering that power firsthand onto Dawan 1. Dawan's head collided with a pile of bricks with sickening impact. Pain shot through him, bones rattling, leaving him gasping and battered on the floor. Kang scoffed, dismissing the 100-punch flurry as nothing more than a bluff, a futile display of defiance that couldn't pierce his perfected body. Even if Dawan had employed a real strategy, Kang boasted, it would have been meaningless. He had shed 130 kilos and honed every muscle. The nerd couldn't even leave a scratch. Dawan struggled to speak from the floor, voice hoarse and weak. Summoning what little strength remained, Dawan spat out a confession. Back in middle school, Sehun Kanghyun had been nothing but a fat, foolish jerk. Kang's blank expression prompted Dawan to explain it was typical for bullies to forget their victims, to move on as if the past never existed. Victims, on the other hand, carry the pain etched into memory for life, while the bullies live unburdened, unscathed by the scars they left behind. Kang paused, absorbing the words for a brief moment. Dawan immediately regretted speaking so much, aware of his own vulnerability. He challenged Kang, demanding to know what he was supposed to do now, insisting the bully back off and leave him in peace. Desperation clawed at him. Instinct took over. Dawan launched a series of erratic, instinctive kicks, shouting for Kang to keep his distance, every limb flailing in frantic determination. Kang ignored the pleas entirely. With effortless strength, he grabbed Dawan's foot and hurled him across the room, the nerd crashing into a heap of tables and chairs, furniture splintering under the impact. Standing over him, Kang's gaze was sharp, questioning. Was this still the same pitiful Dawan from years ago? He asked whether Dawan remembered every toy, every small joy from childhood. His tone tinged with a rare mixture of curiosity and disappointment at seeing him reduced to such a state. Suddenly, a man in a crisp suit stepped forward, cutting through the chaos with authority, commanding the nerd to surrender. It was Yunsong Han Sung, the representative of Seo Liangdong. His voice was sharp, declaring the fight a waste of time. One side had already lost the will to continue. Guilt gnawed at Dawan. Relying on a mere 1% chance to win left him feeling ashamed, acutely aware of the slim odds stacked against him. Against this monster, he knew he stood no chance. Yet surrendering was not an option. If he gave up, the other delinquents would descend upon him without mercy. Han Yun-sung's cold tone echoed, stating plainly that the fight was over. Dawan's mind raced, trapped between fear and determination. Despite everything, Dawan slammed his hand into the floor, the sound resonating through the room as he yelled, defiant, that the battle was far from finished. Pushing through the pain, he struggled to rise, every movement labored, every breath ragged. Yet he declared to the room with fierce resolve that he had not given up. Sehun Kang's eyes narrowed, a mixture of annoyance and disbelief flickering across his face. He asked, incredulous, whether Dawan wasn't tired of being beaten over and over. Even in the face of certain defeat, Dawan's refusal to yield astonished Sehun, a stubborn flame burning in the heart of the nerd that refused to die. Broken, battered, and desperate, Dawan began shuffling furiously toward the exit, not to flee but to create a distraction, to pull Kang's attention long enough to find a sliver of hope for escape. The intimidation was so overwhelming that Dawan's mind wandered to far away. Deserted islands, imagining a life where no bullies could ever reach him. The thought brought a fleeting, bittersweet comfort amidst the chaos. He fumbled out a flimsy excuse, more a pretext than a plan, knowing he needed to make a dash for the exit. Without hesitation, he decided this was the moment and launched himself forward, sprinting across the room with every ounce of speed he could muster. In his rush, however, his own jacket betrayed him, slipping from his grasp and tangling around his feet. He stumbled violently, completely losing his balance as panic surged through him. Flailing forward, teetering dangerously close to falling atop his towering opponent, Dawan cursed himself for ever discarding his jacket. The situation teetered on the edge of disaster. Instinct took over as he hit the ground. He thrust the palm of his hand outward to steady himself, and unexpectedly the motion triggered a critical hit that sent Sehun Kang hurtling backward with startling force. The bully smashed hard against the wall, the impact reverberating through the floor as bricks splintered and dust filled the air. Sehun Han slumped to the ground, head bowed, leaving the elevator door behind him dented and groaning from the collision. The other delinquents gaped, unable to comprehend the sight of Kang being launched like a rag doll. Even Sion Sunbei's lips parted in disbelief, her eyes wide as she witnessed Daewon's unexpected surge of power. The gangsters scrambled to rationalize the event, suggesting that Daewon had somehow channeled energy directly into his palm in a precise, controlled strike. They named it the Flame Dragon Emperor's Iron Palm, a legendary technique capable of crushing bones and rupturing organs with terrifying precision. In truth, the system had simply notified Daewon that his palm strike had scored a critical hit, a simple mechanic, yet it manifested with breathtaking effect. Daewon's chest swelled with pride. Landing a critical hit, even from a passive ability he hadn't expected much from, felt like a triumph beyond measure. Just as he began to savor victory, Sehun Kang coughed, the sound rough and strained, before slowly pushing himself upright. Severely injured yet unbroken. Kang's eyes burned with disbelief. How could this nerd have been hiding such formidable strength beneath a facade of weakness? Rising fully to his feet, rage radiating from every fiber of his being, Kang declared in a furious roar that he would obliterate Daewon completely, leaving no room for mercy. All eyes turned to Daewon, noting the tremors rippling through his body from head to toe, fear manifesting in every inch of his frame. Then, unexpectedly, a small, peculiar smile curved Daewon's lips, a gesture so incongruous that it left all the delinquents staring, bewildered by the sheer audacity in his expression. He refused to accept despair as a fair arbiter. The feeling of hopelessness had no right to dictate the outcome, not when he had fought this hard. In his mind, he reasoned that gamers experience this every day. Failure, setback, despair, but they never stopped trying, driven by the belief that persistence could still yield victory. To Daewon, it was better to throw every punch, take every risk, and achieve nothing, than to surrender without even attempting a single decisive action. He recalled a fellow player who had once triumphed solely by trusting the randomness of the game, relying on the RNG to grant a miraculous chance. Seeing another succeed had inspired him deeply. He remembered trying again and again for a rare item, spending every bit of his literature tutor's allowance, refusing to give up despite repeated setbacks. Daewon understood the essence of hope. Despair could always pivot into opportunity. This is why gamers around the world place their faith in RNG, and why he too would not relent. Steeling himself, he readied his full force, preparing to strike Sehun Kang-hyun squarely in the face, channeling every ounce of skill and determination into one decisive punch. He charged forward, a shout tearing from his throat, declaring that this blow would hit directly into the center of his enemy's chest. No hesitation, no mercy. Kang, however, anticipated a repeat of the previous trick. He braced himself, arms rising to protect his chest, eyes narrowing with calculated caution. But he failed to notice the subtle shift. Daewon's punch, cunningly redirected mid-flight, now aimed with deadly precision straight for Kang's face instead. The scene cuts abruptly, drawing an analogy. Deep at the ocean's bottom, a predator lurks, weighing nearly 2,000 kilograms and living at a maximum depth of 6 meters. Roughly 85% of its body is pure muscle. This apex predator, the fearsome great white shark, embodies the lethal precision of nature's strongest hunters. In the water above, two boys play blissfully unaware of the predator lurking nearby, far from the safety of the shore. Text explains that if confronted by a great white shark, a strike to its nose is crucial. It's one vulnerable spot, no matter how powerful. The same principle applies to humans. Even the most trained fighters rarely condition their noses, leaving it a surprising vulnerability. Thus, even a grazing strike aimed at the nose can deliver unexpectedly decisive results. Daewon's punch found its mark, landing squarely in the center of Sehun Kang-hyun's face. He felt the unmistakable surge of a critical hit. The impact staggered the bully backward several steps, shock and pain coursing through his body. Daewon realized he could no longer rely solely on the 1% critical chance. He needed to escalate, to land more decisive strikes, turning strategy into raw action. Blood streamed from Kang-hyun's nose as he screamed in fury, though he still clung stubbornly to consciousness. Consumed by rage, he vowed repeatedly to erase Daewon from existence. In a sudden, daring move, Daewon appeared behind him, wrapping an arm around Kang's neck, taunting him relentlessly. Shouting with controlled ferocity, Daewon declared that it would be Kang, not him, who would fall. He grabbed the bully's nose and intensified the chokehold. Our nerdy hero's voice rang with menace. He would not release Kang until the bully begged for mercy, warning that otherwise, Daewon himself might collapse from exhaustion. Pulled with every ounce of strength and fury, lifting the nose upward, leaving no doubt of his resolve. The other criminals froze, stunned into silence, finally acknowledging Doan's raw strength and cunning. Even Taiyang Sunbei watched in disbelief, witnessing a bizarre yet undeniable display of power from the once nerdy boy. Doan maintained the choke until Kang's defenses crumbled. Tears streamed down the bully's face as he pleaded for surrender, his arrogance stripped away. The moment Kang admitted defeat, Doan released the chokehold, letting the tension drain from the room. The bully collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, bruised and beaten, struggling to regain even a semblance of composure. Exhausted and battered, Doan exhaled, acknowledging that this time he had finally emerged victorious. But behind him, a dangerous distraction appeared, an exposed electronic component teetering over a puddle of water. Before Daehyun could finish his warning, the wire made contact, sparks arcing violently. Sudden short circuit triggered a massive explosion, engulfing the area in flames and smoke, a shocking finale to the confrontation. Startled, Doan froze, eyes wide at the unexpected blast, the roar of fire and chaos shaking the room around him. The explosion ripped through the room, and the other bullies froze in sheer shock, their eyes wide with disbelief at the violent chaos erupting around them. Panic ignited instantly. They scrambled toward the elevator, flailing and shouting, desperate to escape before the fire spread and trapped them inside the smoke-filled space. Memories of the previous police raid at the karaoke bar surged through their minds, reminding them how quickly things could spiral out of control. Now, facing flames licking at the walls and the acrid scent of smoke, the danger was immediate, real, and terrifying. Outside, everyone who had been in the room managed to flee, coughing, sweating, and gasping, their hearts hammering as they reached safety. Doan, who had thought the fire would be his end, let out a long, shuddering breath. Relief flooded through him, the sensation of survival washing over every nerve in his body. But just as his chest began to settle, one of the gang members yelled, "Where's Kaian Sunbei?" A question that sent a fresh wave of worry coursing through the group. Realization struck, she was nowhere to be seen. Anxiety spiked as the other bullies began to imagine the worst, picturing her trapped upstairs alongside Si-hoon Kang. Nearby, District Chief Han Yunsun remained eerily silent, his gaze fixed on a fire hydrant lying abandoned on the ground, his expression unreadable. A surge of indignation propelled Doan forward. How could Sion have stayed behind when the flames had erupted? He felt compelled to rush toward the danger, believing he should act. Even though he barely knew Sion personally, instinct and a sense of duty pushed him upward, toward the source of peril, determined to find her. Memories flickered as he ascended the stairs. Though their acquaintance was shallow that day, had forged countless fleeting moments of shared experience, impressions that refused to be ignored. He recalled her promise clear in his mind. She had asked him to stay by her side throughout the day. That small vow became his guiding beacon as he climbed. Bursting onto the upper floor, he flung open the door and called out, voice strong and urgent, announcing that he had come to rescue her. His eyes immediately caught a man extinguishing the flames with swift efficiency, water and foam dousing the remaining sparks. Realizing the fire was under control, Doan felt a pang of embarrassment. The man turned toward him curious and slightly amused, asking why he had returned. Flustered, Doan stammered, concocting a weak excuse that he had only come back to see if he could head home, cheeks burning with mortification. The man in the suit calmly informed him that the assembly would be postponed due to the fire, a practical decision amidst the chaos. Then came the revelation. The new representative of Boromui was none other than Doan himself. The weight of the news hit him like a tidal wave. He blinked, unable to fully grasp the reality. Becoming part of the Council of Bullies felt like stepping into a dream, or perhaps a bizarre illusion. Sion spoke up, her voice carrying quiet authority, explaining that despite the confusion, it was done for a greater reason. He had effectively neutralized the other bullies. Doan nodded slowly, acknowledging the truth. Had he not assumed the role of representative, the council would have hunted him down. He shuddered at the thought of what might have happened otherwise. Later, they arrived in front of Sion's house. Words of farewell were exchanged, Doan advising her to take care, his voice gentle yet firm. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a plush fish he had won at the arcade, offering it to her with a shy explanation. It seemed like something she had wanted. Confused, Sion asked what it was. Doan explained that he had seen her gazing at the plush toys earlier, assuming her interest. Her eyes widened slightly as she clarified. I wasn't looking at the toys at all. In fact, she had been staring at a wanted criminal poster posted on the window beside them. A detail Doan had completely misread. Doan froze, mortified at his blunder. Yet despite the misunderstanding, Sion thanked him warmly for his actions. Holding the plush fish, she smiled, expressing genuine gratitude for running back into the burning building to ensure her safety. Doan's face flushed crimson, words failing him as he mumbled a barely audible goodnight in response. A system message pinged. He had become a man. In his mind, however, he thought more pragmatically. He had just become a bully, and the mission had finally concluded. Almost immediately, a notification appeared, announcing that he had completed 8 consecutive missions and would receive points for maintaining his streak. Dowen's curiosity sparked all those trials, all the encounters. They had been worth it. He wondered what key or reward awaited him this time. Yet when he saw the actual mission system reward, shock overtook him. The sight left him stunned, unable to form a proper reaction. The next morning, Dowen readied himself for school, returning after a prolonged absence, mind-buzzing from the previous day's events. He resolved to arrive early, intent on completing an important in-game task before anyone else could interfere. Upon entering the school, he gathered wires, monitors, and components, assembling what he dubbed his gamer slave station, a personal command center for his gaming exploits. Knowing the components needed to be installed in his designated classroom, he began scouring the room for the perfect spot. Stepping inside, he froze. Another student was already there, asleep at a desk. The surprise that someone else had arrived even earlier struck him immediately. With all the technology laid out, he made a silent vow to himself. He would build the best gaming setup the school had ever seen. As he began spreading the components across the desk, anxiety pricked him. Had he made too much noise and awakened the other student? A glance at the sleeping student's ID card revealed the name. Yunseong Han Seong. The name tugged at a faint memory, a thread connecting back to the events of yesterday. Suddenly, he recalled Xian's warning. Yunseong Han Seong was the representative of the Seoliangdong district. She had cautioned him that Han Seong was the most dangerous bully across all the districts of Gwanak, a force not to be underestimated. Then Yunseong Han Seong spoke, his voice calm yet edged with menace, assuring Dowen that he had nothing to fear now that he was part of the Council of Bullies. In a sudden, intimidating move, the dangerous bully swept all of Dowen's carefully arranged tech components onto the floor in one swift motion. Han's words carried a threat. It would be trivial to deal with Dowen right then and there. Memories of Taiyang Sunbei's advice echoed in Dowen's mind, warning him not to confront Han directly. He couldn't help but wonder how he had already been thrown into a battle against a district boss so early. Dowen tried to calm the situation, reasoning that as members of the Council of Bullies, they were allies and shouldn't be fighting each other needlessly. Yunseong Han Seong countered sharply, asking why Dowen thought they hadn't eliminated him sooner. When Dowen suggested it was because he had become Borum's leader, Han corrected him, explaining that the Council's rules actually permitted members to clash under certain circumstances. Han leans in, his gaze sharp and deliberate, explaining that creating a hierarchy based on strength isn't just important, it's essential. To him, understanding who holds the power defines everything, from respect to survival in their world. Without hesitation, Han draws his arm back, his muscles tensing. "This is for interfering with Seol Yong," he growls, his voice laced with vengeance, as he launches himself forward with the force of a storm aimed straight at Dowen. Dowen braces himself instinctively, eyes squeezed shut and teeth clenched tight. His body stiffens like a spring under pressure, readying for the imminent blow that could shatter his defenses. But just as Han's fist is about to slam down, he suddenly halts mid-motion. His expression softens, almost mischievous, as he declares, "I'm not really interested in Seol Yong after all." Instead of striking, Han merely shoves Dowen to the ground, a subtle nod signaling a change in tone. "We're on the same side now," he adds, a sly grin forming. "It's better if we work together from here on." He assures Dowen, his voice firm yet surprisingly reassuring, that he'll warn the others. "No one from Seoliang will bother you again." Han promises, giving Dowen a momentary sense of unexpected security. Soon, the routine of the school day resumes. The hallways hum with students filing into classrooms, backpacks swaying, chatter rising and falling as everyone finds their seats. Dowen sinks into his chair, drained and stunned. The chaotic introduction to his first day leaves him rattled, a mixture of exhaustion and disbelief washing over him. Glancing around, he notices that Han isn't even in his class. Confusion flickers across Dowen's face. Why had Han bothered to wait for him here if he wasn't going to be around? Scanning the room, Dowen senses another, subtler disturbance gnawing at him, an unease he can't yet name. Throughout the breaks on his first day of the second year, that sensation only grows stronger, threading through each movement, each glance around the classroom. During the third period break, Dowen watches his classmates scattered across the schoolyard, engaged in games and small talk. For the first time ever, nobody presses him to join, nobody forces him into the usual traps and games. The strangest part? The quiet. A rare, almost surreal calm settles over his class, a stark contrast to the usual chaos that marks the start of a semester. Typically, the first day erupts with noise, with upperclassmen and bullies staking their claim, asserting dominance with loud threats and petty cruelty. Usually gather, pick a vulnerable target, and make that student's life miserable for months, broadcasting fear like a warning to everyone else. The school transforms into a lawless arena, a jungle where only the strongest thrive. Some claw their way to the top, others scramble for personal gain, and survival is the only rule that matters. Yet just as Dawan begins to let himself believe this unusual peace might last, a window shatters violently, a student crashing through it in a sudden explosion of chaos that pierces the calm. Frustrated by the bully's wild, animalistic antics, Doan heads toward the bathroom, hoping the walls and sinks might offer a few moments of clarity away from the madness. As he steps inside, he comes face to face with Jaemin. Their eyes lock instantly, a tense standoff that freezes the air between them. Doan's mind races. He'd completely forgotten they went to the same school. Panic surges as he assumes Jaemin is still furious over the karaoke incident. Bracing for an attack, Doan instinctively raises his hands, ready to defend, but to his surprise, Jaemin doesn't lunge or strike. Instead, Jaemin's expression shifts to something almost gleeful. "Congratulations on becoming the representative of Borum," he says, a spark of excitement lighting his eyes. The bully's enthusiasm only grows when he mentions Doan's friendship with Yunsun. Doan, sensing something odd in Jaemin's behavior, asks him directly about it. Jaemin stammers, offering a flimsy excuse before scurrying toward the door. As he retreats, he calls over his shoulder, asking Doan to put in a good word for him with Yunsun, a request as abrupt as his departure. Back in class, Doan continues to feel the oddity of the situation. Nobody harasses him, nobody pressures him, and the normal rules of bullying seem suspended. It finally dawns on him. Yunsung Han wasn't lying. Han must have truly warned the other students to leave him alone. For the first time, his faint dream of a normal school life seems within reach, almost tangible in the quiet around him. Yet instead of elation, an uneasy feeling settles over him. The relief feels strange, unfamiliar, even a little unsettling. Doan reflects on the missions he'd been given. They seem designed to pit him against bully bosses to force confrontation, yet his sudden acceptance into the bully council makes him wonder if the system has other motives. A creeping suspicion takes hold. Maybe he's just a piece in a much larger game, moved around according to someone else's design. As these thoughts swirl, a girl approaches and asks if he's playing games. Doan assumes she's pitying him for his past struggles, but Oranju quickly explains it's a thank you for his help earlier. Completely surprised, Doan accepts the gift, questioning whether he's still dreaming. Curious, he opens the box and finds a small, live octopus staring up at him, a mix of surprise and confusion on his face. Aaron explains that the octopus is renowned for restoring energy and aiding recovery, remembering how badly hurt he had been that day. Doan chuckles, thanking her and joking that just looking at the octopus makes his heart race. Aaron beams, clearly pleased by his reaction. She leans closer, advising, "Eat it alive, that's the best way to recover your strength." Their conversation is abruptly cut off by a red-haired boy, strange and demanding, insisting that Doan play the game for him. Oranju asks if Doan knows the boy, and he hesitates, acknowledging that he does. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the school's dim photography room, a group of bullies is deep in discussion. One of them remarks that Han Nansung has never collaborated like this with anyone before, curiosity flickering in his eyes. His friend Kim D-jin listens intently. Kim replies confident that Han must have his reasons for the unusual alliance. Han Nansung speaks, explaining that he anticipated Doan would be useful in a physical fight. Yet Doan's actions went beyond simple attack or defense. He had done something more subtle, more telling. Kim speculates that Doan might have acted out of fear or to earn Han's leniency, but Han shakes his head. Doan had clearly been trembling, focused on something very specific, a detail Han had noticed keenly. While Kim dismisses it as mere luck, Han asserts that he saw something unique in Doan during the assembly, something worth paying attention to. MG, an associate from Salem Dong, pipes up, questioning whether that's why Han has chosen to work with him. Han denies it outright, cutting off further questioning. "It's far more entertaining to see for myself what Doan Ha is really capable of," he declares, a spark of intrigue in his eyes. Back in class, a visibly irritated Doan strides toward the red-haired boy. Oranju watches closely, noticing the odd behavior of the newcomer. Doan plants himself firmly in front of the boy. "Get up," he commands, voice steady. "You're interrupting my time with her." Elsewhere, a strong tattooed man frowns, puzzled. Class 3 of the second year has been unusually quiet, far more so than normal. His colleague holds up a card, explaining matter-of-factly that all the peace and silence are the result of just one particular student. The tattooed man couldn't hide his amusement as he noticed Seong-woo. So walking into the same classroom as Doan Ha, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Clearly anticipating the sparks that were bound to fly between the two, he nodded in agreement with Han's assessment, thinking that with Seong-woo in the mix, a notoriously bloodthirsty student, they might witness something truly entertaining unfold. Meanwhile, Doan Ha stepped forward, introducing himself to the red-haired boy. He asked cautiously if the boy had spoken to Yunsung Han, gauging whether any alliances had already formed. Trying to sound braver than he felt, Doan warned Seong-woo, "If you want to survive, you'll have to play the game yourself." His tone carried a mix of defiance and careful caution. He knew that no one from Salem Dong could lay a finger on him, but his eyes narrowed as he realized that Seong-woo hailed from the Bong Xian-dong district, a different territory altogether. Seong-woo's face twisted with anger at the audacity, and he rose to his full height, questioning how Doan could dare speak to him this way. Doan remained calm, his posture unyielding. "If you've got hands and eyes, then play the game yourself," he replied steadily, refusing to be intimidated. Seongwoo sneered, mockingly asking if he should bring this up with Yunseong Han, testing whether Doan might falter under perceived authority. However, Da Yeon froze, noticing the fiery hatred flaring in Seongwoo's eyes, the raw intensity making her pause mid-step. For a moment, Doan felt a chill as Seongwoo's gaze darkened, but before he could react further, the boy snatched Doan's phone right from his hand with lightning speed. Seongwoo explained that he had only wanted the phone because he'd heard Doan was a dedicated gamer. Doan, a bit embarrassed, quickly denied it. Feeling a weight lift off his shoulders, Doan realized he had worried unnecessarily. He even managed to impress Aren a little, which gave him a small, satisfying sense of pride. That fleeting relief vanished as his irritating friend abruptly kicked Aren out of the classroom, leaving Doan completely dumbfounded and speechless. Shortly afterward, the school intercom crackled, announcing the start of the lunch break for all second-year students. Dowan's mind raced with an idea. If he left immediately, he might be able to eat with Aren, since their classrooms were conveniently close to each other. He was mulling over plans to search for the prettiest girl in school when suddenly someone grabbed his arm, halting his thoughts. Turning, he saw the shy boy he had saved at the karaoke bar earlier, attempting to get his attention with a hesitant but earnest expression. Dowan felt a swell of admiration at the timid boy's initiative. Nodding in agreement, the two set off together toward the cafeteria, walking side by side. As they moved down the hallway, they noticed Seongwoo, so striding confidently in the center, the crowd parting in fear around him, a silent testament to his reputation. Just as the red-haired boy prepared to line up for lunch, an unexpected obstacle appeared. A massive, muscular upperclassman leapt in front of him, his imposing frame blocking the path entirely. The older student announced with authority that, as a third year, he had the right to eat before any second-year students, his tone leaving little room for argument. Using his sheer size, he physically blocked the way, casually remarking that the second years wouldn't mind waiting anyway. He then waved to his friends, telling them they could all cut the line since no teachers were around to stop them. Nearby, Doan's eyes widened as he spotted Jihan. "What are you doing here?" he asked. Jihan explained that he was in Class 3 as well, and immediately warned Doan about the danger he had just courted, stressing the need for caution. He emphasized that treating Seongwoo casually was risky, asking if Doan truly understood who he was dealing with. Doan admitted that he had spent the previous year almost entirely immersed in games, and asked why Seongwoo was such a big deal. Jihan began to clarify, explaining that Seongwoo was unlike the usual delinquents. They were unpredictable in their own ways, but Seongwoo had a different kind of discipline. He didn't harm people without cause, and the school's hierarchy meant little to him. Seongwoo operated by his own rules. Jihan added that Seongwoo's temperament was generally calm, and he rarely got angry without reason, giving the impression of a composed and steady student. Yet Jihan was quick to caution that this didn't mean Seongwoo was harmless. In fact, he could change in an instant, triggered by one very specific action, someone cutting in line in front of him. That simple breach of respect could unleash a sudden, explosive rage. A third-year bully nearby scoffed, mockingly asking if Seongwoo would really get angry, just because some seniors ate before him. He followed with an insult, fully aware that he was testing Seongwoo's patience, pushing just enough to provoke a reaction. Seongwoo's eyes darkened, the air around him thickening with an ominous calm as he quietly asked the massive upperclassman if he truly believed he was faster than him. Infuriated by the subtle disrespect, the bully boasted that his hands moved faster than Seongwoo's eyes could track. But before he could swing, Seongwoo So's fist shot forward with precision, connecting solidly with the bully's stomach and sending him reeling. The attack only fueled the bully's rage. He swung wildly at Seongwoo's face, but every strike was effortlessly dodged, as if Seongwoo moved with an almost inhuman grace. He ducked and flowed with the momentum of each attack, seamlessly turning defensive movements into opportunities to strike back. In fact, Seongwoo So seemed to glide through every attack, dodging every single punch without effort, his movements fluid and precise. The senior was left baffled, unable to comprehend how his opponent avoided every blow, not landing a single hit despite his relentless attacks. Suddenly, Seongwoo shouted sharply, demanding an answer to his question, and then unleashed a rapid, unrelenting series of punches that left no room for escape. The students around them froze, watching in stunned silence as the third-year bully crumpled to the ground, utterly defeated. Seongwoo coldly stated that the man had overestimated his speed, his fury clear that someone slower had dared to cut the line before him. Moments later, the defeated student fainted completely, leaving a tense hush over the hallway. From a safe distance, Dowan Ha watched everything unfold, his heart pounding alongside the other terrified students as they witnessed the sheer force and ruthless precision of Seongwoo's retaliation. Dowan and Jihan broke out in a cold sweat, shaken by the display of brutal efficiency and icy detachment. On his way home, Dowan couldn't help but question whether such a violent response was truly warranted for someone cutting in line. He realized he didn't know much about Seongwoo, so beyond vague rumors that he was involved in the athletics club. Dowan made a mental note to tread carefully, aware that Seongwoo's usual calm could erupt into sudden, terrifying anger when provoked. Carrying his octopus home with a mix of joy and disbelief, Dowan resolved to never cut in line whenever Seongwoo was nearby, a simple rule to ensure his own safety. He thought his school year would now proceed smoothly, having learned how to avoid angering the red-haired student, but deep down he sensed that the calm would be fleeting, and that challenges were far from over. Suddenly, the system pinged Dowan Ha with a new mission. He had to chase down Seongwoo So and overtake him, an absurdly tight challenge that made his heart race instantly. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Dowan clenched his fists and muttered under his breath, frustration bubbling over at the ridiculous nature of the task before him. His mind wandered briefly, imagining the inevitable aftermath of the race. Surely it would end in some sort of confrontation, maybe even a fight. Shaking off the thought, he forced his focus on the mission timer. Only 10 minutes remained. There was no room for error. Failure simply wasn't an option. Steeling himself, Dowan resolved to locate Seongwoo So as quickly as possible, letting determination replace his initial frustration. Meanwhile, tucked away in a narrow alley, a nerdy boy with cracked glasses cowered on the ground, desperately pleading for help. "I'm so sorry," the boy stammered. "I was late for my tutoring class. I didn't mean any of this." His words tumbled out, eyes wide with panic. He lay sprawled on the pavement, hands clasped as if to shield himself from the wrath above, insisting over and over that the collision had been entirely unintentional. Seongwoo So loomed over him, expression dark and unyielding. Then, with a chilling calm, he asked a single piercing question. Was this boy faster than him? A tense silence stretched for a few seconds, the air thick with fear. Finally, Seongwoo grabbed his backpack, turned on his heel, and walked away, leaving the boy unharmed but shaken. The boy collapsed, tears streaming down his face, a small trickle of blood from his nose marking the intensity of the encounter. At that moment, Dowan appeared with a tissue in hand, crouching down to offer it gently. "It's not worth crying over," he said reassuringly. Grateful, the boy wiped his face, looking up at Dowan with a mixture of relief and awe. Dowan leaned closer and asked quietly, "Do you want to get revenge on Seongwoo So?" The boy's eyes lit up immediately. "Yes," he said eagerly, then quickly added, "but I'm too weak to do anything about it." Noticing that only 2 minutes remained on his mission timer, Dowan nodded knowingly. "I understand exactly how that feels," he said softly. "I used to be weak too," he added, memories of past helplessness flickering in his mind. As he comforted the boy, a renewed sense of determination surged through Dowan. "Don't be afraid anymore," he promised. "From today onward, Seongwoo So won't be able to bully people like this again." Gripping the keychain tightly, a wave of nausea washed over him, but he pushed it aside, resolute in his decision to confront Seongwoo So. Before he could act, a flash of memory struck him 6 days ago, the night he had said goodnight to Seon, pondering the mission that had set him on this path and the secret reward awaiting him for completing 8 missions in a row. As part of that reward, a mysterious keychain had appeared before him, its purpose unclear but intriguing. At first, he had found the prize strange, wondering why so many keys kept appearing for him. Examining them closely, he realized he had earned 4 bronze keys and a single gold key for his consecutive mission completions. He considered using the gold key immediately, but the system warned that all keys had to be activated simultaneously. Once the first was used, the others would vanish. Even without the warning, Dowan would have instinctively used them all together, knowing the strategy behind such an activation. Unlike the gold key, which granted random skills, this particular item allowed him to select a single attribute to permanently boost, based on the next boss he would face. Though the temptation to use it immediately burned inside him, he chose to save it for a more critical moment. He had planned to wait for the next mission to appear naturally, but the dwindling 2-minute timer left him no choice. Dowan asked the boy if he knew any weaknesses Seongwoo So might have, only to be told that the red-haired student had none. Leaving the alley, Dowan broke into a run to complete his mission, only halting at a corner when his chest burned, and his heart felt as though it might burst. Realizing that time was slipping away, he decided to use the keys where no one could witness his actions. He began with the gold key, hoping for something powerful, and unlocked a low mana cost skill that struck precisely at an opponent's blind spot. Grin spread across his face as he realized he could use the skill multiple times, though his mana remained limited. To remedy this, he used one of the bronze keys to increase his mana points. Instantly, his mana rose by 100 points, fully unlocking his capacity. Now faced with a decision on which key to use next, he paused, weighing which attribute would provide the most advantage. Knowing that Seongwoo So was a former track team member with a speed-based combat style, Dowan wisely chose to invest the remaining keys into boosting his own speed. The decision felt natural. Speed would be essential in overtaking and confronting his opponent. Suddenly, a bus roared past as a girl dashed after it. her long hair streaming behind her. She collided lightly with someone in her rush, murmuring an apology before continuing her desperate chase. It turned out she had bumped into Seong-woo So, and boarding the bus offered her a brief sense of relief. She thought she was finally safe. But before the doors could close, the bully appeared behind her, his sinister gaze locking onto her with unmistakable intent. Just as Seong-woo reached to pull her off the bus, Do In-ha intervened, grabbing him back and creating a tense standoff. At that exact moment, the system notified him that his chase mission had been successfully completed, a small sense of accomplishment washing over him. He felt satisfaction at finally seeing it through, but then noticed Seong-woo So's twisted expression. Concerned, he asked if the red-haired student had accepted the girl's apology. Almost immediately, a new chain mission notification appeared, flashing urgently in front of him. The first stage of the mission was clear: defeat the bully monster, Seong-woo So himself. A daunting thought that made Dawan's pulse quicken. Accepting that a fight was inevitable, he activated one of his newly acquired skills, blue lightning crackling and dancing across his body as he braced for combat. With a focused burst, he launched a punch from his blind spot skill, striking Seong-woo So cleanly and landing an effective hit that caught the red-haired student off guard. Dawan knew in that moment that offense was the best form of defense. By taking the initiative, he aimed to control the battle from the very first strike. The instant Dawan's blind spot punch landed, the red-haired Seong-woo So groaned, pain flickering across his features, though it quickly hardened into burning rage. His expression twisted instantly, eyes flashing crimson as he unleashed a string of curses, directed squarely at Do In-ha, his voice sharp and filled with venom. Feeling the weight of Seong-woo's fury, Dawan's survival instincts kicked in, and he bolted forward, legs pumping as if fleeing for his life. His plan was simple: retreat, regroup, and then strike again with unpredictable surprise attacks aimed at exploiting Seong-woo's blind spots. But within moments, Seong-woo closed the distance, his long stride eating up the space between them, hand reaching toward Dawan's backpack with alarming speed. Before Dawan could react, Seong-woo yanked the backpack strap, wrenching it from his grasp and hurling it violently to the ground. Dawan's eyes widened. How could Seong-woo move so fast even after absorbing a direct hit? A realization struck him. The blind spot punch must cost less mana because it inflicted reduced damage. Before Seong-woo could even taunt or question Dawan's speed, the young gamer struck again. Dawan unleashed a flurry of rapid surprise hits, each one testing Seong-woo's reflexes and focus. Amid the chaos, he taunted, shouting that he was faster than the red-haired bully, his voice daring Seong-woo to keep up. Watching Seong-woo cough and stagger briefly after the combo, Dawan wondered if the usually calm bully simply disliked being drawn into prolonged fights. Seong-woo, removing his own backpack, declared with grim satisfaction that Do In-ha had truly managed to provoke him, his calm shattered by the audacity of the attack. Dawan's eyes flicked to the backpack as it hit the ground with a heavy thud, sinking into the pavement. He suspected it was loaded with rocks, adding weight and menace. Stunned by the discovery, Dawan braced himself as Seong-woo surged forward, a deadly grin cutting across his face, quickly activating another blind spot skill. Dawan swung, but this time, Seong-woo's perfectly timed dodge left him momentarily off balance. With precision, Seong-woo demanded that Dawan repeat his taunt, punishing him with several brutal punches that landed squarely on his face. The sudden assault left Dawan reeling, crimson staining his nose as shock washed over him. He tried to launch his skill again, only for Seong-woo to evade effortlessly, revealing a speed far beyond before. In that moment, Dawan realized the heavy backpack had been restraining Seong-woo's agility and pace. With a dark, menacing glare, Seong-woo dared him. Repeat that taunt if you've got the guts. A heartbeat later, Dawan took a full-force punch to his chest, sent hurtling across the ground, bouncing helplessly before finally coming to a stop. After the brutal hit, he understood just how much faster and more dangerous Seong-woo So had become. He pondered how many times Seong-woo had used his skill and considered countering with the Falcon's drop, a technique requiring perfect timing. Dodging such a potent move would be difficult, and Dawan feared he might exhaust his mana before gaining the advantage. A surge of anxiety hit him. How could he contend with an opponent so fast, armed with skill, when he himself lacked basic combat knowledge? Seong-woo's shadow loomed over him, voice cutting through his panic. Would you rather end up in a coma or paralyzed? Hearing those words, Dawan's teeth clenched. The danger of his enemy became chillingly clear. Despite uncertainty, he resolved to reject both grim options, choosing instead to face the challenge on his own terms. Once again, he unleashed a trio of blind spot strikes in rapid succession, but Seong-woo dodged each one effortlessly, his movements fluid and unyielding. Moving with controlled precision, Seong-woo warned that such tricks and punches would no longer work on him. Yet Dawan wasn't finished. With careful timing, he tricked Seong-woo, managing to land a sudden, unexpected strike. His backhand connected cleanly with Seong-woo's cheek, the force enough to startle the red-haired bully. Seizing the moment, Dawan taunted, Pointing out the irony, he had just landed a hit right after Seongwoo claimed nothing could touch him. He added that it hadn't even been a particularly fast strike, yet it still found its mark on Seongwoo, so, drawing from his experience in fighting games, Daewon relied on a fundamental principle of combat. Timing and placement often outweigh sheer speed. A slow, well-placed strike amidst a flurry of fast attacks could land a decisive blow, and a strong hit among smaller strikes could turn the tide. He executed what gamers call a feint, a deceptive move that perfectly exploited his opponent's expectations. After all, every ounce of his combat knowledge stemmed from games where observation and strategy trumped brute strength. He had to take that calculated risk, and it paid off. Unlocking his attributes confirmed one truth: he couldn't hope to outrun Seongwoo in pure speed. This was why he had invested all points into attack rather than speed, turning his hands into blunt, devastating weapons with an attack power of 31. By treating the confrontation like a game, Daewon felt that victory was finally within reach, a strategy unfolding in real time. While he might falter in other areas of life, in games he had never lost, and he brought that confidence to the battlefield before him. Approaching the fight with this mindset, he knew the first step was analyzing Seongwoo So's attack patterns and movements, anticipating every strike. He attempted another blind spot strike based on Seongwoo's style, but it missed, teaching him more about timing and distance. Still, it wasn't a total failure. He realized Seongwoo tended to throw a fast punch immediately after dodging, a predictable rhythm he could exploit. His immediate priority became defense, avoiding any direct hits to his face while searching for openings to retaliate. He scanned for a counter, but unexpectedly, Seongwoo unleashed a kick instead, throwing off Daewon's calculations. The strike connected squarely with his face, sending him flying across the floor. A harsh lesson in the bully's unpredictable versatility. He slammed onto the ground, sliding before managing to regain his footing, determination flickering anew in his eyes. Seongwoo So's voice rang out, resolute and unyielding. "Daewon Ha, you'll never beat me." At that moment, Daewon Ha recalled his days on the track team. Remembering the kicks and strikes he had learned long ago, his muscles tensed with renewed focus, knowing that his athletic training could make all the difference in this fight. A chilling thought crossed his mind. If Seongwoo So's blow had connected with his head rather than his forehead, he might have been knocked unconscious instantly. Determined not to drag the battle out any longer than necessary, Daewon resolved to end the fight swiftly, aware that every second risked further injury. He launched a rapid, relentless assault, reading Seongwoo's dodges and adjusting his strikes until he landed a hit that should have struck the bully's stomach with full force. However, Seongwoo reacted just in time, catching Daewon's arm and absorbing the impact, preventing the punch from delivering maximum damage. With Daewon's hand trapped, Seongwoo So followed up instantly with a vicious upward kick aimed at his chin. Strike exploded with power. Blood spurted from Daewon's mouth, and he nearly blacked out from the sheer force of the impact. Mocking Daewon's attempts at clever attacks, Seongwoo delivered a brutal punch to his face, leaving him reeling. He didn't stop there. Another kick sent Daewon sprawling across the ground, the bully sneering as he declared that none of Daewon's tricks would ever succeed. Eyes blazing with hatred, Seongwoo So warned him coldly. There was no turning back now. Daewon lay on the ground, coughing violently, the force of the blows leaving him weakened and vulnerable. The kick to his chin had been so devastating that moving felt nearly impossible, each muscle screaming in protest. Crawling across the floor, Daewon realized he had to act immediately if he wanted to survive this encounter. Desperation fueling him, he opened his skills window, scanning frantically for any ability that could turn the tide against Seongwoo So. Noted that his health was perilously low, and that his attributes would only recover if he paused to rest, a luxury he couldn't afford. Thinking fast about how best to use his remaining points, he realized he only had one blind spot strike left. As he read the skill's description, something clicked. He froze, eyes widening as understanding struck him. Looking up, he saw Seongwoo preparing a kick that resembled a soccer strike, the timing creating the perfect opening. Seizing the moment, Daewon activated his blind spot skill and swept Seongwoo So's leg out from under him. The strike landed directly on Seongwoo's heel, eliciting a sharp cry of pain from the red-haired bully. The instant the hit connected, Daewon smiled, a surge of triumph flooding through him. He realized that unlike the hawk strike, which required precise targeting of the head, the blind spot skill was effective anywhere on the opponent's body. Until now, he had been using the ability with only his fingertips, attempting to land delicate strikes on Seongwoo. Finally, Daewon understood that the skill wasn't restricted to just his hand, opening up the possibility of a much more impactful attack. Recognizing this as his only chance to leverage the ability effectively, he knew it was also his best shot at securing victory. Daewon quickly devised a precise strategy to make it count. He lunged forward, yanking Seongwoo's hood down over his eyes to momentarily block his vision. And in that split second, he launched the first punch. Unfortunately, Seongwoo had anticipated the maneuver, twisting Daewon aside with flawless reflexes. Spinning with agility, Seongwoo delivered a powerful kick that sent Daewon crashing to the ground in a humiliating heap. Injured and gasping, Doan watched helplessly as Seongwoo picked up a heavy object, dragging it across the ground until he had a firm grip. Wielding it with intent, Seongwoo remarked casually that he probably should have used it earlier. His thoughts drifted to his track team days, the pressure to be the fastest weighing heavily on him even back then. For Seongwoo, the method didn't matter, only finishing first. He remembered the crushing disappointment of second place, and the punishments from his father whenever he failed to win. A narcissist who had never lost in his own youth, Seongwoo's father could not tolerate a son who fell short. After an accident left his father paralyzed and confined to a wheelchair, the dynamic changed but expectations remained. From then on, Seongwoo was told he had to finish what his father could no longer accomplish. Driven by desperation to meet these impossible standards, Seongwoo trained relentlessly every single day. He ran until he vomited, his backpack weighted with sand to make every stride more punishing. Yet no matter how grueling the effort, his position never changed. Second place became a recurring nightmare. The glory of first always just out of reach. Even when thoughts of giving up crept in, his father's harsh, disappointed words haunted him, driving him forward. In a moment of complete frustration, Seongwoo devised a new solution. Late one night, he called the track team's top runner, requesting a private meeting. When the unsuspecting boy arrived, Seongwoo struck him in the face with a tournament trophy. From that point on, he decided anyone faster or better than him would be eliminated. By removing all competition through force, he believed he could finally claim the title of the fastest. Back in the present, Seongwoo held the heavy object aloft, warning Do-eun-ha that he had previously put someone in a coma. As a consequence, he had been expelled from the track team and abandoned by his father, blaming all his misfortunes on him. He added that he had escaped punishment only due to the adolescent protection law, a loophole that had allowed him to continue his path unchecked. Do-eun raised the brick high above his head, his muscles coiled with intent, ready to crush Seongwoo in one decisive strike. But just as the weight of the moment pressed down, the sharp pop of a flask opening echoed, slicing through the tension like a knife. Calmly, with unwavering focus, Do-eun reminded himself that in battle, the clever use of items often outweighs sheer strength. Without missing a beat, Do-eun hurled the octopus straight at Seongwoo's head, the slippery creature twisting mid-air. Seongwoo froze, eyes wide in shock. The octopus had been hiding in Do-eun's hood since he grabbed it on the bus. He had assumed it had fallen out somewhere along the way, yet here it was, wriggling in Do-eun's hands, alive and ready to act. Seongwoo, completely unprepared for such an absurd tactic, instinctively flung the octopus as far as he could, desperation in every motion. In that instant, thick black ink began oozing down his hair and face, the octopus's natural defense turning the tables instantly. Panic overtook Seongwoo. He dropped the brick mid-swing, frantically clawing at his face as the ink blurred his vision. Do-eun explained, almost with a smirk, that an octopus releases ink when squeezed, and now Seongwoo's eyes were effectively blinded. With his mana nearly depleted, Do-eun realized he had just enough for a single blind strike, but it had to count. He needed to end this fight decisively. A plan forming in an instant, Do-eun charged at the now blinded Seongwoo, muscles tensed, eyes locked on his target. Seongwoo screamed in frustration, "I can't see anything." His voice cracked as panic took hold. Seizing the moment, Do-eun launched a powerful downward punch, connecting squarely with Seongwoo's head. In that split second, his mind flashed to Eren, silently thanking the friend whose gift had saved his life. With a precise headbutt infused with his special skill, he dedicated the strike to Eren, letting his gratitude fuel his strength. The impact sent Seongwoo, red hair flying, hurtling through the air like a rag doll. He crashed heavily onto the ground, vision still smeared with black ink, a thin trickle of blood seeping from his mouth. Proudly, Do-eun straightened, brushing off dust and grit, muttering that appearances were deceiving. He was stronger than anyone might have guessed. A system notification pinged, confirming the mission's success. Seongwoo had been defeated. As a reward, Do-eun received another set of keys, glimmering with possibility. He blinked in surprise, realizing the battle had been more grueling than any he had faced so far. But just as he was about to voice his relief, an odd sensation coursed through him, prickling from head to toe. His legs wobbled uncontrollably. He realized he could no longer stand, suspecting that his dangerously low health was catching up with him. Quickly checking his status, he noticed his health points steadily ticking downward, a silent warning flashing in front of him. Memories of collapsing in the karaoke bar from weakened health flashed uncomfortably in his mind, and fear gripped him. What if he passed out now, right in front of Seongwoo, who could awaken at any moment? Frantically searching for an escape from this suffocating predicament, Do-eun pulled up his game attribute screen. With practiced speed, he used a golden key to restore 500 health points, feeling the surge of vitality course through him. Relief washed over him as he sank to the ground, letting out a long breath, finally feeling a moment of safety. Deciding not to waste time, Do-eun used all his remaining keys, including another golden key, unleashing their full potential at once. The system alerted him immediately. A new class and skill had been unlocked, shimmering on the interface with promise. The new skill demanded 200 mana points but promised a series of massive, devastating attacks in return. Finally, he regained the multi-punch skill he had lost earlier, though he noted with a frown that the mana cost was steep. Resolutely, he decided to use his remaining keys to boost his mana, ensuring he could wield the skill effectively. Turning his gaze to the octopus, Doan whispered his thanks. Without the tiny creature's timely intervention, he would have been eliminated. He named it Fofucho, honoring it as a gift from Aaron, and vowing to care for it. But in a sudden, cruel twist, a stray cat lunged, snatching the small sea creature in its mouth. Dowan's heart sank, shock rendering him momentarily speechless before he tore after the cat without hesitation. Tears streamed down his face, fury igniting in his chest as he cried out desperately, Fofucho, his new pet and unexpected savior. Hours later, battered and bruised from the relentless chase, Dowan's body bore the scars of his determination. Clutching a photo of the octopus, he muttered a silent apology to Aaron, regretting that he hadn't saved Fofucho in time. At that precise moment, his phone rang, his mother checking in about his first day of school. When Dowan admitted he had almost died, she responded with surprising casualness, saying she dealt with similar situations all the time. Acknowledging her busy schedule filled with business trips, he asked where she was currently located. She explained she was living in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland at the moment. Confused, Dowan hesitated, and she clarified lightly, "It's just the UK. Are you eating well?" Before ending the call, she reminded him not to forget his father's death anniversary. She explained that her schedule was too hectic to visit the grave herself and asked Dowan to go in her place. With that, she hastily said goodbye, leaving Dowan to digest the conversation. After the call, Dowan Bangshan's eyes lingered on an old family photo from his childhood, memories washing over him in quiet waves. He stared at the picture and a framed keepsake for a long moment before deciding to grab something to eat, his mind wandering irresistibly to thoughts of fried octopus. In a dim, abandoned building far from prying eyes, two figures huddled in a tense conversation, their expressions sharp and serious under the flickering light. One of them delivered the news. Seongwoo had been soundly defeated by Doan Ha, the representative of Boramai Dong. The man gripping a tool leaned forward, seeking confirmation. His subordinate nodded firmly, adding that Ji Baekchang, the second-year representative of Bangshandong, had instructed them to keep this matter strictly confidential. Seongwoo sat tied to a chair, his body rigid with anger and humiliation as his superior reminded him that if the Bangshan representative learned they had been beaten by Boramae, consequences would be severe. Baekchang gave the chair a vicious kick, sliding Seongwoo across the room, and roared in frustration that weaklings who ruin everything sparked his fury. He chastised Seongwoo, recalling that they had promised to protect him after his father's death, yet he had repaid their loyalty with foolishness. Noticing an open backpack brimming with sandbags, Baekchang sneered, asking if Seongwoo still clung to his track memories or his father's death, declaring his hatred for such obsessive attachments. Turning to his subordinate, Il Seok, Ji Baekchang commanded that he would handle the matter personally and ordered him to bring Dowan Ha, the Boramai Dong representative, into the situation. Next morning at school, Dowan's friend Jaehan remarked that the red-haired bully hadn't shown up for class, a rare absence. Jaehan found this unusual. The bully was never one to miss a day, prompting Dowan to suspect that their recent confrontation might be the cause. Dowan silently thought it might be even better if the bully never returned, a flicker of hope crossing his mind. He imagined that with Seongwoo defeated, perhaps he could finally enjoy a peaceful, uneventful school life. His contemplation was abruptly shattered when a student burst into the classroom, shouting Dowan Ha's name with panic in their voice. The frantic student explained that strange men had entered the school demanding to know what Dowan had done to draw their attention. Before Dowan could respond, another group appeared at the doorway, announcing triumphantly that they had found him. Several imposing bullies marched into the room, asking if this was Class 3 of the second year. Before any reply could be offered, one thug struck the student across the face. Dowan froze, sweat beading on his forehead, as a towering bald man stepped forward, introducing himself and greeting Dowan Ha as Sunbae. Hearing the name Sunbae, Dowan assumed the man was affiliated with the school's bully club. The bald man's smile was chilling as he told Dowan that he needed to come with them to Bongshin. Instinctively, Dowan refused, knowing that acquiescing could lead to his elimination. Bald Thug insisted they would take him by force, but paused with a question first. He asked whether Dowan could handle the 10 bullies currently blocking the classroom. Dowan realized fighting 10 men alone was impossible, panic creeping in as he desperately searched for an escape route. Suddenly, another figure entered, commanding the thugs to redirect their attention. It was Yunseong Han-sung, demanding to know what the Bongshin thugs were doing in his district and at his school. The bald man's eyes narrowed. Yunseong Han-sung's sudden presence was clearly unexpected. A student council member stepped forward, mocking Han-sung angrily. But before a word could be fully spoken, Han-sung delivered a precise kick to his face. The council member collapsed, legs shattered, screaming in agony, while Dawan could only stare, stunned by the display of power. Han Sung proclaimed that if they wished to take on the nerd, they would need to answer a question first. He asked if the 10 bullies believed they could defeat him alone. Dawan was struck speechless, doubting anyone could withstand such a force with a single blow. Furious, another council member charged. But Han Sung's fist met his face before he could get close. The attacker reeled back, face bruised, while Yunsong Han Sung maintained a composed, serious demeanor. A stocky thug attempted a sneak attack from behind, hoisting a chair to strike Han Sung unexpectedly. He slammed it down with a yell, but Han Sung deftly dodged, preparing a punishing strike aimed at the man's neck. The moment Han Sung's elbow connected, the chubby thug was launched across the classroom. He collided with the wall violently, breaking through it with sheer force. Witnessing this, another gang member's resolve crumbled. Fear overtook him, and he begged Han Sung not to advance further. Meanwhile, a separate thug warned Han Sung to halt if he hoped to leave alive. 2 underlings then charged simultaneously, shouting that they had the white-haired man cornered. One of them laughed arrogantly, certain of victory. Han Sung executed a jaw-dropping dodge, flipping upside down to balance on his hands atop a table, readying a kick. With one precise, powerful strike, both enemies were knocked unconscious, heads hitting the floor instantly. Han Sung glanced at the fallen thugs, muttering that this was proving to be a significant problem. Bald Man's annoyance grew as his subordinates were dispatched one after another. Seeing this, Han Sung commanded the remaining group to attack him all at once, and they obeyed without hesitation. Moving with blinding speed, Yunsong Han Sung dismantled the entire group in moments, hurling them across the classroom and crashing them into desks and chairs. Dawan Ha and Jihan gawked in disbelief, finally realizing that Han Sung was the most dangerous among the council's bullies. He had just taken down 9 men simultaneously, each strike precise and devastating. Only one remained standing, Ji Baekchang, who squared off, adopting a fierce fighting stance, eyes glinting with determination. Yunsong Han Sung recognized that only Ji Baekchang remained standing and charged forward with lightning speed, aiming a precise punch straight at Baekchang's chin. But at the very last second, Han Sung halted his fist just inches from connecting, a calculated restraint in his movements. Turning his attention to the Seolongdong council members, he issued a sharp command for them to clean up the chaos that had erupted in the classroom. Without looking back at his opponent, Yunsong Han Sung began walking away, instructing Baekchang to ensure the room was restored to order. Bald Man's face twisted in fury as he called out, questioning whether Han Sung truly believed he could leave without consequences, warning that the Bongshin district would not forgive such defiance. Ignoring the threat entirely, Han Sung paused briefly to call out to Dawan Ha. He invited Doan to meet him in the cafeteria during the next break, offering a brief moment of respite. As they walked side by side, Doan thanked Yunzong for his intervention in the classroom, relief and gratitude evident in his expression, feeling reassured to have such a powerful ally. That calm was short-lived, however, as Han Sung leaned close, whispering in Doan's ear, probing his true motives as a member of the Bully Council. He also questioned why Doan had confronted Seongwoo So from Bongshin, his curiosity sharp and unyielding. Carefully weighing his words, Doan realized that a convincing answer here could prevent any further interrogation from Han Sung. He chose to feign a darker persona, claiming to be a self-styled bully hunter, though he immediately regretted the exaggeration, remembering that Han Sung was himself a notorious bully and hoping he hadn't offended him. Noticing a subtle, unreadable reaction from Han Sung, Doan briefly considered whether he should kneel in respect. Instead, Han Sung let out an unexpected laugh, admitting that Doan's comment was amusing. As the elite council member walked away, he casually wished Doan good luck, leaving him both relieved and impressed. From that day forward, Doan Harshan remained wary of Bongshin Dong's goons, ever conscious that trouble could appear at any moment. Fortunately, no further incidents arose, allowing him a sense of security. With no pressing schoolwork, he spent his days at an internet cafe, immersed in online games. He overheard gamers discussing the seriousness of investing time and money into their skills, prompting him to reflect on his own past gaming habits. He had once spent money to enhance his gaming abilities too, and nostalgia swept over him as he watched the other boys leave the cafe, emotions tugging at his heart. Suddenly, a tray of noodles appeared before him, carried by a surprisingly familiar figure. Dowan's eyes widened. It was Rin-ju, the girl he had been secretly fond of, now standing before him as the cafe's server. He asked if she worked there, and she explained that she was merely helping her father out occasionally. The realization that the girl he admired was the owner's daughter sparked a surge of excitement in Doan. Yet seeing his reaction, Rin misinterpreted it, thinking he was only after free food. Meanwhile, a crowd gathered around a particularly skilled gamer's computer, buzzing with excitement and conversation. The other nerds discussed punishing a player in-game, a concept that struck Dowan as peculiar. Soon, a few younger kids arrived, requesting to borrow avatars only to be ridiculed by the older players. As Rin-ju moved through her shift, she thanked customers warmly and wished them a good day. Carrying a tray, she noticed a boy with a despondent expression explaining that someone had stolen all of his character's items. Concerned, she asked what had happened, and the boy recounted that everything was taken while he was in the bathroom. Seeing the worry etched on Arin's face, Dowan spoke up, revealing that he had witnessed the older players committing the theft. Arin inquired if he had seen the entire incident, and Dowan confirmed he had, though he admitted he didn't fully understand it at the time. Hearing this, the young gamer spun around, desperation and hope shining in his eyes as he begged for Dowan's help. Tears streaming down his face, the boy implored Dowan Ha to recover his stolen items, his sobs filling the cafe. The moment Dowan heard the plea, a system mission popped up on his screen, just as he had anticipated. The objective: defeat the thieves who had stolen from the child, with a key promised as the reward. Dowan's eyes widened. He realized he would need to take on 4 thieves, not just one. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he assessed the impossibility of facing 4 opponents alone, knowing Han's strength far exceeded his own. Before he could even contemplate refusal, the system flashed a notice. The secret mission included an additional hidden bonus. Outside the internet cafe, the 4 thieves were already displaying the stolen items for sale, chatting casually about drinks once they profited. Just then, Dowan Ha launched a blind spot attack, striking one thief squarely in the head, sending him sprawling. As the man collapsed, Dowan explained his motivation, emphasizing that as a fellow gamer, he couldn't stand by while injustice occurred. Simultaneously, the system revealed the secret reward: a date with Aaron Ju. Eyes sparkling with excitement, Dowan called out to the remaining thieves, challenging them to a fight. A brief flashback flickered in his mind. The gamer boy, Aaron, and another child pleading desperately for help, while Dowan stared at the promise of the secret reward on his screen. Returning to the present, he gently placed a hand on the child's head, urging him to continue playing and to wait patiently. Striking a heroic pose, Dowan Ha declared that he would complete the mission before the boy's meal had a chance to grow cold. Having seen his surprise attack on the first thief succeed, he boldly challenged the rest, ready for the fight that lay ahead. Confident and resolute, Dowan confronted the remaining thieves, his presence radiating determination and authority. Dowan Ha leveled a fierce glare at the remaining thieves, his voice cutting through the alley as he threatened them, warning that if they didn't step up and face him, he would hunt them down himself. Inside, however, Dowan's mind raced in confusion, unsure how to proceed now that one of the criminals had already been dispatched. Surprise deepened when he saw the very thug he had struck earlier, struggling to rise back onto his feet, seemingly undeterred. The angry delinquent demanded an explanation, growling about what had just happened, while Dowan questioned whether his initial strike had even fazed the man. The other thieves quickly took note that their opponent was just a student, commenting in disbelief that they had never seen a kid interfere in their criminal affairs like this before. Realizing that his sneak attack and bold threats hadn't intimidated them as planned, Dowan didn't hesitate. He bolted, sprinting for cover. Delinquents gave chase, shouting that he wouldn't escape so easily, their voices echoing through the narrow alleyway. They laughed when Dowan appeared to reach a dead-end alley, confident they had him trapped with no way out. Yet when the first criminal arrived, he found the alley empty, Dowan nowhere to be seen. As the others reached the spot, confusion spread among them. Certain that it was a dead end, they nonetheless couldn't find him anywhere. Soon, their attention shifted to a nearby trash can, and laughter erupted as they assumed he must be hiding inside it. Mocking him, they pretended to search, claiming they couldn't see him at all. One of them taunted Dowan further, threatening that dinner tonight would be roast chicken, and he'd be the main course. But Dowan wasn't in the trash can. Instead, he perched high on a ledge above the group, muscles coiled, ready to strike from above. As one delinquent glanced upward, Dowan dropped like a hawk, delivering a devastating falcon kick directly to his face. The thug crumpled to the ground, defeated instantly, the trash can beneath him crushing under his weight. At that precise moment, a system notification confirmed that the first thief had been neutralized. Relief washed over Dowan, a surge of satisfaction hitting him as he realized he had successfully taken down one of the criminals. The remaining thugs stared in shock, fear etched into their faces as they questioned whether he was truly just a student. They demanded to know his identity, but Dowan simply struck a cocky pose, letting them stew in fear over his earlier kick. To intimidate them further, he warned that if they knew who he really was, they would regret ever crossing him. Then, dropping his trump card, Dowan boldly declared himself the bully representative of Boromai Dong. His tactic, however, fell flat. The delinquent scoffed, dismissing the idea that any bully council even existed. Before one of them could retaliate, Dowan executed a precise blind spot strike, connecting with the man's neck with brutal accuracy. The blow winded the thug instantly, sending him into uncontrollable fits of coughing. Dowan couldn't help but think that compared to Seong-woo, this criminal moved at a turtle's pace. Seeing the fear reflected in their eyes, he knew he only needed to advance slowly, keeping them on edge and hesitant. The remaining thugs tried to bolster each other's courage, insisting there was no reason to fear since the nerd stood alone. Two of them moved to flank him simultaneously, attempting to corner Dowan from either side. Dowan scoffed, remarking that in games, numbers don't matter, and struck both opponents at the same time. Confident and composed, he realized that landing blows on both simultaneously had been surprisingly effortless. He also noted the 4 remaining delinquents were remarkably inept in combat, which only simplified his task further. Despite his success, Doan remained cautious, aware that without his skills, he was still vulnerable. He understood the importance of maintaining pressure, keeping the delinquents intimidated a bit longer. One of the remaining thieves hatched a plan, suggesting that all 3 should rush him together to encircle him. As they counted down to attack, Doan interrupted, asking if they knew the most effective way to deal with weak enemies. The criminals looked puzzled, and Doan explained with a sly grin that it was simple. You gather them together and attack all at once. After baiting them into surrounding him, Doan unleashed his multi-strike destruction technique. With a rapid sequence of powerful punches, he took down each target one by one, precision in every strike. As his enemies collapsed simultaneously, Doan remained standing, only slightly fatigued from the exertion. The sensation in his body mirrored the thrill he felt when he had defeated Seongwoo, adrenaline coursing through him. Each takedown brought the same rush he experienced in gaming, the intoxicating sense of victory over a worthy target. Yet a dangerous shiver ran down his spine as he feared the thrill might be eroding his humanity. One of the fallen criminals, now battered and toothless, begged Doan for mercy, tears mixing with blood and dirt. He swore to return everything he had stolen and promised to abandon his criminal ways. Seeing this, Doan felt a pang of guilt and instructed him to ensure every single stolen item was returned. In that moment, Doan reminded himself not to discard his own humanity. He was not a bully like the others. Retrieving his jacket, he declared that the last thief could not be spared, as his mission was still incomplete. Realizing one enemy remained, Doan sprinted forward, launching a flying kick to finish the mission and claim his reward. His double-footed kick struck the delinquent squarely, and a red spray, resembling ketchup, spurted from the thief's nose. As the final enemy collapsed, the system confirmed that all thieves had been successfully taken down. Mission to take down all 4 thieves was finally complete, leaving Doan Ha standing victorious, chest heaving with adrenaline. As the black key reward materialized before him, excitement surged through him, a grin spreading across his face. But his anticipation skyrocketed even higher when the system revealed the secret reward, a date with Ah Rin-ju. Later, the 4 thieves returned to the internet cafe, humbled and kneeling, solemnly promising the boy they had robbed that they would never steal again. The child forgave them, and the delinquents vowed to change their ways, remorse evident in their posture and tone. Doan Ha sternly warned them that if he ever caught them stealing again, he wouldn't hesitate to crush them, and they quickly agreed, nodding in fear. At that moment, a voice called out, Min Kyu Kyung, attempting to reach one of the thieves who didn't respond. Ah Rin-ju thanked Doan, explaining that they had been struggling with thieves, and he promised to always assist her whenever needed. She asked him to wait while she fetched more food, assuring him she'd be as quick as possible, causing Doan to practically vibrate with excitement. As he imagined spending time with Ah Rin, he recalled a teasing comment she had made about her tight clothes, which sent his excitement soaring even higher. Suddenly, his mind drifted back to a memory. A little girl had fallen in the classroom while 2 older girls bullied her, calling her a loser and blaming everything on her. At that critical moment, another child had stepped in to protect her. It was Doan Ha himself, in his first year of kindergarten, the day he first met Ah Rin. In an unexpected twist, Ah Rin-ju had been the first girl to ever punch Doan in the stomach. She had been the leader of the girls in kindergarten and asked Doan if he wanted to be their next target, a mischievous glint in her eye. Intimidated by the popular, domineering girl, Doan avoided making eye contact, shrinking under her gaze. After that harsh period of bullying, they were separated, attending different schools and growing apart. 3 years passed, and Doan never expected to see her again. That all changed one day when she kindly picked up something he had dropped on the floor, a gesture that caught him completely off guard. The Aren he encountered in high school was completely transformed, showing no recognition of the past. She had courteously retrieved his electronics and handed them back, her smile gentle and sincere. Then, in a surprising twist, she delivered another punch to his stomach, but this time, it carried praise instead of malice. In the present, Rin announced she would return after changing out of her tight outfit, leaving Doan in anticipation. As she departed, Doan sank into a chair, his mind racing with excitement over the secret reward he had earned. He stared at the silver key in his hand and decided to use it immediately, hoping it wouldn't grant another weak, random skill like the last one. Upon activating it, he unlocked the Weapon Master skill, instantly boosting his proficiency with all weapons. The newfound power startled Doan. He had always feared fighting with weapons and accidentally harming someone, but reading the skill description carefully, he realized he could only wield it against enemies who were already engaged in combat. Just as he absorbed the information, Rin-ju returned and asked what he had been doing. Her curiosity piqued. Doan's expression shifted instantly, captivated by how stunning she looked in her dress. He complimented her, saying the outfit suited her perfectly, and a relieved Rin thanked him, her cheeks warming with a smile. She then inquired about what he wanted to eat, and Dowan suggested a steakhouse, eager to enjoy the outing. Rin mentioned her love for spicy rice cakes, and Delin eagerly agreed, claiming he loved them too. She clarified that she was thinking of something different, and Dowan went along with it, curious to see how it would pair with the spice. To his astonishment, he was served a peculiar dish, noodles mixed with chocolate and mint. Delin hesitated, wondering how he was supposed to eat such a creation, but Rin quickly made a sad face, asking if he disliked her choice. He hurriedly pretended to enjoy it, shoving noodles into his mouth and claiming he couldn't stop eating. Her expression brightened instantly, and she asked if he genuinely liked it. Dowan assured her he did, feeling a swell of happiness. Though she noticed he wasn't actually chewing, Dowan was overjoyed simply to be sharing a date with Rin. Realized it was only his second date ever, the first having been forced upon him by a mission. This made him wonder if a date offered as a secret reward might have some hidden purpose behind it. Suspicious. He asked if she planned to take him somewhere unusual. Rinju simply said she wanted to take him somewhere fun, and soon they arrived at a new location, laughing and making noise together. Dowan felt a warm, nervous flush spreading through his body, as if he were on fire with anticipation. It turned out they were simply playing a game of stacking wooden blocks, tension and excitement filling the air. When it was Rin's turn, Dowan remarked on her skill, noting how impressively tall the tower had grown. Rin admitted she wasn't usually good at games, but her confidence in Jenga made her eager to challenge him. Suddenly, she accidentally toppled the entire tower. Laughing, Dowan suggested they switch to a different game. They moved on to a lie detector game, where Dowan teasingly asked Rin if she considered herself pretty. Looking slightly uncertain, she replied yes, and the machine buzzed, confirming she was telling the truth. After the brief tension passed, she repeated confidently that she truly considered herself beautiful, a sparkle of pride in her eyes. She swiftly placed her hand back on the toy, bracing herself for whatever challenge the next round would throw at her. Dowan felt a surge of urgency. This was his chance, and he couldn't let it slip away without asking the questions racing through his mind. Finally, he took a deep breath and decided it was now or never. Gathering his courage, Dowan asked the most important question of all. Does she have a boyfriend? As he waited, his heart pounded, and every nerve in his body tightened with nervous anticipation, the tension nearly unbearable. His chest sank as the beautiful girl admitted she did indeed have a boyfriend, shattering every ounce of hope he'd nurtured in his mind. Though Dowan forced a smile and pretended to be fine, inside he was crumbling, realizing the truth. Someone as stunning as her could never be single. Then, unexpectedly, she confessed with a sheepish grin that the toy didn't actually work. The whole story had been a playful lie. Relief washed over Dowan like a cool breeze, and laughter bubbled between them as they joked about the broken machine. Soon they started deciding on the next game to play, quickly settling on one that promised new excitement. Meanwhile, the thieves were still on their trail, having caught wind that Dowan and Rinju were seen together. One of the delinquents sneered, mocking Dowan for daring to go on a date with Rinju. His companion trembled with barely contained rage, urging him to calm down as they continued their hunt. The injured thief swore vengeance on the one who had left him in such a pitiful state. His friend awkwardly tried to soothe him, patting his head in a way that was both strange and irritating. Back at the arcade, Rinju and Dowan were still lost in fun, oblivious to how quickly time had slipped by. Dowan felt a warm closeness, delighted to see their playful moments unfolding so effortlessly with Rin. She pointed at a claw machine, her eyes sparkling, and asked if he wanted to try it together. Nearby, a vendor called out, enticing passers-by to try a hammer and nail game where adorable teddy bears awaited as prizes. Rinju attempted to win one but failed, prompting Dowan to step forward confidently, ready to take a shot himself. The vendor claimed he wasn't as strong as her, but Dowan knew the secret trick. He could win if he played it just right. All he needed was to stretch his arm, line up the hammer and nail perfectly, and deliver a precise vertical strike. Dowan, the gamer nerd, imagined the perfect moment. Winning the bear for Rin would make their date unforgettable. But as he prepared to swing, he froze, sensing something unusual before him. Rinju tilted her head, puzzled, as Dowan's gaze locked on a message flashing urgently on the system interface. The task was chilling. He had to strike Rinju on the head with the hammer as hard as possible, all within 5 minutes. He asked worriedly what was wrong, and Dowan couldn't believe the impossible directive that now confronted him. The mission demanded he hit Rinju, offering a dungeon map as the reward, a shocking escalation after previous tasks that only had him confronting bullies. His hands trembled, the pressure mounting, aware that failure to comply would result in punishment from the system. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bring himself to harm her. Instead, he slammed the hammer down on the table, faking failure at the game. He'd rather endure the system's wrath than commit such a cruel act against her. Muttering in frustration over his loss, Dowan noticed a nearby booth offering a royal castle-style game with a toy mallet and random prizes. Spotting the toy hammer, inspiration struck, and he immediately led Rinju toward the new game. The vendors eagerly tried to draw a crowd, while Dowan volunteered to play right away. They explained the rules, Whoever won rock, paper, scissors would get the hammer, while the other defended. Feeling the ticking clock of the 3-minute time limit, Rinju noticed Dawan's anxious expression and understood the pressure mounting on him. Quickly, they played rock, paper, scissors, and luck favored Dawan. He emerged victorious. With a surge of determination, he grabbed the toy hammer, whispering a silent apology to Rinju before attempting the strike. Dawan swung eagerly, but Rinju, quick and alert, defended herself perfectly by placing a pan atop her head. They played again, and Dawan won once more, eager to try again. He aimed for the mallet strike, but she blocked it as skillfully as before, the pan absorbing every hit. Now it was Rinju's turn with the hammer, and Dawan scrambled to defend, amazed at her uncanny ability to anticipate his every move. He wondered how she could be so instinctively skilled, each reaction perfectly timed. Meanwhile, Rinju's excitement soared at finding a game she could dominate, adding to Dawan's growing tension. The seconds ticked down mercilessly, and Dawan's panic escalated as less than 10 seconds remained. Rinju prepared for another round, her energy infectious, but Dawan seized the fleeting moment and struck her lightly on the head with the mallet. The sudden blow left the small crowd gasping in shock, eyes wide at the unexpected act. Dawan braced for disaster, sure he'd ruined everything, when a system notification declared the mission complete. Another message confirmed the reward had appeared, a bag materializing before him. Holding the prize, Dawan told the vendor the hammer had broken, and the man simply shrugged, telling him to keep it. Night had fallen as the two friends walked down the dimly lit street, their laughter mingling with the quiet of the evening. Dawan wiped the sweat from his brow, his chest tight with regret as he cursed himself for not simply failing the mission and taking the punishment. Finally, he mustered the courage to ask Rinju if she was angry with him, but instead of a scowl, she burst into uncontrollable laughter that filled the arcade. Her loud, joyful laughter made Dawan freeze for a moment, worry flickering in his eyes. Had he hit her too hard? Still chuckling, Rinju waved off his concern, assuring him it hadn't hurt at all, and confessed that she had never felt such a strong, resounding hit before. The lighthearted moment shifted abruptly when Rinju mentioned that her father was calling and she needed to return to the internet cafe. As she said her goodbyes, she thanked Dawan for the fun, and he returned the sentiment with a warm smile. Stepping closer, Rinju promised they would play more games together next time, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. Turning to leave, she added that she would see him at school later, and with nothing more to say, Dawan simply nodded, feeling a strange mix of happiness and longing. Just as she walked away, a shadowy figure approached, asking curiously what kind of game they had been playing. Startled, Dawan shoved the man back. The stranger then raised a phone to his ear, reporting that he had located the target. When instructed to hang up, Dawan's heart sank as he realized that the man and his associates were hunting him. The man explained he was after Dawan because he had beaten up his younger friends. Hearing his declaration of revenge, Dawan braced himself, assuming a fight was imminent. Panic surged. He had recklessly used his skills earlier against the delinquents, and now feared the consequences. Exhausted, his gamer slave class had no energy points left to unleash any abilities. A cold realization hit him. If he fought now, defeat was all but certain. Yet when the man locked eyes with him, he suddenly claimed his thirst for revenge had vanished. He turned to leave, stating he had more important matters to attend to, leaving Dawan an immense sense of relief. Just as he walked away, the man glanced back and asked if Rinju had gone to the internet cafe. Dawan confirmed, and when he asked why, the delinquent chillingly said he planned to go after her to play his own fun game. He cruelly implied that if Rinju could play with someone like Dawan, then she might be willing to play with anyone. Before the man could utter anything more sinister, Dawan grabbed the front of his jacket. Hatred burned in his eyes as he tightened his grip, silence conveying a deadly warning. Fuming, Dawan growled, demanding the man shut up and follow him without another word. Minkyu-sun sneered at him, taunting and asking if he was scared. Just then, a new mission alert popped up, signaling an imminent fight. Moments later, provoked by the insults, Minkyu-sun launched the first attack on Dawan. Dawan missed his initial strikes, and Minkyu-sun landed a crushing punch directly into his stomach. Hovering over him, Minkyu-sun mocked the tale of how Dawan had taken down 4 bullies earlier, his words dripping with scorn. Humiliated, Dawan realized that his critical strikes might not activate, but he knew he had no other choice. With no mana points left, he had to rely purely on luck for a critical hit. Determined, he focused entirely on landing a blow to protect Rinju and keep Minkyu-sun at bay. The delinquent continued mocking him, repeating the very words Dawan had thought of when protecting Rinju. Suddenly, Sun pulled out 2 gleaming golden brass knuckles, declaring he would no longer tolerate such disrespect. Dawan stared at the weapon, wondering if it officially counted as dangerous. Minkyu-sun charged, shouting that he would knock every tooth from Dawan's mouth. But before he could close the distance, Dawan delivered a sharp strike to his chin, catching him completely off guard. Using the toy hammer, Dawan landed multiple consecutive hits, though Sun blocked each blow with surprising skill. Finally, Dawan unleashed a decisive strike that sent Sun flying backward. though the delinquent managed to land on his feet. Groaning from the impact, Sun blinked in disbelief at the source of the attack. A bag from the Royal Castle toy store lay nearby, revealing the hammer's origin. As Doan called him to continue, the system announced the successful activation of the Weapon Master skill. The description clarified that the skill only triggered when facing an armed opponent. Now, Dawan stood firm, the toy hammer radiating energy as he threatened Sun Minkyu. The delinquent blinked in disbelief, questioning if his eyes were deceiving him. He couldn't fathom that a mere toy hammer had struck him with such overwhelming force. Minkyu's son demanded to know the trick behind Dawan's power. Dawan casually tapped the hammer against his own head, grinning as he insisted it was just a plastic mallet. Infuriated by being deceived, Minkyu's son charged again, but Dawan struck him with the mallet before the punch could land. The mallet connected with Minkyu's son's hand just as he swung his brass knuckles, halting the attack mid-air. Dawan readied another strike, teasing Minkyu's son that he could keep thinking it was a trick. He activated his Weapon Master skill again, but this time, Minkyu's son dodged deftly and seized Dawan, wrapping his arms around him. The delinquent gloated, confident that Dawan couldn't strike him up close. Yet Dawan surprised him, swinging the handle of the toy hammer into Sun's back with precise timing, leaving Minkyu stunned. The unexpected strike forced Minkyu's son to release his grip, finally giving Dawan the space he desperately needed to prepare another attack. Seizing the moment, Dawan raised his arms, his eyes blazing with anger as he declared he would punish Minkyu's son for the vile things he had said about Aranju, delivering a furious, precise blow. But the strike failed. Shockingly, the plastic head of the toy hammer popped right off the handle, spinning through the air. Dawan stared at it in disbelief, wondering if the hammer had broken so easily simply because it was cheaply made. Struggling to stay calm, he questioned whether the weapon might still be usable in some way. Just then, a system message flashed across his vision. It read plainly, "Damaged weapons do not trigger the Weapon Master skill effect." Dawan's heart sank as he realized that without a functioning weapon, victory seemed impossible. Desperation swept over him as he scanned the arcade, searching frantically for anything he could wield, even an innocuous object like a trash can. Noticing Dawan's vulnerable state, Minkyu's son lunged in to land another crushing punch. His fist, armored with golden brass knuckles, slammed into Dawan's face, splattering ketchup from a nearby snack stand in a dramatic arc. Grinning maliciously, Minkyu's son taunted him, asking if he could even manage a fight without his little toy mallet. Crumpled on the ground, Dawan felt the searing impact of the brass knuckles, realizing the force was unlike any ordinary punch. The golden knuckles made the pain brutal and distinct, each hit radiating deep through his body. Following that initial strike, Dawan was pummeled with a relentless flurry of hard blows. After landing a punishing punch to Dawan's stomach, Minkyu's son's eyes glinted with a cruel idea. He declared with a twisted grin that he would beat Dawan nearly to the brink of collapse and then drag him to Aranju. He added with a leering tone that he would commit obscene acts in front of Dawan, reveling in the thought. Minkyu's son bragged about avenging his young friends while indulging his own vile desires simultaneously. Dawan, exasperated, shot back sarcastically, asking if those villainous lines were plucked straight from a movie or video game. He then pressed the question further, wondering why Minkyu's son craved the life of a villain so intensely, but the delinquent just scoffed, replying simply that it was the way he lived. As he wound up for a downward punch, Minkyu's son smugly claimed that embracing this path was far better than pretending to be normal. But before his fist could connect with Dawan, an unexpected impact struck him squarely. Confused and off balance, Minkyu's son spun to identify what had hit him so forcefully. His eyes widened in shock as he realized it was a belt, snapped sharply across his body. Dawan had ingeniously activated his Weapon Master skill, using the belt as an improvised weapon, catching the delinquent off guard. Infuriated by this unorthodox tactic, Minkyu's son readied another punch, channeling all his rage into a downward strike. Dawan lashed out repeatedly with the belt, each whip-like strike cutting through the air and striking Minkyu's son sharply. As he landed each blow, Dawan demanded to know what could have possibly driven Minkyu's son to say such vile things about Aranju. In response, the delinquent dropped his brass knuckles and grabbed onto Dawan's belt, immobilizing his improvised weapon with a vice-like grip. Holding the belt tightly, Sun declared that a life without thrill was meaningless, preparing to land another devastating punch. Claimed that pretending otherwise was hypocrisy, bracing himself for the strike. Dawan gritted his teeth and quickly looped the belt around Sun's attacking arm, halting its motion and locking it in place. With Sun's arm restrained, Dawan leveraged his body weight to execute a judo throw, flipping Minkyu's son over his shoulder and slamming him violently to the ground. The impact was brutal. Sun spat out some jelly and instantly lost consciousness as he hit the floor. Almost immediately, the system notified Dawan that his mission was complete, recognizing that Ningyu had been defeated. Exhausted and battered, Dawan exhaled deeply. relief washing over him after surviving the intense fight. Elsewhere, Aranju's father apologized for making her work instead of letting her study, but she simply asked for food in exchange. He asked what she wanted to eat, and Aranju cheerfully replied that she desired chicken flavored with chocolate and mint. Dowan felt a deep sense of comfort seeing her safe, smiling as he realized nothing had harmed her and that she was with her father. Later, arriving home, Dowan relaxed, a mixture of relief and happiness flooding him for having made it back safely. Lying injured on the couch, he admitted to himself that he genuinely feared he might not survive the day. Recalling the bizarre question the thug had asked him, he realized he still didn't have an answer. He pondered how his father, who had dealt with people like that all his life, might have responded. Choosing to set the question aside for now, Dowan opened the reward from the sudden mission. Inside, he found a set of 5 bronze keys, gleaming with a faint aura. After all that had transpired, he realized he would never know when the next battle might erupt. Deciding to invest strategically, he opted to enhance other attributes, since his attack stat had already increased significantly. He spent his bronze keys to boost his agility by 3 points and his defense by 2, strengthening his overall combat readiness. With all enhancements applied, he ignored the spirit stat for now, still uncertain of its purpose. Seeing the bag on the table, Dowan opened it to check the reward from the Hammer Game mission. Curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Dowan Ha stared at the reward in his hands, confusion clouding his expression as he realized it was a dungeon map, something that felt impossibly out of place. Ignoring the system notification flickering in the corner, he wondered aloud if this could actually be a map to a real-life dungeon, his imagination running wild. Images of towering gates and shadowed corridors, just like in the video games he loved, flashed through his mind, making the idea both thrilling and terrifying. Tentatively, he peered into the bag holding the reward, unable to believe what he was seeing. Cold sweat broke out across his forehead as his eyes widened in shock. It really was a dungeon map, not a joke or simulation. Although the system called it a dungeon map, what he actually held looked suspiciously like a real estate pamphlet. He couldn't fathom how a map of the so-called royal castle, really just an ordinary apartment complex, could qualify as a dungeon. Spotting the construction date printed on the pamphlet, he guessed that it was probably tied to the mission's deadline. Suddenly, a question hit him. Could the construction site itself be the dungeon he was meant to explore? Before he could dwell too long, a system notification appeared, stating that the mission would open in 5 days and was recommended for a party. Dowan realized that, just like in a game, he would need a group of 2 or more people to navigate the dungeon safely. The thought of a difficult, scary dungeon made him shiver, and he instantly decided he didn't want to tackle it alone. Before he could breathe easy, the system warned him that failing to complete the dungeon would result in punishment. Frustration surged as he cursed the game-like system that demanded so much and yet gave so little. Accepting the reality, Dowan immediately thought of a friend to join him, but his plan collapsed when Unsung replied that he had prior commitments. Unsung firmly told him that he wasn't a pawn to be moved at Dowan's whim, leaving Dowan back at square one. Sighing deeply, Dowan wondered who else he could possibly bring along for such a dangerous mission. At that moment, his antisocial classmate Jihan appeared, asking what was troubling him, sparking an idea in Dowan's mind to invite Jihan to the dungeon, yet he quickly dismissed it, remembering Jihan's past conflicts with bullies and the potential dangers of the mission. As he pondered other options, Sion suddenly appeared, asking where he was headed. Dowan froze, stunned to see the beautiful girl appear at school so unexpectedly. When he asked why she had come, she explained simply that it was because she didn't have his phone number. Her vague answer made him curious about her true motives, but Sion waved it off as unimportant. He clarified that ever since he had become a representative, she hadn't had a chance to introduce him to certain people. When Dowan asked who, she revealed they were the men of Boromundan. He questioned the necessity of her escort, arguing that his role as a representative was mostly ceremonial anyway. He imagined a ridiculous scenario of himself bossily directing his underlings to eat, and them obeying with animal-like fervor, making him doubt he could handle the role. Lost in thought, he didn't notice as they arrived at their destination. Upon entering, someone called him by his gang name, expressing honor at meeting him. Feeling a mix of pride and shyness, Dowan began to ask if this was a gang meeting, but before he could request to be addressed as representative instead, a surprise cut him off. 2 eccentric men sat at a table, also calling him Kyung Min, his gang name, adding to the confusion. His attention then shifted to Sehun Kang, the man he had punched earlier, who looked equally shocked to see him here. Dowan suddenly remembered that Sehun Kang was a member of Boromundan, leaving him stunned to find him present. Sion immediately asked what Kang's problem was, and Kang accused Dowan of being a fraud. Dowan retorted, questioning Kang's shame at having been defeated so easily, prompting Kang to lash out, accusing him of cheating. Striking a cocky pose, Dowan threatened him with a cheeky warning. Did he want to get beaten again? Annoyed, Sion interjected, telling both of them to cut it out and stop embarrassing themselves. With a steely glare, she ordered them to be quiet and take their seats. prompting the eccentric man to comment that her fearsome demeanor was exactly as he had heard. The older man expressed that he had longed to meet Doan Hyungnim and thanked Cha Ayon for finally arranging the meeting. When Doan asked if the rest of the members would arrive soon, the old man seemed perplexed. He explained that the 4 at the table were all Boromundan had at the moment. Confused, Doan questioned whether this could really be considered a full meeting. The old man began recounting an incident after the previous Borum representative left, though Kang seemed eager to avoid the topic. Chaeyon intervened, clarifying that today was just for introductions, keeping the discussion simple. She introduced Shin Se-hee, a first-year student, as part of the group. Shin explained that Kang was Boram's deputy, angrily adding that he would be the leader if it weren't for Dowan. He insisted that Dowan only needed to retain the representative title for the time being. Chaeyon then asked Dowan if he had caused any trouble, prompting him to ask for clarification. She cited his interactions with Yunsong Han-sung and his interference with local bullies. According to her, Dowan's recent actions had nearly escalated into much larger problems. Dowan realized that nothing had actually gone wrong, indicating that Sion had asked, knowing the outcome. When she mentioned the scars on his face, Doan hastily tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. Sehun Kang noticed Doan's anxiety, observing his trembling and the concern etched across his face. Sion raised her voice gently, trying to steady the tension in the room. Everyone calm down. Borome's not at full strength right now. There's no reason for anyone to attack. We don't need unnecessary fights. Her eyes scanned the group, urging restraint as a faint unease lingered among the members. But Kang immediately shot back, his pride flaring. I don't need anyone holding me back. I can handle any gang that comes our way, all on my own. His words were sharp, carrying both confidence and challenge, daring anyone to question him. Alan couldn't help but smother a chuckle at the sight of Sehun Kang's expression, a mix of frustration and stubborn pride. When Kang caught the subtle smirk, his face twisted into even greater fury, his eyes narrowing at Dowan in silent warning. Sion rubbed her temples, weary of the endless squabbling. Just as tension peaked, Shin Se-hee piped up with a sudden, almost casual request. Hey, can I order some shrimp? The absurdity broke the heated mood for a brief moment, leaving a ripple of awkward silence. 4 days later, far from the chaos of Borome, the conversation had shifted to money matters inside a stark, dimly lit building. 2 men spoke quietly but with obvious irritation, lamenting how much unnecessary time and effort their underlings had wasted on trivial tasks. Their tone carried both annoyance and a hint of disbelief. An old man, leaning heavily on his cane, explained that construction was stalled because hiring reliable workers had become a constant struggle. His voice carried the weight of experience, tinged with frustration. Turning sharply, he warned a nearby gangster not to exploit the people working inside the building. You've no right to take advantage here. Leave, now. His gaze was stern, commanding respect despite his age. The gangster, a burly man in a green suit with inked arms, sneered. I'm just doing my job for my client. Don't tell me how to run things. Noticing the old man's wealth, he added slyly, if you're so rich, maybe an allowance for working night and day isn't too much to ask. The old man huffed, lamenting the brat's lack of respect, a complaint that only fueled the gangster's irritation. His patience thinned, replaced by a dark, menacing grin. With a sharp command, the gangster called for Ilseok. Teach him a lesson, make him hand over the money. His voice carried a cruel edge, leaving no room for hesitation. Ilseok rolled up his sleeves, muscles tensing, and nodded firmly. Understood. His calm readiness made it clear he wouldn't fail in carrying out the orders. Moments later, Ilseok's hand was seen wiping something sticky, strangely covered in what looked like translucent jelly. A small, unsettling detail amidst the tension. The gang leader laughed darkly, convinced the old man would pay eventually. His confidence was palpable, filling the room with a sense of looming threat. Turning to his underling, he asked, Everyone ready? Ilseok confirmed. Yes, all are gathered on the first floor. The plan was set, and anticipation crackled in the air. Then, with a chilling calm, the leader revealed his deeper motive. His gang had been previously beaten by Dowan, and now he intended to strike back. Fixing his gaze on his men, cold and calculating, he pointed to the weakest of Borome's members. We start there. Take them down first. His voice was like ice, devoid of mercy. The gathered gang members exchanged grim nods, steeling themselves before moving out to confront Borome Idang. Meanwhile, 2 more figures arrived at the construction site. One demanded to know the leader's position, threatening swift consequences if his counterpart reconsidered the promised handover. The gangsters already present frowned, whispering among themselves, puzzled by these newcomers and wondering how they had discovered this hidden location. Dowan, examining a dungeon map, frowned. Why is this place even in Bongshindong? He muttered, disbelief coloring his voice. He squared his shoulders and declared with determination. Last time our school was invaded. This time the roles are reversed. We're the ones stepping into the enemy's territory. A surge of purpose filled his tone. Just then, a system announcement echoed, its digital chime cutting through the tension. They had officially entered the royal castle. Flashback to earlier. Kang was on the phone, voice sharp and questioning, asking why Doan had accepted his help in the first place. During the call, he wanted clarity, doubting if Doan was truly serious about their plan. Frustration evident in every word, Kang demanded the address, insisting he would rush over immediately. Back in the present, Kang pressed Doan for the leader's position. Doan snapped, telling him to quiet down and lend a hand. Sehun intervened, warning Kang not to obstruct their progress. Suddenly, a rival gang member swung a baseball bat at Kang from behind. The moment it struck his back, the bat splintered violently, breaking cleanly in half. Kang let out a scoff, his eyes blazing with amusement and disdain. "Did you really think that could hurt me?" he taunted, stepping forward with lethal confidence. In a blur of motion, he clasped the delinquent's neck with both hands, squeezing with precise strength, forcing the man to gasp, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Kang's gaze was icy and unyielding. "Do you honestly believe you can challenge Boramae with this pitiful attack?" His voice dripped with derision. Another Bong Shindong underling surged forward, yelling at Kang to release his comrade. Before he could reach them, Kang flung the first delinquent at the approaching man, sending them crashing together with a bone-jarring impact. Sehun Kang's roar cut through the chaos. "All of you, come at me!" His challenge echoed across the street, daring anyone to step forward. Awan's eyes widened in surprise. He had underestimated Kang before, but now he saw raw power, an unstoppable force right in front of him. He remembered the Falcon's drop, which Kang had effortlessly halted. Without that critical intervention, Doan might have lost their previous fight entirely. Quietly, Doan felt a pang of gratitude. Even someone he considered insignificant now had a vital purpose in this dungeon. A system alert chimed, notifying of a special event mission: defeat 5 ordinary people. As the Bongshin gang members rushed recklessly forward, the protagonist appeared silently behind them, saber in hand, ready to strike. Though he had no desire for combat, the lure of a golden key reward was irresistible. He prepared to engage. Calling upon his weapon master skill, he moved with fluid precision, defeating the first opponent in a single graceful strike. The first part of the mission was complete. Anger flared in another. A friend of the man Doan had just bested. Wielding a metal pipe, he charged at the protagonist with reckless fury. Dodging swiftly, the protagonist trapped the pipe beneath his foot. "Iron pipes? Always the weak extras," he muttered before striking the man squarely with his saber. A direct hit to the face sent a strange stream of red, jelly-like substance, resembling strawberry jelly, shooting from the man's nose. With a final, decisive motion, the protagonist drove his saber into the thug's stomach, slamming him against the cold ground. The system chimed once more. The second normal opponent had fallen, leaving 3 more to defeat. A surge of satisfaction washed over him as the weapon master's skill amplified his saber's power, making every strike feel devastatingly precise. Sehun Kang's eyes widened in surprise. Doan's skill was undeniable. He really knew how to fight. As Kang glanced down, 2 more men approached, attempting to trap him from both sides. With a fluid motion, he dodged the first, bending his torso effortlessly while keeping his feet planted, a display of uncanny precision and control. With a sudden surge of power, Kang delivered a crushing upward punch, driving it straight into the thug's chin. The force lifted the man slightly off his feet, his body jerking back from the sheer impact. Before the fallen enemy could recover, another thug lunged from behind, swinging a metal pipe. Kang absorbed the blow effortlessly, his seasoned body barely flinching, then countered with a lightning-fast punch that slammed into the attacker's face, sending a jolt through the air. In an instant, the thug crumpled to the ground, battered and bleeding. A strange, thick red substance gushed from his face, resembling ketchup, painting the ground in chaotic streaks. Spotting yet another enemy further ahead, Kang's sharp eyes narrowed. He paused just long enough to speak, sizing up the man before taking the next move. He asked quietly, with a pointed glance, if the man ahead was also part of the Bongshin assembly under Baekchang Chon, gauging whether the threat extended to the higher ranks. From a nearby vantage point, the assemblyman of Bongshindong sipped whiskey lazily, his voice smooth, yet filled with intrigue. "Have my vassals already departed?" he asked, curiosity mingling with concern. His subordinate, Il-Seok, frantically tried calling them, but each ring went unanswered, the silence on the line thick with unease. Since Ji had no intention of personally pursuing his battle-hardened men, Il-Seok made the decision to go check on them himself, stepping forward with measured caution. Meanwhile, Doan moved with lethal precision, taking down 2 more enemies as part of his event mission. Each swing of his saber calculated and fluid. Sweat glistened on his brow, muscles straining with fatigue, yet a triumphant spark lit his eyes. He could feel the task nearing completion. Around the 2 members of Borum Wondong, a trail of defeated rival gang members littered the ground, groaning and writhing in their failure. Kang's gaze fell on the last remaining man, the one still struggling under his grip. This was the final target standing between them and victory. Lost in his pride and boasting about having downed more enemies than Doan, Kang didn't notice the danger. The man in his grasp suddenly drew a knife with lightning speed. Sehun Kang's eyes widened in immediate shock, the glint of steel in his vision sending a jolt through his body. Doan shouted without hesitation, commanding the moment, "Take him down!" With a precise flick, he sent his red saber hurtling toward the target. The blade struck perfectly, hitting the enemy squarely. The man was flung from Kang's hold, the knife clattering uselessly to the floor. The strike rendered the thug unconscious on impact, the force of the blow leaving no chance for recovery. The system's chime rang out, announcing that the mission had been successfully completed and the reward was now being granted. After vanquishing 5 regular enemies, Doan claimed the golden key, its gleam promising new power and opportunity. Sehun Kang-hoon glared at the blade lying on the ground, his pride wounded. "I didn't ask for Doan's help," he muttered, his voice tight with restrained frustration. Feeling his ego bruised, Soo-hoon turned his back, ascending the staircase with heavy steps, determination mingled with irritation. Noticing Doan lingering behind, he called out teasingly, "Afraid to come up?" Doan shook his head, denying any fear, keeping his focus razor-sharp. Several flights later, Doan let out a weary sigh. "This is really exhausting," he muttered, each step testing his endurance. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above, cutting through the stairwell with a mixture of surprise and amusement. Il-seok's figure appeared, remarking with disbelief that he never expected the Sambas to storm their base within the royal castle. Daomon's eyes flickered in recognition. This was one of the intruders who had once invaded their school alongside others they had fought before. Kang narrowed his eyes, realizing that if Il-seok was here, Ji-baek Chang must also be present somewhere within the castle. With resolute steps, Soo-hoon walked past the delinquent, moving directly toward the Bong Shindong assemblyman, eyes locked and unwavering. Annoyed, Il-seok's subordinate barked, questioning how anyone could dare ignore his presence in such a bold display. Before Il-seok could strike, Doan Ha seized the moment, attacking from the blind spot behind him, his movement precise and devastating. Seeing that the final boss waited on the top floor, Doan chose to engage Il-seok directly, determined to clear the path. He handed the vassal a paint roller as a makeshift weapon, ensuring a fair fight between them, though every motion carried deadly intent. Simultaneously, Sehun Kang reached Baek Chang, greeting him with a tense, "It's been a while since we last met." The Bong Shindong assemblyman's eyes lit with excitement, delighted to see Kang face-to-face in their own stronghold. He immediately began taunting Kang for having lost the class representative position to some unassuming nerd, a sly grin spreading across his face. Kang shot back with a sharp retort, labeling Ji a coward for orchestrating everything from the shadows without the leader's knowledge. Ek, clearly irritated, snapped that he despised people who only bluffed and never acted. Without hesitation, Kang challenged him, prompting a sudden eruption of combat as both men lunged at each other. Meanwhile, Doan's red saber slipped from his grasp, falling toward the ground as he readied himself for the upcoming confrontation. Pinned beneath Il-seok's formidable strength, Doan realized the danger. He had mistaken his opponent for an ordinary enemy, and now the stakes were deadly. Il-seok Jo revealed himself as an elite monster, boasting that he could defeat Doan effortlessly with just one hand. Doan's mind raced, trying to comprehend the scale of this threat, while Seok calmly explained how unlike the others Il-seok truly was. Before Il-seok could strike, Doan acted with lightning reflexes, delivering a swift kick to his groin that forced a grunt of pain. Yet to Doan's surprise, Il-seok had anticipated the attack enough to partially block it, showcasing his elite reflexes. Doan leapt back to create distance, shouting defiantly that he was no ordinary fighter, just as unique and unpredictable as his opponent. A system alert appeared, confirming that the dungeon would reward him upon clearing this intense battle, adding fuel to his resolve. Locked in combat with Il-seok, Doan braced himself, vowing silently that this dungeon would become his enemy's grave. Il-seok countered sharply, growling that the grave would be shared, both their fates intertwined in this deadly clash. Charging forward with blinding speed, Il-seok roared that the Sunbai wouldn't survive this encounter. Doan's mind flashed back to a crucial lesson he had learned long ago. Instead of merely exploiting a blind spot for a surprise strike, it was far more effective to use it to disrupt the opponent's entire fighting pattern, breaking their rhythm and control. Doan knew that striking a single blind spot would ripple through the opponent, creating an even larger opening. The awareness sharpened his precision, allowing him to anticipate the next move before it even began. Using this calculated technique, he landed a clean, devastating punch directly on Seahawk's face, the impact reverberating through the room. Thrilled by the immediate success of his strategy, Doan didn't hesitate. He employed the blind spot technique again, sending another precise punch to the delinquent's face, each strike landing with perfect timing. The successive blows widened the opening even further, giving him room to unleash a relentless flurry of punches. Each hit added to a controlled onslaught, a brutal display of force he aptly called a beating. Doan intended to maintain the assault, but out of nowhere, Seok's fist shot forward with blinding speed, catching him off guard. The punch from the Bong Shindong delinquent seemed to connect squarely, a sharp shock to Doan's defense. Seok admitted, voice tense, that he had been genuinely scared when Doan had called him an elite monster. The fear briefly disrupted his focus, leaving him vulnerable. However, Doan's reflexes were razor sharp. He blocked the punch and immediately realized it wasn't nearly as strong as he had anticipated. The status boost he'd received had fortified his body significantly. Elated at having deflected the attack, Doan declared with a grin, "Today, Seok is the one who's going to take the pounding." His confidence radiated, unshakable and fierce. Seok froze for a moment, his eyes narrowing in shock, wondering how Doan had managed to parry the strike with such lightning speed. Observing his opponent, Seok revealed he had gathered some intriguing information. He casually mentioned that Doan tended to avoid direct sunlight, an unusual habit that piqued his curiosity. He elaborated, saying that anyone moving among delinquents knows the organization operates as a kind of non-profit institution, subtly guiding troublemakers rather than exploiting them. Seok explained that this group only appeared with the ideal of steering delinquents toward the right path, offering support to those who needed guidance. He then revealed the organization's origin. It had been founded by Ha, Doan's father, lending a personal weight to its mission. Cruelly, Seok corrected himself, adding that since Ha was no longer alive, he should be considered nothing more than a cold corpse, a sharp insult aimed to provoke Doan. Fury ignited in Doan. He rolled up his sleeves, eyes blazing with anger. "Don't you dare speak about my father that way?" he thundered, his voice echoing with righteous wrath. The scene cut back to Baekchang and Sehun Kang, locked in a tense struggle of strength. Both men strained, each attempting to overpower the other with sheer force. Baekchang, panting slightly, admitted he had planned to confront Boromai today and asked Kang how he had ended up there amidst the chaos. Sehun Kang's reply was simple, yet pointed. "I'm following our leader, Doan." His eyes never wavered from the struggle. Hearing this, Baekchang deduced that the Boromai representative must also be nearby, adding urgency to his next move. Feeling a spark of opportunity, threw himself backward, preparing to set up a sudden kick, his body coiled like a spring. As soon as his back hit the floor, he thrust his foot forward with explosive force, targeting Kang's solar plexus with precision. Excitedly, exclaimed, "The mountain has come to Muhammad in the desert," his metaphor illustrating his sudden advantage. Just as Baekchang's kick connected, Sehun Kang seized his leg, leaving completely exposed, defenseless against the counterattack. Kang's voice was firm and unyielding. "I am the mountain," he declared, preparing to unleash a devastating counter. Using his grip, Kang flung across the room, crashing him into furniture with bone-jarring force, leaving a trail of chaos behind. Sehun Kang announced confidently that he had already dealt with all the underlings on the first floor, and that Doan was currently engaged with Seok, maintaining the balance of the battle. Suddenly, Baekchang emerged from the dust and debris, launching a punch directly at Kang's face, his movement fierce and unrelenting. Kang immediately struck back, and as their blows collided, attempted to drive his knee into Kang's face, escalating the confrontation. The knee connected, and tried to pin Kang for a takedown, but Kang planted his feet firmly, refusing to fall and maintaining his balance with unshakable control. Dodging a direct hit to his nose, Kang's irritation flared. He glared at for relying on such underhanded tactics, his patience wearing thin. Fired back, accusing Kang of leaving his representative behind, a critical mistake that he claimed had already turned the tide of the fight. He added that Doan was far from weak, unlike Kang assumed, and if Kang truly understood Seok, he would never have underestimated him so lightly. Elsewhere in the building, Doan exploited Seok's blind spot, landing a sharp punch directly into his stomach with pinpoint accuracy. He followed immediately with a strike to Seok's face, but a troubling realization began to form. Something about this fight wasn't right. No matter how many times Doan struck Seok with punches, kicks, or even his falcon drop technique, none of his strongest moves seemed to leave a mark. It didn't matter how long he fought. Seok kept rising, relentless, moving like an unyielding force that refused to succumb. In the other room, Baekchang boasted, declaring that he had never witnessed his bodyguard lose even once, his confidence radiating. Doan, still locked in combat, felt a knot of frustration. How could Seok be so resilient? Every attack seemed to bounce off, leaving him questioning reality. He couldn't comprehend how Seok hadn't passed out or been defeated, no matter the force applied. Realizing his mana points were dwindling, Doan decided to end the fight decisively, saving them for a single powerful multi-hit ability. Just as he prepared to unleash his strongest move, Seok interrupted with a lightning-fast punch to Doan's face, canceling the attack mid-motion. Preparing for another strike, Seok commented calmly that Doan already seemed to be tiring, his energy waning under relentless pressure. At that precise moment, Doan seized a fleeting blind spot in Seok's defense, landing an unexpected blow that caught him slightly off guard. Seok dodged smoothly, smirking, and taunted that Doan was far too slow, his movements predictable. He drove a punishing punch into Doan's stomach, remarking that Doan's excitement over mentioning his father had clouded his judgment. Ilseok then asked if Doan understood why his father had been brought into the fight. Before Doan could respond, Ilseok struck again, his punch landing with brutal force to Doan's abdomen, explaining that it was out of respect for Hajin, Doan's father. Ilseok claimed that Hajin Ha had died believing his mission had been fulfilled, confident he had helped steer Bullies toward a better path. But rather than honoring that legacy, Doan had sided with the Bully Council, betraying the ideals his father had stood for, a bitter reality that Ilseok pointed out sharply. Ilseok concluded, asserting that he operated differently from other delinquents and should never be labeled as one, setting the stage for an extraordinary confrontation. Ilseok's voice cut through the air like ice. He continued claiming that Hajin Ha must be watching from heaven, saddened to see his son walking down such a dangerous and misguided path. He leaned closer, his words sharp and cutting. If you looked carefully, Doan, you'd see that you're throwing your life away, step by step. Each syllable carried the weight of accusation, aiming to destabilize him. As he spoke, Seok prepared another punch, winding up with a swift, direct strike aimed at Doan's face, certain it would land with devastating effect. To Seok's shock, Doan absorbed the blow with barely a movement. The punch pressed against his cheek, yet his body remained steady, unshaken, and focused. With Seok's hand still lingering on his cheek, Doan's mind raced. He remembered to clutch the golden key he had earned, unlocking a unique skill class through the mission reward. His resolve hardened. Grabbing tightly onto Ilseok's clothing, Doan's voice rang out with finality. "I'll say this one last time." Every word dripped with controlled fury. His eyes blazed with rage as he thundered. "Never speak of my father like that again." The memory of Hajin Ha's guidance and kindness fueled every ounce of his anger. Suddenly, a vivid memory flashed. Doan's childhood, sitting beside his father, controller in hand, eyes wide with excitement as they played video games together. He recalled a special move in one of those games, called the stunning blow. In that memory, young Doan laughed alongside his father, each moment filled with joy and thrill. The game's story had involved a noble knight, charging through peril to rescue a princess captured by the Demon King's relentless army. The knight would strike down every enemy in his path, using the stunning blow to ascend the castle and save the princess, a relentless hero in a perilous world. No matter how many times the knight struck the Demon King with that move, the boss refused to fall, forcing the hero to rise again and again. Little Doan would cry out in frustration, asking his father if the game was impossible to win. But his father never gave up, always pressing continue after each crushing defeat, embodying resilience. Back in the present, a spark of realization hit Doan. Using his golden key, he had unlocked that very same skill, bridging his childhood lessons to his current battle. The stunning blow cost 90 points of mana, designed to knock a target down with precision and force, a perfect culmination of his strategy. Gripping Ilseok's clothing even tighter, Doan repeated his earlier warning, his voice low, dangerous, and resolute. "Don't ever speak of my father again," he growled. Then, with a swift, fluid motion, he threw Ilseok over his shoulder, activating the exclusive skill he had unlocked. With a stunning blow unleashed, Doan slammed Ilseok into the ground with tremendous force, the impact sending a cloud of dust into the air. The earth shuddered beneath them as Doan's voice cut through the chaos. Respect the boundaries. Every syllable was a command, a lesson carved in pain. But when he looked at the spot where Ilseok should have been, the thug had vanished, leaving an eerie emptiness in his wake. Before Doan could react, Ilseok reappeared from the side, grabbing him and hurling him onto the floor with explosive force. The thug yanked at Doan's leg, slamming him down hard, the impact reverberating through his body like a sledgehammer. As Doan's head crashed against the ground, shock gripped him. Ilseok was still moving. How could a human body withstand so much? In a cold, piercing tone, Ilseok asked, "Are you done talking?" His gaze was merciless, testing Doan's resolve. Meanwhile, Sehun Kang squared off against Ji Baekchang, the tension between them electric. Rushing at the Boromai assemblyman, Kang declared with lethal certainty, "Your representative's finished." Kang Si-hoon nodded grimly, agreeing that there was nothing more he could do to sway the situation otherwise. With blinding speed, he charged, taking Ji Baekchang down and reminding himself that now was no time to worry about Doan. He added coldly that he didn't care if the assemblyman lied or fell in a direct duel. The result was the same. Laughing defiantly, Ji Baekchang used the fall to his advantage, planting his hands on the ground and springing upward to deliver a precise two-footed kick aimed at Sehun Kang. Ji Baekchang taunted Kang, mocking him for not even pretending to care about Doan, his leader, as he launched the attack. Kang countered, questioning whether Baekchang even cared about his own leader, his eyes sharp and unyielding. After sweeping Sehun off his feet, the Bong Shindong delinquent sneered, "Why should I care? Your representative isn't anything like Boromei's leader." While enduring a series of powerful strikes from Ji Baekchang, Kang felt waves of intense pain ripple through his body. Ji Baichang boasted that even the Salimdong representative would be unable to match the fighter from Bongshindong, pride swelling in his chest. Elsewhere, Ilseok continued dodging Doen's relentless attacks, calmly advising him to conserve his energy. Kicking the gamer nerd aside, Ilseok remarked that the boy seemed out of shape, underestimating the depth of Doen's endurance. Doen shot back defiantly, asking if Ilseok truly believed he was the only one capable of rising repeatedly after every strike. He declared with unwavering resolve that he didn't care what happened. He could always stand up and continue the fight, no matter how brutal the assault. Doen surged forward, trying to land a hit on the indestructible delinquent, his every step fueled by determination. However, his punch to Ilseok's stomach barely registered, failing to leave any mark at all. Looking down with a cold, contemptuous gaze, Ilseok remarked that Doen bore a striking resemblance to his father. Gino Ha, he taunted that, just like his father, Doen's efforts were futile, then unleashed another punishing blow with precision. With a cold, unflinching expression, Ilseok delivered a powerful strike to Doen's face, dislodging his nose bandage and sending pain shooting through his skull. The onslaught left Doen coughing, stumbling, and bleeding, yet he refused to yield, gritting his teeth as the pain surged. Amidst the agony, Doen's mind flashed back to playing with his father as a child, recalling how they never gave up on defeating the final boss together. Though reaching the end seemed impossible, Doen questioned whether all his efforts had been for nothing, the weight of doubt pressing against his resolve. In that memory, his father's calm, unwavering voice insisted that there must always be a way to defeat the Demon King, instilling resilience that now fueled Doen's battle. Doen remembered the lessons from those hours spent gaming, each failure a stepping stone toward mastering persistence and strategy. Even when it felt impossible, his father had shown that determination and clever tactics could overcome any obstacle, a truth Doen now carried into his fight against Ilseok. Ilseok's eyes bore into Doen as he asked, sharp and taunting, "Are you really going to give up now?" The question made the young boy hesitate for a fleeting second, doubt creeping in, but the memory of his father's words surged through him, reigniting his determination. Doen clenched his fists, resolving to keep pushing forward until the final boss fell. Back in the present, Ilseok mocked him, claiming every punch Doen threw was meaningless. But the boy refused to yield, his spirit unbroken, despite the relentless assault. As Ilseok prepared to dismiss Doen's attacks as weak, a sudden critical blow struck the delinquent, sending him flying across the floor. The system chimed sharply, announcing that Doen had landed the protagonist's overwhelming strength. Ilseok's eyes widened in disbelief, the force of the strike leaving him scrambling. He planted both hands into the ground to stop himself from sliding even further, the impact shaking the floor beneath him. Doen realized something crucial. No matter how much Seok boasted about never falling, he was still just a human, capable of being overpowered. Shocked by the sheer power of the nerd, Ilseok demanded to know if Doen had been saving all his strength for this single decisive punch. Rising to his feet once more, Ilseok insisted that the effort had been useless, claiming that Doen's strikes still weren't enough to defeat him. With cold certainty, he declared it impossible for Doen to beat him, driving another punishing punch straight into Doen's stomach. In response, arcs of blue magical lightning flared from Doen, crackling around him as he vehemently disagreed with the thug's claim. "Once I learned this in a game," Doen said, leaving Ilseok completely confused, before seizing the delinquent's face, throwing him backward, and declaring, "No enemy is invincible." Screaming with every ounce of his strength, Doen felt the hidden power of the skill surge through him, a secret ability he had yet to fully explore. A vivid childhood memory flashed before his eyes, triggered by a loud, familiar sound from the television, flooding him with nostalgia and determination. Young Doen, exhausted yet exhilarated, had just defeated the final boss and rescued the princess, a sense of pure joy radiating from him. His father had returned from the bathroom to witness his son's triumph, pride and amazement mirrored in his gaze. "Wow, that was easier than I thought," 10-year-old Doen had remarked, flushed with excitement, barely believing his own victory. Now, recalling how he had vanquished the demon in that game, Doen struck down Ilseok in the present with the same precise timing and skill. He had defeated the final boss back then with a stunning charge, sending the enemy crashing headfirst into the ground, a memory now replicated in real life. Now, he activated his exclusive stunning charge ability, slamming Ilseok's head into the floor with relentless force. This move was an upgraded version triggered automatically when the enemy was already grounded, enhancing its devastating effect. As Doen's strategy unfolded, the stunning charge activated perfectly from Ilseok's fall, and genuine pain contorted the delinquent's face for the first time. In a tender memory, Doen's father, Oh Jin-ha, had praised him as truly impressive, recognizing the young boy's persistence and skill. He had told young Doen to always remember that day, The day he finally defeated the Demon King after countless attempts that had seemed impossible. His father's voice assured him that no effort in life was ever wasted, that perseverance always yields results, even when the path seems hopeless. Back in the present, Dowan exhaled slowly, relief mingled with lingering tension, wondering if the fight had finally ended. A system notification confirmed his triumph, announcing that the elite monster Ilseok Joe had been defeated, the dungeon recognizing his victory. Exhausted from the most grueling battle of his life, Dowan found he could no longer move, his body trembling from the effort. Meanwhile, a masked worker lingered outside the royal castle. Seok Young Jong, the representative of Bongshin, appeared on the scene, questioning whether Doan Ha had invaded the base alone. As Jong arrived, his subordinate boasted arrogantly, claiming that Young's strength surpassed Doan's, asserting that even Han Unsung couldn't match him. Seok Young Jeong climbed onto Sehun Kang, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches, each strike precise and punishing. Despite being battered, Sehun Kang Hoon seized the subordinate Ji by the neck, admonishing him for speaking too freely amidst the chaos. As he squeezed with terrifying force, Kang called out, "All the representatives can come at me." His eyes gleamed with a sinister promise. Even while bleeding and wounded, Kang smiled darkly, vowing silently to eliminate every opponent who challenged him. Struggling to breathe, Ji gasped and cursed, nearing unconsciousness as Sehun Kang-hoon maintained the chokehold with unrelenting grip. Lacking the strength to escape, Ji finally passed out, mumbling that sometimes fighting dirty was necessary to survive. As Ji went limp, Sehun Kang remarked dryly that perhaps he should dress properly before making statements like that, his tone a mixture of amusement and menace. Sometime later, Doan was seen ascending the countless steps of the staircase toward the top of the building, each step heavy yet resolute. He encountered no enemies along the way, realizing that his only goal was reaching the rooftop, the path unusually quiet. The silence suggested that Sehun must have already dealt with Baek, clearing the floor for Doan's ascent. However, upon reaching the top, Doan was stunned to find Zihun Kang lying unconscious against a pillar, the toll of the battles evident. Nearby, Ji Baekchang stood, hands smeared with what looked like tomato sauce from the brutal beating he had administered to Su Hoon, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. In a crazed frenzy, Baekchang shouted that he loved it when fools let their guard down, the madness in his eyes stark and terrifying. He mockingly asked if they truly thought he would be subdued by a simple chokehold, his laughter echoing through the corridor. As he raised his foot to stomp on Sehun Kang's face, he sneered, criticizing Sehun for not finishing him off when he had the chance. Just before the blow landed, Doan appeared, shoving him away with all his might. He yelled at Sehun Kang, praising his toughness and urging him to rise to his feet, determination flashing in his eyes. Recognizing the chaos Doan had brought him into, the barely conscious Sehun whispered for Doan to run, buying time for himself amidst the melee. Ji Baekchang scoffed, mocking their sense of camaraderie as pathetic and laughable, his disdain palpable. Laughing at Doan, he taunted that he hadn't truly defeated Ilseok yet, revealing that he himself was the dungeon's true final boss. Doan froze, stunned by the revelation. Not only was Ji Baekchang the final boss, but he was in perfect condition, a threat that demanded everything Doan had left. Doan's energy is drained, his health dwindling, leaving him vulnerable and almost defenseless in the midst of the intense fight. Every muscle aches, and he knows he doesn't have a single energy point left to launch another strike. Ji Baek taunts him with a wicked grin, daring him to make a move. Doan's heart sinks as he realizes that with Kang Soo-hoon knocked unconscious, simply trying to survive isn't going to cut it this time. He has to outthink his opponent to make it out alive. There's no escaping this duel. Doan steels himself, bracing for impact just as Baek lunges forward, fist aimed with deadly force. Ji Baek's roar echoes, threatening to crush Borome, when suddenly a commanding voice cuts through the chaos. Someone's arrived, and they demand to know what's happening. An 18-year-old newcomer steps forward. Young Soup Young, with a calm but assertive presence, claims ignorance of Ji Baek's plans, his eyes scanning the scene with sharp awareness. Baek Shuang stammers, fear evident in his voice. What is he doing here? Doan watches intently, a knot of curiosity tightening in his chest. Who could this short young man be to make even Ji Baek look terrified? Doan can barely gauge his height. He's incredibly short, but there's something unmistakably commanding about him, a presence that doesn't care for size. Ji Baek scrambles to justify himself, claiming the Boromai Dong crew had invaded their base. His words tumble out, desperate and clumsy. Jung Soup Young fixes him with a glare, hatred sharp in his eyes. No, he says coldly. I heard they attacked first. His tone leaves no room for argument. Terrified, Baek Shuang immediately nods in agreement. Young then questions if they also took money, his gaze never softening. Sweat beads on Baek Shuang's forehead as he confesses they did take money. His voice trembles in the presence of the young, formidable leader. Then, as if by a blur, Young disappears, his voice echoing, Baek Shuang made a mistake. He reappears in midair, delivering a lightning-fast kick straight to Ji Baekshuang's face, precision and force that leave no margin for error. The impact is brutal. Teeth and blood scatter through the air as Ji Baekshuang crashes into a distant wall, his back slamming with bone-jarring force. Silence follows, punctuated only by the aftermath of the devastating blow. Dowan stands frozen, disbelief painted across his face. Could this short man have just taken out the final boss with a single strike? His shock deepens when Ji Baekshuang's eyes dart toward him. Dowan realizes he's now in the crosshairs of danger. Just as Jung prepares to intimidate him, Yunseong Han appears gracefully on the stairs, calling him to stop. Dowan's jaw drops. Seeing Han here in the thick of the chaos is completely unexpected. Han shrugs casually, commenting that the short man's threats are more laughable than intimidating. There's a faint smirk on his face, as if mocking the tension. "Why are you here?" Dowan asks, still processing the sudden turn of events. Jung turns to him, incredulous. "You really don't know?" Jung explains he invited Han himself, even providing the exact location. The memory hits Dowan like a lightning bolt. He recalls the day at school when he had asked Han Yunsung to come to the dungeon. Dowan had tried to enlist the leader of Seoul Yongdong for help, but Han had flatly refused. And yet here he is, arriving precisely where Dowan had requested. Dowan can hardly believe Han remembered the address and made the trip himself, a mix of awe and relief flooding his senses. Yunsung Han Sung turns to Dowan, asking calmly what he wants. But before Dowan can answer, Jung interrupts, his eyes blazing. "And what about the school invasion? Are we just going to forget that?" He glares at Han, venom in his tone. "If it weren't for that invasion, I would have handled everything myself." Jung's warning is clear, never cross him or his people again. Dowan swallows hard, realizing just how intimidating this small figure truly is. Han, representing Seoul Yongdong, simply walks past Jung without a word, unbothered, the epitome of calm authority. Jung nods to Yoon Sung with a brief "take care," and the burly delinquent leader quietly thanks him for the gesture, acknowledging the tension diffused. Dowan remains frozen, eyes lingering on the battered Ji Baek, mentally replaying the brutal events. Could the chaos finally be coming to an end? Later, Dowan hoists Sehun Kang onto his back. "You're incredibly heavy," he complains, struggling under the weight of his friend. Proud as ever, Kang protests, insisting he can walk alone. Then curiosity flickers across his face. What happened with Yunzong Han Sung? Dowan shrugs. "Han seems more like an ally than a friend," he replies, a touch of uncertainty in his voice. Kang frowns, shaking his head. "He wouldn't get close to you without a reason. Something about this doesn't feel right." Suspicion clouds Kang's gaze as he suggests Han might be leveraging his position as a representative. Dowan can't deny the possibility. It makes sense. Changing the topic, Dowan announces with a sense of accomplishment. "As promised, Sehun, you're now the official representative of Boramae-dong." Sehun freezes, eyes wide, as memories of the mission flood back. The gravity of the title and the events that led here hit him all at once. Kang had advised Dowan not to give up so easily, reminding him of their role in the Bully Council and the looming challenge from Bonshan-dong. Inspired, Sehun declares firmly that next time he'll step up as representative, ready to take on the responsibility. Before parting, he bids Dowan farewell with a cryptic tone. "Stay alive." Dowan senses something unusual in his words, suspicion gnawing at him. Shortly after, the system notifies Dowan that the Royal Castle dungeon has been cleared, marking the end of a grueling ordeal. It begins calculating his contributions, tallying the rewards that await him after surviving such a treacherous mission. A smile spreads across Dowan's face. He anticipates the grand reward he was promised, imagining the possibilities ahead. Yet, because he didn't play a part in defeating the final boss, his reward is adjusted downward, a reminder of the stakes he hadn't fully engaged with. Dowan understands taking down the boss was critical. It makes sense that he misses out on the bonus. His final reward for clearing the dungeon comes to 12 bronze keys. It's a tidy sum, one he considers more than enough to feel accomplished. Walking out with a spring in his step, Dowan's mind already races with plans, pondering which abilities to enhance with his newly earned treasures. The next morning, clad in a sharp suit, Dowan takes a moment to admire the pleasant weather, a sense of peace washing over him. Standing solemnly before a mausoleum, he muses that the day would be brighter if not for the heavy reason for his visit. Inside, photos of his father are framed amid flowers, a silent tribute to the man he lost. Dowan gazes at the portrait, sorrow lacing his voice as he begins to speak softly, reaching across the void of memory. His thoughts drift back to that fateful day, the moment his father's life was claimed by a cruel accident, a sudden brake failure triggering disaster. His father had swerved to avoid a pedestrian, only to crash helplessly into a streetlight pole, the scene forever etched into Dowan's heart. Dowan remembered the past vividly, the day a doctor grimly told his mother that nothing more could be done, that they should brace for the worst. A younger Dowan had cried uncontrollably, tears streaking his face as fear and helplessness consumed him. But standing before his father's grave now, in the present, not a single tear fell. He felt a quiet strength in himself, a resolve forged from years of loss and reflection. The fresh flowers placed carefully above the framed photograph caught his eye, prompting a thought had someone come before him to pay respects. The gesture stirred a mixture of gratitude and melancholy within him. A voice echoed softly from inside the mausoleum, carrying words that weighed heavily in the air. Dawan's father had been a good man, one who had chosen to sacrifice his own life to protect another. Dawan's eyes widened slightly, a spark of recognition flickering as he realized who was speaking to him, a presence both familiar and unsettling. The mysterious figure continued, hinting that what had been labeled an accident might not have been so. Perhaps it was a carefully planned crime, orchestrated by unseen hands rather than mere misfortune. Yun-sung Han-sung, standing beside him, suggested the perpetrator could have been someone close to Dawan's father. His piercing gaze turned to Dawan, asking, "If you were in my shoes, what would you do?" Shock coursed through Dawan's veins. What are you talking about?" he demanded, his voice cracking with disbelief. Before Han could answer, Dawan pressed further, asking why he was here and if he had known his father personally. Instead of responding immediately, Han fell silent, his thoughts drifting back to memories long buried, moments of his own childhood intertwining with the present conversation. In that memory, a man named Oh Jin-ha had found young Han in a park, calling out to him with a mix of concern and authority. He had scolded the boy gently, warning that drinking too much soda wouldn't help him grow strong and healthy. As a kind gesture, he offered young Yun-sung Han-sung a strawberry juice box, a small reward meant to guide and protect. Suspicious of the man's intentions, Han had questioned him, prompting Jin-ha to explain that he was there to ensure no one was smoking in the area. When young Han asked why, Jin-ha revealed a surprising truth. He was a bully hunter, someone dedicated to protecting children from harm. The memory twisted further, recalling a time when little Han had called his father unemployed, a claim that Oh Jin-ha had sharply denied, defending the man's dignity. Back in the present, Han's tone shifted, insisting that these past details didn't matter in the face of what was happening now. Before he could finish, Dawan admitted his confusion, repeating Han's startling assertion that his father had been the victim of a premeditated crime, not a mere accident. He tried to reason, insisting that Yun-sung wouldn't have come merely to unsettle him, and pointing out that the police had ruled the incident an accident. But Han interrupted firmly, claiming he had proof that challenged everything Dawan thought he knew. Han revealed he possessed evidence that had never surfaced publicly, something that could rewrite the story of his father's final moments. Dawan's mind flashed back to the night before, a scene where Yun-sung had debated whether he should inform Dawan in person, a look of hesitation on his face. He had consulted with the dwarf Seok Young-jong, who confirmed that Dawan was indeed the son of Ha Jin-ho, also known by the title Shelter from the Sun. Seok Young-jong also noted that Yun-seong Han-sung had been closely watching over the nerdy gamer boy, raising questions about his motives for staying near Dawan. Suddenly, Young-seok slammed his drink down on the table, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He grabbed his phone and showed Han something critical. The information about Dawan's father shocked Yun-seong Han-sung completely, leaving him momentarily speechless. Returning to the present, Han explained that young Seok had shown him a video from the crime scene of Oh Jin-ha's death 3 years ago, a recording they had first seen the day they had invaded the building. Dawan-ha's eyes widened, disbelief and horror mingling as he absorbed the gravity of the revelation. The representative of Seoul Yongdong told him plainly that whether he chose to believe it or not was entirely up to him, a decision only he could make. Left alone in the silent room, Dawan stared at a framed photograph, his gaze locked on his father's warm smile. A quiet sorrow settled over him, mingled with the weight of the truths now revealed. Later, Dawan returned home and took a long shower, letting the water wash away the tension of the day. Outside the window, a heavy spring downpour pattered relentlessly against the glass. He reflected on Yun-seong Han-sung's words, letting them echo in his mind. The claim replayed over and over. Young Seok possessed a video proving what had truly happened at the crime scene 3 years ago. Dawan found it almost impossible to accept. He gripped his towel tightly, heart pounding, struggling to reconcile this shocking revelation with what he had always believed. Meanwhile, Yun-seong Han-sung sat by the window of his high-rise apartment, watching the rain pour down, deep in thought. He pulled his phone from his pocket, noticing multiple messages from Dawan-ha waiting to be read. In the messages, Dawan had mentioned the representative of Bongshin and inquired about the current location of Seok Young-jong, eager for answers. Elsewhere, on that same rainy day, a subordinate held an umbrella over Seok Young-jong, who asked if the rain had let up yet. The subordinate confirmed it, but Seok Young-jong's sharp eyes caught something unusual in the street below. He froze, recognizing Dawan-ha standing squarely in the downpour, expression tense and serious. It was no coincidence. Seok Young-jong demanded to know why Dawan was there, while Dawan immediately pressed for information about the evidence, urgency in his voice. The gang leader reacted swiftly, pulling a flash drive from his pocket. "Is this what you're looking for?" he asked, holding it up deliberately. But Seok Young-jong's frown deepened. He had no intention of simply handing over the proof. Trust and confrontation were both on the line. He challenged Doan directly. "If you can take it from my hands, it's yours." Without a second thought, Doan launched himself forward, snatching the flash drive with practiced precision. But before he could strike decisively, Seok-young-jong's subordinate intervened, hurling him a great distance away. Doan landed with his hands braced against the ground, slowing his momentum just enough to regain control. The large imposing figure of Jung Seok's subordinate loomed before him, feet planted firmly, issuing a warning that acting recklessly in someone else's territory would have consequences. He swung a heavy punch toward Doan Ha, ready to make him pay for the intrusion. But Doan's mind raced. He remembered the 12 bronze keys he had earned from his dungeon mission, and resolved to spend them all on enhancing his attributes. Calculating which upgrades would be most effective, he unlocked his magic stats 12 times in rapid succession, each point adding to his growing power. The upgrades surged through him, raising his mana points from 400 to an impressive 1,600, energy crackling at his fingertips as he prepared to face whatever came next. Empowered by his recent upgrades, Doan uses the blind spot technique with fluid precision, slipping past Jung's attack effortlessly. In a swift motion, his fist crashes directly into the thug's face, the impact echoing sharply across the room. Without missing a beat, he charges forward again, his next punch radiating a fierce, crackling energy, the air around it shimmering with raw power. Then, without hesitation, he unleashes the multiple strike destruction, raining a rapid flurry of blows down on Seok-young-jong's body, each hit landing with bone-shaking force. Seok-young's subordinate, enraged at being outclassed by a gamer nerd, is caught off guard when Doan abruptly grabs his face and slams him into the floor. The stunning fall technique activates at the precise moment of impact, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Breathing heavily but relieved, Doan spins to face Seok-young-jong, eyes narrowed with determination, signaling that he's ready for the real challenge ahead. Seok-young-jong, the leader of Bongshin, reminds him sharply that last time he had made it clear, no one should interfere with his men, his tone icy and commanding. Calling out Doan's error, Jung leaps into the air, spinning with blinding speed as he attempts a flying kick, announcing his attack with a roar of authority. But to his astonishment, his target has vanished. The kick slices through empty air, leaving him momentarily unbalanced and furious. Looking up, Jung spots Doan descending from above, poised to strike with a calculated, punishing kick of his own. Doan executes the falcon drop flawlessly, landing a devastating kick squarely on Seok-young-jong. The force sends ripples through a nearby puddle, water leaping in every direction, marking the sheer impact. Yet Seok-young manages to block the kick with his arm, smoke curling up from the point of contact, a tangible testament to the collision of raw force and resilience. Facing Doan head-on, Seok-young declares coldly that one strike won't be enough to bring him down, his expression unreadable, yet filled with quiet menace. Doan's mind races. This fight is nothing like the ones he's faced before. He realizes that if he hopes to win, he must unleash all his abilities, fueled by the mana from his bronze keys. Believing that unrestricted skill use is his only path to victory, Doan launches another kick at Jung, determination blazing in his eyes. Performs a high jump, then descends with a second falcon drop, aiming to overwhelm his opponent with speed and precision. Jung questions whether Doan truly believes the same move will succeed twice, his voice laced with mockery and confidence. Dodging with effortless grace, Jung criticizes Doan's pattern as predictable, immediately preparing a counterpunch to turn the tables. Before he can strike, however, Doan delivers a sudden double-footed flying kick, catching Jung off guard, leaving him no time to react. Even so, Seok-young blocks the assault again with his forearm, the sound of impact ringing through the tense air. Doan recognizes the challenge before him. This is no ordinary enemy. Seok-young-jong is formidable, and he won't go down without pushing Doan to his limits. Spotting another incoming attack, Doan steels himself. Until he can decipher Jung's techniques, he must commit fully, leaving nothing in reserve. In a daring move, Doan hurls his opponent over his shoulder toward the ground. As Jung hurtles downward, Doan activates the stunning strike technique, aiming to finish the fight decisively. To his shock, Seok-young remains upright, untouched by the ground, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he turns to Doan. "This is a pleasant surprise," Seok-young remarks casually, unbothered, as if testing Doan's resolve. Doan recoils instinctively, fear and awe flashing across his features as he steps back, realizing his opponent's resilience surpasses all expectations. Jung comments on Doan's surreal movements, but quickly asserts his own resolve, eyes narrowing as he makes a clear declaration of intent. Rushing forward with blinding speed, he announces that only 2 more strikes remain, challenging Doan to respond before it's all over. His movements are a blur, so fast that Doan can barely react to the first strike, the air whipping around him with the force of the attack. The blow lands with devastating precision, dropping Dawan's HP from 1500 to a mere 200. Pain and shock course through his body, nearly knocking him unconscious. Hovering above him, Jung criticizes Dawan's defense, declaring it far weaker than his offense. A taunt that cuts deep into his pride. Dawan's mind races. There's no way he can win if he continues like this. Jung's strength far exceeds his current abilities. When Jung adds that he had expected more, frustration boils into anger. Dawan clenches his fists, determination igniting anew. With no other options, he employs the blind spot technique once more, targeting Jung's foot in a calculated attempt to disrupt him. Jung grabs his foot, mockery in his voice, demanding to know if this is an attack or just a pathetic attempt to trip him. Dawan confirms, steady and unwavering. He is indeed attempting to trip him, exploiting the slick, wet floor to his advantage. Summoning all his strength, Dawan uses the puddle beneath them, sending the Bongshin representative crashing violently to the ground. Seizing the moment, Dawan winds up a punch, shouting that his opponent is about to taste his own teeth, his voice echoing with raw intensity. With Jung finally down, Dawan activates the destructive multi-punch ability, raining blows in rapid succession. He repeats it immediately, chaining a combo, then strikes a third time, unleashing a relentless torrent of attacks that spray sweat and energy with each impact. Completely spent, Dawan exhales heavily, his body trembling, muscles aching from the sheer force and effort of the relentless assault. To his horror, Seokyoung remains unscathed, standing tall and calm, simply asking if Dawan is finished attacking, a small smile playing on his lips. Zheng Xiao observes quietly, noting that Dawan seems disoriented, and offers a piece of advice, his tone measured but firm. He instructs Dawan to look at his own hands, now mangled and coated in a gruesome, bloody, jelly-like substance, a stark reminder of the battle's intensity. Jung scoffs, unimpressed. "What did you expect from a boy like you?" he says, adding that Dawan clearly has nothing new left to show. Then, extending his hand with the flash drive in it, Jung tells Dawan to take it, a glimmer of opportunity mixed with his mocking demeanor. Confused but desperate, Dawan reaches out with a trembling hand, hope and caution mingling in every movement. It's a feint. Jung tricks him, delivering a staggering punch that sends Dawan flying across the room with brutal force. The impact smashes Dawan into crates, wood splintering beneath him, pain radiating through his entire body. Jung holds up the flash drive containing the evidence of his father's death, revealing that he had never intended to give it up, his calm menace unbroken. As Dawan lies battered and gasping, Jung Seok remarks casually, "That was the second strike," his tone measured yet laden with threat, signaling that the fight is far from over. Jung Seok taunts Dawan mercilessly, smirking as he says, "If you still want the flash drive, you can always come visit me again." His tone drips with mockery, each word a sting to Dawan's pride. He adds coldly, "But next time, I won't hold back. I'll crush you completely, leave nothing behind." The threat hangs in the air like a dark cloud over the drenched hero. Dawan's eyelids droop, fatigue threatening to pull him under, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. Jung shakes his head in mild disappointment. "I expected more of a fight," he mutters. "This was far too boring." With that, the Bongshin representative casually turns and walks away, leaving Dawan sprawled and battered. The first drops of rain begin to fall from the sky, cold and relentless, hitting Dawan's face as he lies motionless on the wet ground. Suddenly, his eyes snap open in shock, the storm around him mirroring the turmoil in his mind. Despite his battered body, he struggles to his feet, rain streaming down his face, each droplet mingling with blood and sweat. He can hardly believe it. Did he really lose the duel to a thug like Jung Seok? His chest tightens as the question tears through his thoughts. Images flash in his mind. En-sung's warning about the flash drive containing evidence of his father's murder, and the cruel trick Jung had played, pretending to hand it over. Overwhelmed grief wells up in Dawan as the memories of his father's face consume him. Wrapping his arms around himself, he tries in vain to shield his heart, seeking a semblance of comfort from his own trembling body. He curls into a fetal position on the soaked ground, rain and tears mingling, whispering apologies into the cold, unforgiving air. "I'm sorry, Dad," he murmurs, voice barely audible over the storm. Fear grips him fully, convinced that if he faces the delinquent again, defeat is inevitable. Wonders desperately what to do next as icy raindrops mix with his tears. The storm recalls the fateful spring night, the same kind of night when his father lost his life 3 years ago. At that very instant, a new mission activates in the game system, its notification flashing like a beacon of opportunity amidst the darkness. Dawan reflects bitterly. Everything from that day unfolds before he even understood his own weaknesses, a painful reminder of his past limitations. The system displays the rewards for the new mission, and he realizes that he has grown stronger since his last struggle, ready to seize the chance to improve. A message pops up, asking whether he wants to accept the mission along with its substantial rewards. Fueled by a renewed resolve to become more powerful, He accepts without hesitation, feeling a surge of strength pulse through his body. His thoughts drift to the Sunshine Shelter, an institution dedicated to guiding troubled youth onto the right path, a place his father had built with care. His father, Jino-ha, had served as the representative of the group, admired and respected by all for his tireless social work and dedication. Yet Daewon had never shared the same attachment, the same admiration. His relationship with his father more complex and distant than the world seemed to assume. The scene shifts back to a memory from years ago. A sleepy Daewon had asked why his father was heading out so late into the night, curiosity tinged with concern. Jino-ha, noting his son's wakefulness, explained that there was still much work left to do, a responsibility he bore without complaint. Daewon recalls a boy from the shelter, Park Jung-soo, who had a habit of smoking during school breaks, a mischievous streak that often caused trouble. His father had already spoken with the boy, yet acknowledged that quitting such habits was never simple, requiring patience and guidance. Daewon reported that Jung-soo had also been stealing from others, even purchasing a motorcycle using shelter funds, an alarming sign of rebellion. Hearing this, Jino-ha blamed himself, a pang of guilt settling in his chest, feeling he had failed in his duty to guide the youth. Young Daewon, ever skeptical, questioned whether the boys would ever truly change, cynically suspecting that his father's charitable efforts were just a cover for profit. Jino-ha left that day without another word, leaving Daewon to stew in his assumptions. Assumptions he now realizes were unfair. His father had merely tried to help those who needed it most. His father had invited him on a weekend camping trip, an offer Daewon had flatly refused, never imagining it would be the last time he would see him alive. Memories of that day, mixed with sadness and regret, explode inside him, and Daewon screams aloud, letting the anguish pour out. He wakes in his bed, drenched in sweat, heart racing, still haunted by the nightmare of losing his father. Suddenly he recalls young Seok's words, the mocking invitation to visit him any time, a memory that fuels a fierce, burning anger within him. Daewon is certain. Seok Young is extremely strong, and the only reason he appeared weakened earlier was due to the rain. He begins to consider the terrifying possibility. The car accident that killed his father 3 years ago may not have been an accident at all, but a carefully orchestrated crime. This raises another troubling question. Why would Young from Bongchen possess a flash drive containing such sensitive evidence? Initially, he suspects Seok Young-jeong, especially since the man had refused to simply hand over the item, keeping it as a prize for his challenge. Yet Daewon begins to reconsider. Han had said Young was someone close, but Daewon had never seen him before that day. And if Jin were truly involved, why offer the evidence as a prize for victory? Contradictions gnaw at him, confusion and irritation building. Resolute, he decides he will see the evidence with his own eyes once Seok Young-jeong is defeated. To accomplish this, he must complete a mission requiring him to enhance his body through 5 specific steps. Completing the mission promises abundant attribute points, a chance to become far stronger and closer to the power he needs. Internally, he swears he will obtain the flash drive from Young Soo-kyung, regardless of the mission's nature, preparing himself for any challenge. The first mission is deceptively odd. He must traverse his way to school imitating the monster from the movie The Exorcist, body inverted in a full handstand. As he awkwardly shuffles along, 2 girls spot him and begin mocking his contorted form, laughter ringing out across the schoolyard. Though dying of embarrassment, Daewon pushes onward, determined to improve himself through unconventional means rather than simply going to the gym. He ignores their ridicule, running with his body upside down, frightening students along the way but unwavering in his focus on physical enhancement. The second task is a test of endurance. He must sit in an invisible chair for an extended period, legs straining, muscles screaming, yet he endures. The third mission challenges his dexterity. He must catch a pigeon with his bare hands. After struggle and near misses, he succeeds, a triumphant grin breaking through. The fourth mission requires extreme flexibility and perseverance. Daewon clings to the underside of a playground slide, sweat and rain dripping, refusing to let go. Finally, the fifth task pushes him to his limits. He must complete a ring exercise on hard mode, demanding precision, strength, and unwavering focus to succeed. Even faced with extreme difficulty, Daewon refused to give up. His determination burned brighter than fatigue or frustration, driving him forward with unyielding resolve. An entire week passed under grueling training, and the exhausted protagonist found himself murmuring apologies to his father, silently promising he would grow stronger. With progress barely reaching 2%, he doubted whether he could ever complete the task, the enormity of the challenge pressing down on him. Late one afternoon, while wandering through an amusement park, his mind began to wander, searching for solutions beyond brute effort. He concluded that Young Seok's evidence might be a fabrication, appearing from nowhere designed to manipulate or mislead him. The idea that Ian Sung might be deceiving him seemed increasingly plausible, strengthening his resolve to finish the mission quickly. Just as doubt threatened to overwhelm him during the ring mission, a voice interrupted, asking what he was whispering to himself. Daewon looked up to see Sehun Kang standing there. Surprised, he asked why Kang was here, and the delinquent simply replied that he was in his own neighborhood. Kang's gaze shifted to Doan hugging the slide, prompting him to ask why. Doan explained it was part of his rigorous training routine. This led Kang to inquire why the training was taking place at the park instead of the gym. Curiosity piqued by Doan's unusual methods. Sehun Kang recounted that during elementary school he had been obese, a fact that kept him from attending the gym and pushed him to train at night in the park instead. Ashamed of his body at the time, he sought solitary training sessions under the moonlight, never letting others see his struggles. For 2 straight years, he trained relentlessly without pause, transforming his physique completely through sheer perseverance. He admitted that during that first year, as strength slowly returned, he often felt like giving up, a feeling Doan understood all too well. Kang explained that returning to the park was more than physical training. It was a ritual, a way to remember and honor the struggles that shaped him. This reminded Doan of his own past, recalling the bullying and defeats he endured at school, highlighting the gap between where he was and where he wanted to be. Determined to improve, Doan asked his mother to enroll him in Taekwondo, but the commitment never lasted. He would abandon it to play video games. Every time he was beaten again, he would beg his mother to try another sport, seeking a fresh chance at improvement. Yet young Doan's resolve faltered easily, and he would return to gaming whenever the training felt too difficult. Back in the present, Kang asked if Doan intended to quit again, testing his determination. Kang Sung-hoon pointed out that just moments ago, Doan had been in the middle of his grueling training, emphasizing his persistence. Reflecting deeply, Doan looked at his goals and drew inspiration from Kang, silently apologizing to his father for ever feeling weak or defeated. Reignited with determination, Doan gripped the playground slide once more, his focus sharper than ever. Clenching his teeth and summoning every ounce of strength, he resolved not to quit, vowing to see the mission through to the very end. As Doan hung from the slide, the strain etched on his face, he shouted through the effort, while Kang Jung-si-hyuk merely told him to quiet down, amused but impressed. Time passed relentlessly, and 2 months slipped by as Doan continued his intense training regimen. In his office, Jung-si-hyuk heard someone arriving and remarked with surprise, "I thought you had given up." Jung-si-hyuk looked up, meeting Doan Ha's determined gaze as he entered through the front door, the air charged with tension. Holding the flash drive in hand, Jung-si-hyuk acknowledged he now understood why Doan wanted it so badly, yet reminded him of his previous warning. He repeated his earlier threat, emphasizing that he had not been joking when he said Doan would be beaten until utterly annihilated. Closing the office door behind him, Doan met Jung-si-hyuk's words with unwavering resolve. He would face whatever came next. The prodigy declared confidently that this time would be different. His stats were significantly higher, and he had now reached level 100, ready for the confrontation. Before the battle could begin, a flashback reveals what had occurred 2 months earlier. Dripping in sweat, Doan shouted in triumph, finally managing to accomplish a difficult task. He had caught a pigeon with his bare hands, completing a crucial portion of the mission, though the effort had nearly drained him entirely. Even though pigeons are generally unafraid of humans, capturing one required immense patience, timing, and precision. Determined not to quit this time, he moved on to the next objective, hanging from the underside of a playground slide, a task that improved his physical attributes dramatically. At that point, his body enhancement mission had progressed to only 9%, a fraction of the overall goal but a critical start. He then endured sitting in an invisible chair through all his classes, gradually increasing his progress to 21%. His resolve unwavering despite discomfort. Next came the ring mission on the hardest difficulty, which pushed his strength and focus even further, boosting his progress significantly. Recognizing that consistent effort would allow him to complete the mission quickly, he continued without pause, soon reaching the halfway mark. Exhausted beyond measure, he finally completed the entire regimen by finishing the slide exercise, a hard-won victory of willpower and discipline. Doan celebrated, relief and pride washing over him as he realized he had successfully completed the body enhancement training. As a reward for completing the mission, he received a general increase in all his attributes, the system confirming his growth. He watched as his stats increased one by one before his eyes, each number a tangible symbol of his effort and perseverance. Yet, despite the numerical growth, Doan didn't feel significantly different. He wondered whether these changes had truly altered his abilities. To test his new power, he decided to apply his upgraded attributes practically, keeping his focus firmly on uncovering the truth behind his father's death. Jung mocked him mercilessly, taunting that he had no idea what Doan had been doing over the past 2 months, and questioning whether he truly believed he had a chance to win. Doan remained silent, and Jung assumed this quiet was born of recklessness and grief over his father's death. With a roar, the delinquent from Bongshin leapt over a desk, shouting that if Doan wanted to die so badly, he would personally send him to join his late father, Jinoha. He launched a vicious kick at Doan, but to his shock, the hero, poised and calm, simply raised a question before the fight could even truly begin, signaling a shift in the battle to come. Doan moved with calm precision, effortlessly deflecting the incoming strike. his eyes, sharp and steady, locked on to Jeong Seo-kyung as he asked, cool and composed, where exactly he had obtained the evidence. Jeong Seo-kyung stumbled back, stunned. The nerdy kid, once so unremarkable, had just deflected his attack with ease, leaving him momentarily speechless. A flicker of intrigue crossed Jeong's face. Almost being countered had awakened a twisted curiosity. This turn of events was far more fascinating than he had expected. Charging forward with a roar of frustration, the delinquent demanded to know why he should even consider giving Dowan an answer. Without hesitation, Jeong wound up and delivered a blistering punch aimed straight for Dowan's face. Yet with uncanny reflexes, Dowan caught it mid-air, holding back the blow with his hand. "Not yet," he said, his voice calm. "You don't need to answer now." A dangerous edge crept into Dowan's voice as he declared, threateningly, that he would make Seok-young Jeong hand over both the evidence and the truth, no matter what it took. A surge of confidence from Dowan startled Jeong, stirring a memory of a recent discussion he had with Yoon-seong Han. In that flashback, Jeong had shown a video to Han, questioning whether the culprit was a specific person. After Han confirmed the identity, Jeong had announced his intent to exploit the video for his own advantage. However, Yoon-seong Han had suggested simply giving the video to Dowan, seeing it as the easier path. The Bongshin representative dismissed the idea immediately, insisting he had no ties to Jin and no interest in helping. "If you care so much, then tell Dowan yourself," he told Han, his tone sharp. He explained that without actually showing the video, Dowan would never be convinced, no matter how much truth was spoken. Even after hearing everything, he argued, Dowan's obsession with the proof would only grow stronger. In that memory, Jeong had no intention of sharing the video. Confident that Dowan would never manage to seize the flash drive from him, he had believed without a doubt that Dowan would fail. Now, back in the present, seeing this same nerdy kid effortlessly stop his punch, Jeong felt a jarring sense of disbelief. Was this still the same weakling he had underestimated before? It seemed impossible that anyone could transform so drastically. Just 2 months had passed, yet the change was staggering. As Dowan blocked another strike with fluid ease and effortlessly countered a flurry of blows, Jeong had no choice but to conclude that the boy had grown physically stronger, far beyond expectations. Seok-young Jeong, the Bongshin representative, smirked as he taunted Dowan, questioning just how long he thought he could survive this duel. But even as he spoke, Jeong began to notice Dowan's resilience had grown immensely, reflected in the subtle increase of his defensive capability, nearly like a 200-point boost in his stat sheet. Seo-kyung attempted a kick, aiming for Dowan's side, but the protagonist simply ducked, letting the strike sail harmlessly over him. Growing frustrated, Jeong shouted to distract Dowan while preparing a powerful stomp, hoping to catch him off guard. Yet Dowan's movements were fluid and precise. He dodged again, sending Jeong's kick crashing into the wall. In that instant, a realization dawned on the delinquent. The gamer had a wide, obvious opening, but chose not to strike. A notification blinked in Jeong's perception. Dowan's agility had increased by 200 points. Nervous laughter escaped Jeong as he recalled a past conversation with Han and Se-young, where they had been drinking casually. He had mentioned hearing rumors that Dowan had been active recently but had dismissed them, claiming the gamer only fought weak opponents. Then he asked if An-sung truly believed Dowan could pose any real challenge, and Han had agreed there was no real competition. However, Han had added a cryptic note that was only true for now, a statement that had left Jeong puzzled. Han could not fully explain it, only insisting that Dowan was somehow extraordinary. Back in the present, Jeong wondered if this new, inexplicable strength was exactly what An Se-young had been referring to. He couldn't deny it. Dowan's movements were unreal, defying any expectation. His eyes wild, Jeong demanded an explanation, questioning whether this was some inherited ability because nothing else made sense. Dowan noticed, as always, that Jeong's demeanor had abruptly shifted once more. Fueled by anger, the delinquent charged forward, fists raised, telling Dowan to go join his father. Rage ignited in Dowan's chest, and with a lightning-fast motion, he struck Jeong Seo-kyung sharply on the chin. The punch landed perfectly. Jeong felt a jolt of sharp pain as a spatter of blood and teeth flew from his mouth. Dowan's voice was icy as he commented, "Looks like you're enjoying this too much," before preparing his next strike with cold precision. Taking advantage of Jeong's weakened state, Dowan followed with a second, rapid punch that slammed the delinquent to the ground. Standing over him with a piercing, cold gaze, Dowan warned, "There won't be any more laughing." But Jeong only laughed, crazed and exhilarated, claiming that Dowan had surpassed his expectations. He declared with maniacal glee that at last he could finally take a fight seriously. Meanwhile, atop an abandoned building, Ji Baek-cheon observed the chaos unfolding below with a keen eye. A subordinate called out, alerting the Bongshin assemblyman that the alarms continued to blare. Baek-cheon asked if Seok-young was still in his office. The subordinate confirmed the alarms had not stopped. Curious, Baek-cheon inquired about the cause, and his aide reported that sensors had detected loud impacts from Jeong's office. At that very moment, back inside, Seok-young Jeong's furious kick had triggered the alarm. He swung again at Dowan, But the protagonist's reflexes were unmatched. He ducked effortlessly, letting the kick fly past. Jiang could scarcely believe the magnitude of Doan's transformation in just 2 short months. Doan launched into a relentless barrage of lightning-fast attacks, each strike a blur of motion. Yet no matter how fierce or rapid, each blow was effortlessly parried by the protagonist, leaving Jiang Seo-kyung staring in stunned disbelief. As Zhu Zhang opened his mouth to boast about his exploits over the past 2 months, Doan's back slammed against a nearby couch, stumbling slightly from the impact. Seizing the moment, Jiang prepared a counterstrike, smirking as he taunted, claiming Doan had gained no real experience from his training. But Doan twisted mid-fall, harnessing the momentum to deliver a sharp, precise kick that caught Jiang squarely in the face, halting the attack in its tracks. He then vaulted onto the other couch with fluid grace, regaining balance and turning the tables in a heartbeat. A brief sigh of relief escaped Doan. He knew just how close that last exchange had come to going wrong, and how dangerous Jiang's unpredictability truly was. Charging with renewed aggression, Jiang rushed at Doan, a punch cocked high, complimenting himself on his own surprisingly effective attack. This time, his powerful blow connected, hurling Doan backward into the wall with a thunderous impact. Yet Doan recovered almost instantly, planting his feet firmly on the ground and turning his gaze toward Jiang, asking with dry amusement if he had always been such a big talker. Jiang Seo-kyung grinned, eyes alight with excitement, confessing that finally being able to fight seriously thrilled him in a way he hadn't expected. Doan raised an eyebrow, noting how strange it was to hear such words from a man about to punch him squarely in the face. Without missing a beat, Doan landed a clean punch, but Jiang retaliated mid-fall with a quick, sharp kick of his own. This time, Doan didn't dodge. The kick struck him directly in the face, and pain flared across his vision, briefly throwing his focus off. Jiang seized the opening, delivering a solid punch to Doan's ribs, testing his opponent's defenses. Doan realized with a start that Jiang was far quicker than he had anticipated, the delinquent unleashing a rapid flurry of successive strikes. A thought crossed Doan's mind. Had Jiang been holding back this entire time? Jiang, eyes gleaming with defiance, declared that Doan would never get the flash drive. Unfazed, Doan revealed his own hidden strength. He easily blocked Jiang Seo-kyung's knee strike, his movements precise and fluid. Then, driving a powerful punch into Jiang's face, Doan announced with quiet intensity that he would take the flash drive by force, no matter what. Even in the midst of the chaotic fight, Doan remained remarkably composed, thinking clearly and assessing each move as it came. He realized this clarity came from his spirit stat, which had soared from 1 to 201, sharpening his perception and focus in the heat of battle. With this newfound precision, he charged at Jiang, demanding that he surrender the item immediately. Every strike Doan delivered was calculated, and he could feel the fight tilting decisively in his favor. Jiang, caught off guard, finally recognized that Doan Han had been concealing his true power all along. Anything more is a waste of time, Doan declared, sending a fresh flurry of strikes with lethal speed. But the leader of Bong Shindong dodged with sharp reflexes, smirking as he questioned whether it truly was a waste of time. He followed with a destructive punch aimed squarely at Doan's face, insisting that the fight was only just beginning. Doan braced himself, pouring every ounce of strength into resisting the blow, denying Jiang's claim outright. Repeating that the fight would end now, Doan's arms swelled massively with power as he prepared a devastating strike. Then, with a surge of force, he drove a colossal punch into Jiang Suk's stomach, eliciting a scream of sheer pain. Blue lightning arced from Doan's fist, signaling that he had landed a critical hit with immense power. The impact hurled Jiang backward, lightning streaking from the point of contact, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. He crashed several meters away, the force of the blow shattering the office furniture around him in a chaotic mess. Even Doan had to pause, impressed that he had managed such a decisive strike. His original plan to ask about the evidence had been completely forgotten. He had utterly overwhelmed Seok-young Jiang. Choosing not to dwell on it, Doan seized the flash drive from the fallen Jiang and departed swiftly, taking control of the situation. Meanwhile, the Bongshin deputy grew increasingly anxious when Jiang failed to answer his phone. Gathering a group of gang members, he hurried toward Jiang's office, a growing sense of unease pressing down on him. He instructed a subordinate to investigate, and the man moved instantly to obey. In a narrow alleyway, the subordinate encountered the familiar white-haired figure of Yunseong Han-sung. Han-sung sat calmly on the stairs, apparently waiting for them, prompting the underling to shout for his boss in alarm. Ji Baichang, noticing the odd situation, questioned why Han Yun-sung was stationed there. Han replied simply, stating he was there to prevent anyone from ascending the stairs. Immediately, Baichang assumed something serious was happening in Jiang's office, reasoning that must be why the alarm had been disabled. He guessed that his boss was likely away, explaining why Yunzong Han Sung remained to guard the stairwell. Baekchang then leveled a threat at Han, declaring that no matter what happened, everyone from Borum Huaidong would be in serious trouble. He added that he had brought the entire Bongshindong gang in case anything went wrong. Han met his gaze, hatred simmering in his eyes, and asked again why Baekchang was present. The white-haired man calmly repeated his purpose: to stop anyone from climbing the stairs. In response, Baekchang snapped his fingers, vowing to uncover the intruder's identity once Han had been dealt with. Han rose to his feet, stating that Baekchang could try to get past, but he needed to be absolutely certain about the consequences. Standing face to face with Baekchang, Han's voice carried a deadly threat. He would stop him no matter what. A flashback flickered in Dao Ha's mind, revealing a past conversation where he had been startled to learn that Yunseong Han knew his father personally. Dao had made a firm declaration then, vowing that the next time he faced Seok Young-jeong, he would retrieve the flash drive and defeat him, confident it wouldn't take long to settle the score. His sole desire was to see the evidence firsthand, to confirm the truth with his own eyes. Before leaving, he had called Han, letting him know he was on his way, and asking for the precise location of the Bongshindong headquarters. Back in the present, Yunseong Han Sung faced the gang, giving them a stark choice: retreat now or charge at him head-on. Correcting himself with a sly grin, Han invited the entire Bongshindong gang to attack at once, declaring his distaste for drawn-out conflicts. A bead of sweat ran down Baekchang's temple, betraying his unease. He knew Han wasn't ordinary. Yet the notion that one man could face over 40 gang members seemed absurd. The idea of losing to a single opponent felt impossible to grasp. Still, a shiver ran down Baekchang's spine. Han's stance, his gaze, it radiated a menacing power that set his nerves on edge. At that moment, Dao Ha descended the stairs, his eyes widening as he took in the scene before him. He barely had time to question Han's presence before noticing the massive crowd of gang members waiting outside, the sheer numbers leaving him momentarily stunned. Baekchang's anger flared as he demanded to know what Dao was doing at their headquarters. As the tension thickened, Yunseong Han Sung leaned slightly forward and murmured to Baekchang, a quiet warning that he hated stalling. The words hit like a hammer. Baekchang's composure crumbled and his fists trembled with rage, veins bulging along his arms. Finally, he barked orders for all his men to step back, clearing a path for Dao Ha and Han to pass unimpeded. Fuming, Baekchang stormed toward his boss's office, vowing that the Borum Huaidong members would answer for this chaos once the situation was resolved. The moment he crossed the threshold, his fury froze. His boss, Seok Young-jeong, was there the entire time, a silent observer amidst the wreckage. Jeong's battered form and the office in ruins left Baekchang momentarily speechless. He demanded an explanation. What had transpired here? Seok Young-jeong answered calmly, revealing that Dao Ha had been responsible. Then, brushing off the chaos with a casual air, he chastised Baekchang for being too loud, all the while privately suspecting that Dao was concealing something significant. Turning to the gang, Jeong ordered them to clean up the office, silently vowing that next time, he would uncover every secret the nerd held. Wiping the remnants of strawberry jelly from his mouth, his expression wild and unhinged, Jeong swore to discover everything hidden in Dao's mind. Meanwhile, Yunseong Han Sung and Dao Ha sat together in a quiet park. Doan's curiosity stirred as he asked why his classmate had sought him out. Han replied, instructing the gamer to watch the video first, promising that the conversation could continue afterward with full understanding. Plugging the flash drive into his phone, Doan felt a surge of satisfaction. At last he could uncover the truth, finally witnessing what had transpired behind his father's tragic accident. The video began, and instantly Doan recognized the black car, his father's vehicle, unmistakable in the recording. The clip was brief, but his eyes caught a masked figure lurking near Oh Jin-hee's car, an ominous presence he didn't recognize. Dao watched in shock as the man, donning a hat and mask, deliberately tampered with his father's car. The realization hit him instantly. This person was responsible for the brake failure that caused the fatal accident. Though the man's identity remained a mystery, Dao connected the sabotage to Yunseong Han's earlier hint. It had to be someone close. He turned to Han, asking if he had any idea who it could be. Han merely gestured for Dao to scrutinize the man's clothing carefully. At first glance, the outfit seemed ordinary, nothing out of place. But upon closer inspection, as Han had suggested, Dao spotted a jacket unmistakably from the Sunshine Shelter. Shock widened his eyes, recognition and disbelief warred within him. A memory surged back. His father had once shown him the Sunshine Shelter uniform, seeking Dao's opinion on its design. Back then, Dao had found it unattractive, much to his father's disappointment. He had argued that delinquents would never wear something so plain, questioning the purpose of providing it at all. Ha had countered, explaining that the uniform was meant to make the homeless kids feel welcome. He believed that such gestures could foster trust and inspire positive change among the shelter's children. Despite its unappealing design, he had asked if Dowan thought the jacket was at least somewhat cool. Now, Dowan realized with chilling clarity that the person responsible for his father's accident had been a former member of the Sunshine Shelter. Han cautioned that the jacket alone wasn't conclusive, though he agreed it formed a highly plausible theory. Anger flared within Dowan as he clenched his fists, recalling the argument he'd had with his father, that delinquents could never change. Yet, ironically, it was his father's efforts to help them that had indirectly led to his death. Heavy with sorrow, Dowan lowered his head, the weight of the revelation pressing down on him. Junsung interjected, pointing out the futility of reporting the culprit to the police. Even with an investigation, the identity would remain elusive. The flash drive source was unknown, having been delivered to Seok Young Jeong anonymously. Han then asked if Dowan had any guesses about who the perpetrator might be, but he shook his head, admitting he did not. He explained that after his father's death, the shelter had collapsed, erasing much of the trail and making information from that time nearly impossible to obtain. Then a sudden thought struck Dowan. The building still stood, perhaps containing evidence left untouched. He thanked Han, acknowledging that their discussion had given him the crucial time to form a plan. When Han asked what he intended to do after identifying the person responsible, Dowan's thoughts immediately turned to his father, the driving force behind his resolve. Silently, Dowan Ha promised himself that, though it might take time, he would track down the culprit. Then, lifting his head, he spoke aloud with a voice brimming with resolve. He would make them all pay for their crimes, one way or another. The next day, in the middle of class, a casual remark from a classmate hit Dowan like a thunderbolt. Test week was starting. His eyes widened in shock. He hadn't even realized how close it was. Their teacher followed up with a warning, explaining that the upcoming exam included several difficult questions and that everyone needed to study diligently to avoid disaster. Dowan's heart sank as panic crept in. He hadn't studied at all, completely consumed by his recent missions and other responsibilities. Noticing the distress etched across his friend's face, Jihan approached and asked softly if something was wrong. Dowan admitted the truth. He was completely unprepared. Jihan, understanding and empathetic, didn't scold him. Instead, he offered help, inviting Dowan kindly to study at his house after school, making the gamer feel a warmth he hadn't expected. As the final bell rang, signaling the end of classes, Dowan had a sudden, unexpected realization. Amid all the chaos of his missions, he hadn't noticed just how much time he had spent with Jihan lately. They shared the same class and ate lunch together regularly. It dawned on him Jihan was truly his friend. The thought left him feeling strangely unsettled and confused. Excitement bubbled within him as he eagerly asked where Jihan's house was. Before Jihan could answer, a system notification popped up, alerting Dowan to an active mission. Startled, Jihan blinked, asking what he had just said. The mission made it clear. Dowan was required to protect Ji Hyun-yu throughout test week. Though puzzled by the sudden specific nature of the mission, Dowan quickly grasped the implication. Jihan was probably in danger. Meanwhile, in a dim alley nearby, two delinquents spoke crudely about women, laughing as they encroached on a girl clearly uncomfortable with their presence. One of them draped an arm around her shoulder, claiming she was the only one for him, ignoring her obvious distress. Another girl, noticing something, asked Gu Min what he was staring at. He replied casually, saying he recognized someone on the street. Gu Min's eyes were fixed on Ji Hyun-yu, remarking how strange it was to see him here, in such an alley. He mentioned that they had once been best friends, part of a quartet that had spent time together regularly. Meanwhile, the system mission had activated, offering a secret item as a reward with only 4 days left until the exams began. Later, Dowan stood stunned in front of a massive mansion, questioning if this was truly Jihan's home. Jihan confirmed it with a smile, beckoning him inside without hesitation. A woman greeted them at the door, asking politely if Dowan was Jihan's friend. Dowan introduced himself, assuming she was Jihan's mother, only to be corrected. She was the family's maid. She offered to bring them some fruit, leaving Dowan wide-eyed and slightly incredulous that his friend had a personal maid. As they ascended a spiral staircase toward the bedrooms, Dowan commented on how the house felt like something out of a movie. Upon entering Jihan's room, he was even more astonished by its size and opulent decor, his eyes tracing every detail with wonder. The visit alone made Dowan feel closer to Jihan, a sense of camaraderie he hadn't experienced in a long time. He couldn't remember the last time he had been invited into a friend's home. The maid assured them it had been a long time since Jihan had brought a friend over, telling them not to worry and to call if they needed anything. As she departed, Dowan recalled that the only other time he had seen Jihan with other people was that one day at karaoke. Jihan then asked if they could start studying, and Dowan eagerly agreed without hesitation. Later that afternoon, Dowan thanked Jihan, suggesting they continue studying together throughout the week. As he left, bidding him farewell and promising to see him at school the next day, he realized how quickly the hours had slipped by. With Jihan safe at home, Dowan reasoned that nothing dangerous was likely to occur. He continued reviewing the school mission that required him to protect his friend, noticing a detail he had previously overlooked. He wondered about the secret item promised as a reward, curious because all previous rewards had merely been keys, imagining that the secret item must be something truly valuable. A thrill ran through him, making his heart race with anticipation. A full day passed, leaving only 3 days before the exams would begin. Jihan's eyes widened in surprise when he saw that Doan had already completed all the practice problems methodically and flawlessly. Suddenly, Doan collapsed to the floor, eyes rolling back, startling his friend. He explained with a weak smile that his brain was overloaded with information and would crash if he attempted to learn anything further. Jihan, smiling kindly, suggested they take a short break to recover, understanding the strain his friend had endured. He then led Doan into a room unlike any other, prompting curious questions about its purpose. Jihan explained it was a game room, but one so extravagant that every piece of equipment gleamed with expensive craftsmanship. Doan felt a twinge of envy, having always dreamed of such a setup. To his surprise, Jihan admitted he didn't even enjoy playing games. This room had been a gift from his parents. He added that the entire second floor of the house was his domain, making Doan feel slightly overwhelmed by the difference in their circumstances. His eyes wandered to a white door off to the side. Curiosity piqued, and he asked what it contained. Jihan smiled and said it was merely a storage room. Doan feigned belief, hiding his suspicion. Nearby, a virtual reality headset caught his attention, making him suspect that the seemingly ordinary door might conceal something significant. Another day passed, leaving only 2 days until the exams were set to begin. Doan asked if he was imposing on his friend's time, but Jihan assured him it was fine. They still had studying to do anyway. Doan breathed a quiet sigh of relief as he realized that nothing had gone wrong during the mission. A sense of ease washed over him, and for the first time that day, he found himself genuinely enjoying the peaceful moments spent alongside Jihan, feeling the simple comfort of his friend's presence. Curiosity getting the better of him. Doan asked whether Jihan had ever attended special classes or had private tutors. Jihan nodded, recalling that he had indeed relied on tutors in the past. When Jihan casually mentioned that he had gone through 20 tutors, Doan's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, his mind struggling to process such an overwhelming number. Jihan explained further, noting that it wasn't just academic lessons they focused on. Each tutor brought a different specialty, covering everything from arts to sciences, allowing him to pick up bits of knowledge from a wide array of fields, broadening his understanding in ways that ordinary school couldn't provide. Laughter and conversation were abruptly cut short when a man approached Jihan, a familiar presence that instantly changed the mood in the air. The man greeted Jihan with a casual familiarity, saying it had been a long time since they last saw each other. He continued, noting that this was their first meeting since elementary school. Jihan's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of recognition crossing his face as he placed the man in memory. The tattooed man perched on a motorcycle was none other than Lee Gyu-min. Before Jihan could even question how he had found them, Gyu-min explained with a smirk that he had merely seen him walking down the street and decided to stop by. Gyu-min shrugged nonchalantly, admitting that with nothing pressing to do, he thought it would be interesting to see his old classmate again. The air between them crackled with tension, though Gyu-min seemed oblivious to it. As Gyu-min casually mentioned that he had learned about Jihan's move to Gwanak-gu, Doan noticed his friend's hands begin to tremble, subtle yet unmistakable signs of fear flickering across his expression. Sensing the tension, Gyu-min turned his gaze toward Doan and casually inquired if this was his friend, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Doan squared his shoulders, summoning his courage, and asked the man directly who he was. Jihan, however, immediately grabbed his arm, pleading with him not to provoke a confrontation. Turning toward Gyu-min with a cold, dry tone, Jihan stated bluntly that he hadn't missed him and had no desire for him to show up uninvited. His words cut through the air, firm and resolute. With a heavy heart, Jihan turned his back, signaling Doan to follow, his posture tense yet determined as they prepared to leave the uneasy scene behind. Gyu-min didn't respond, his silence almost as menacing as his presence had been. As they walked away, Doan finally asked who the man was, noting that there was no way they could be friends. Jihan only offered a quiet apology, explaining that they couldn't study together that day. Doan waved it off, telling him he'd managed to study alone. When Jihan mentioned he would head on ahead, Doan called out a cautious goodbye, urging his friend to stay safe along the way. Left behind, Doan couldn't shake the unsettling feeling of the encounter. He tried to piece together the stranger's identity and intentions, his mind racing to make sense of the tension that had just unfolded. He wondered if this had anything to do with his mission and instinctively opened his system screen, scanning for any unusual activity that might explain the disturbance. Meanwhile, as Jihan made his way home, a painful memory clawed its way to the surface, one long buried in the shadows of his past. Recalled the cruel question once posed by Gyu-min, asking if he licked yogurt lids, an innocent curiosity that turned sinister in the hands of a bully. Naively, young Jihan had answered yes, and without warning, Gyu-min had taken a spoiled yogurt, peeling it open to force Jihan to ingest the rotten contents. Gyu-min's expression was cruel, his taunts sharp as he demanded repeatedly if Jihan wasn't going to lick it, his voice echoing in the classroom. The poor boy had obeyed, forced to taste the moldy yogurt while the entire class erupted in laughter, the humiliation piercing deeper than the sour, spoiled mess on his tongue. Lost in that haunting memory, Jihan trudged onward, each step heavy with the lingering sting of past cruelty. Dawan, observing from a distance, sensed his friend's distress, and decided to honor Jihan's wish to walk home alone, giving him space to process the memory privately. He refrained from following, respecting the silent plea Jihan had given earlier. Dawan's eyes lingered until he saw Jihan safely enter his home, a small comfort that reassured him everything would remain calm for now. No sooner had Jihan crossed the threshold than his maid approached. Her curiosity piqued about Dawan's whereabouts. She mentioned that another friend had briefly visited earlier and that the rest of the group waited upstairs, eager to see him. When she clarified that these were his elementary school friends, Jihan's face drained of color and he bolted up the stairs with urgent haste. Bursting into his game room, he found his old classmates already inside, the familiarity of their presence both shocking and disorienting. Girl commented admiringly on his room, remarking that he must be living comfortably now. Other boys sprawled lazily across the furniture, teasing him for his video game and urging him to hand it over. Jihan's voice shook with shock as he demanded why they had all gathered here, but the friends only laughed, asking why he had taken so long to come home. One girl explained that since Jihan had been absent, they had sent Gyu-min to fetch him. A cold sweat broke across Jihan's face as Gyu-min stepped forward, his presence menacing, demanding to know how he could leave everyone waiting for so long. With a threatening tone, Gyu-min reminded him that their friends had come to visit after a long absence, leaving Jihan cornered and uneasy. He announced with a grin that today they would relive the fun of old elementary school days, promising mischief and excitement in equal measure. As daylight began to wane, Dawan decided it was time to head to Jihan's house himself. Ignoring Jihan's earlier request for privacy, Dawan knew he couldn't allow the unfolding situation to continue unchecked. A sinking feeling gnawed at him as he rang the doorbell, bracing for whatever awaited inside. When Jihan's maid answered the intercom, Dawan quickly identified himself, his voice steady despite the anxiety tightening his chest. The maid's surprise was palpable, and before he could explain, she hinted that there was something important he needed to hear. She informed him that Jihan wasn't home, a revelation that sent a jolt through Dawan's thoughts. Explaining further, she said Jihan had just left with some old elementary school classmates, though she had no idea of their destination. She offered to call Jihan for him. Dawan hesitated briefly, questioning why his friend had departed so suddenly, but he figured Jihan must have already made other plans. Agreeing to the call, Dawan began to turn away, his mind racing through worst-case scenarios. Suddenly, a notification blinked across his game system. He had lost the target he was supposed to be escorting. A red alert flared ominously, signaling that the mission's difficulty had spiked. An unprecedented event that set his heart racing, the air around him thick with tension. The mission objective shifted abruptly, transforming from a simple escort into a desperate rescue. Dawan's heart sank as he realized the stakes had escalated. He now had to save his friend, Jihan Yu. Shock froze Dawan in place for a moment, the sudden change from protection to rescue leaving him reeling. He hadn't anticipated that the mission would twist so violently in an instant. The implications were clear, chilling him to the bone. Jihan hadn't left with his friends of his own free will. He had been forced, coerced into a situation he never agreed to. Meanwhile, the scene cut to a dimly lit hall where a group of delinquents played pool, the clatter of balls punctuating the smoky air as laughter and taunts filled the room. A girl missed her shot and was immediately mocked by her companions, drawing the camera of attention toward Gyu-min, who observed the chaos with a calculating gaze. He murmured, almost nostalgically, that it had been ages since they last visited this hideout, reminiscing about the carefree days back in elementary school when this place had been their playground. Another bully leaned back, sneering at Jihan, commenting that some things never change, losers would always remain losers. Two thugs, unfamiliar with Jihan's face, whispered among themselves, trying to figure out who the timid-looking boy was. Gyu-min explained with a shrug that it had been 2 years since their last visit, so it was natural that Jihan wouldn't recognize the new arrivals. Spotting Jihan trembling under the attention, the newcomers waved him off with casual words, urging him to relax. Then they noticed that Jihan wasn't drinking, an omission that seemed to annoy them greatly. They questioned Gyu-min's decision to bring someone who wouldn't even participate, and Lee Gyu-min, seeing an opportunity, decided to test Jihan's loyalty. When the confused boy hesitated, Lee explained with a sly grin that they were about to conduct a friendship test. He then announced loudly to the entire room that he was going to slap Jihan across the face. Lee declared that if anyone dared to step in and take the blow for Jihan, the boy would pass this twisted test of friendship. Grabbing Jihan by the collar, Lee assured him not to worry, surely someone would intervene. His smirk was cold, calculating, leaving no room for comfort. Just as he readied his arm for the strike, a sharp, resounding slap cut through the tense air, echoing ominously across the room. A girl sneered, mocking the silence, asking if anyone had the courage to step forward. One of the bullies shrugged dismissively, remarking that it was only a slap. Lee Gu-min chuckled in agreement, his amusement cruel and deliberate. As Jihan collapsed to the floor, wincing in pain, Lee sneered that he should have treated his friends better, a twisted lesson in loyalty delivered through brutality. The mocking girl raised the stakes, asking what would happen if Jihan reported them to the police, highlighting the severity of the hit. The arrogant thug laughed, explaining coldly that nothing would come of it. Jihan wouldn't dare to report them. He added that even if he did, the authorities were already aware of Jihan's usual treatment, and his mother would inevitably discover it as well. Lee Gu-min then turned to Jihan, reminiscing that he had been genuinely surprised by Jihan after a certain day, and if he had known Jihan was nearby, he would have visited more often. His words dripped with false friendliness. Anguish and anger surged through Jihan as he demanded, voice trembling, why Gu-min was doing all this to him. At that moment, another bully interrupted, pointing out that they were running low on drinks. He handed Lee a credit card and instructed him to buy more alcohol and cigarettes, a casual reinforcement of their lawless playground. Using the brief distraction, Lee seized the chance to taunt Jihan further, questioning why he hadn't accepted the drinks his so-called friends had offered. Standing face-to-face with a defenseless boy, Lee's low growl filled the room, a warning that his patience was wearing thin. Outside, the city streets blurred past as Doan sprinted frantically, desperate to locate Jihan Yu before it was too late. He darted into internet cafes and other potential hideouts, scanning each corner, his eyes sharp and searching, but Jihan was nowhere to be found. Through dark alleys and winding back streets, Doan pressed on, a growing panic tightening his chest with each empty corner. He dialed Jihan's phone repeatedly, only to be met with silence, until suddenly, someone picked up. The voice on the other end recognized Doan instantly as Jihan's friend, giving him a momentary sense of relief amid the chaos. Recalling a man waiting for Jihan outside the school that afternoon, Doan asked if it was the same person who had lingered near the school gate. Fury ignited in him as he demanded to know their exact location, the urgency in his voice leaving no room for hesitation. From the other end, Gu-min mocked him, asking if he was planning to rescue Jihan, his tone both teasing and menacing. He warned that any delay would place Jihan in grave danger, emphasizing the peril with a sly grin. Gu-min sent the address over the line, suggesting Doan hurry. His wicked smile hinted that the so-called friendship test had only just begun. Then, without another word, he hung up, leaving only static in his wake. Turning back to Jihan, Lee questioned the authenticity of his bond with Doan, a sinister challenge in his gaze. Weak and powerless, Jihan clutched Gu-min's arm, his eyes pleading desperately for him not to harm Doan. The other delinquent mocked the display of friendship, laughter ringing cruelly around the room. In a brutal motion, Lee slammed Jihan's face into the floor, the sickening thud silencing the room for a heartbeat. He coldly explained that Jihan's hypocrisy was infuriating and ordered him to stay silent and watch as Doan suffered the consequences of his inaction. Around them, the other bullies exchanged glances, reveling in the perks of having a rich ally like Gu-min, whose presence meant they could indulge themselves freely. They whispered about the nerd approaching, the one who must have been Lee's friend before, but clearly was no longer, and speculated about his reaction. He couldn't comprehend how two people who had once been inseparable could now be poised as enemies. The group noted that the nerd was also wealthy, and discussed the cruel plan to beat him while forcing Doan to witness every brutal moment, a sadistic display of dominance. Twin brothers were taking their sweet time bringing the drinks, and the delinquents in the room were growing visibly impatient, their irritation simmering with every passing second. The moment the door finally swung open, shouts erupted from the bullies, demanding to know why it had taken so long and what exactly the twins had been doing. Before anyone could answer, one of the twin brothers' injured body was hurled unceremoniously into the room, crashing onto the floor with a dull thud. The group froze, eyes wide with disbelief, their gaze locked on the doorway as they tried to comprehend the shocking scene unfolding before them. And then, as if orchestrated, another figure stepped in, carrying the body of the second delinquent, adding to the chaos. Gu-min raised an eyebrow, quietly remarking to himself that Doan's dramatic entrance, carrying both bodies, was far beyond anything he had expected. Doan finally arrived at Jihan Yu's side, quickly offering an apology for the delay, his voice calm but urgent. He confessed that he had no clue what was happening, but asked if his only task was to take down everyone in the room, immediately bracing himself for the fight ahead. In that moment, a memory hit Jihan like a sudden flash, transporting him back to a quiet VIP room in a hospital. His mother, smiling warmly, complimented his school uniform and asked if he had made any friends yet. Jihan sheepishly explained it was only the first day back after the vacation. She teased him further, asking if he had a girlfriend, sending a blush across his face, and a stifled laugh escaping him. Jihan's mother chuckled, saying she only wanted to see her son surrounded by genuine friends who cared for him. She added that he needed someone strong by his side, someone who could protect him, just as he had taken care of her in her fragile state. After leaving his mother's room, a boy noticed his uniform and asked if he was a first-year student, sparking the beginning of a new friendship. That was the day Jihan first met Gumin. The very next day, Gumin asked if Jihan would be going to the hospital, and Jihan suggested they go together, cementing the bond that had begun the day before. Reflecting on it now, Jihan found it strange just how close they had become so quickly back then. It made sense, of course. They shared the same class, and both of their mothers were hospitalized, forging an unspoken connection between them. Their shared circumstances and similar personalities quickly made them inseparable, playing together and enjoying each other's company with a rare ease. Jihan remembered Gu Min expressing hope that their mothers would both be discharged soon, a hope that resonated deeply with him. He had agreed wholeheartedly, believing that this shared desire for their mother's well-being would solidify a friendship meant to last forever. But that sense of closeness began to unravel the day a doctor revealed the severity of Gu Min's mother's condition. The bond between them began to fracture as they learned she might not survive even another month. Back in the present, Dawan asked if he should simply take out every delinquent in the room. The bullies, brimming with arrogance, assumed they could easily overpower him, completely underestimating his skill. A surprised Gumin remarked sarcastically that Dawan had gone through all this effort just to save him, truly a touching display, he said, though his tone was laced with irony. At that precise moment, Jihan Yu shouted for Doan Ha to retreat, but the delinquents, undeterred, charged forward, declaring it was far too late to run. Dawan reacted instantly, landing a lightning-fast punch to the furious blonde bully, striking him squarely in a blind spot that left him reeling. The man crumpled to the ground instantly, and Doan quickly realized the room held more enemies than he had initially anticipated. The remaining delinquents stared in disbelief as their friend was incapacitated with a single, perfectly timed strike. Recognizing the danger, Doan understood he couldn't afford wasteful moves. He had to conserve every ounce of energy and strike with maximum efficiency. Without hesitation, Doan lunged toward another thug, moving so swiftly that it startled the rest of the group into a brief freeze. A chubby delinquent tried to throw a punch, but his reaction was too slow. Doan reached him first, unrelenting. With a sharp, precise blow to the chin, Doan sent the second enemy sprawling to the floor. Seeing the effectiveness of targeting the chin, Doan began scanning for his next opening, keenly observing his foes. Behind him, a furious thug charged forward, screaming as he raised a glass bottle, aiming to smash it over Doan Ha's skull. Doan responded with perfect timing, striking once again at the blind spot of his enemy's chin. The bottle shattered instantly, and the thug collapsed, rendered unconscious by the precise strike. As the man hit the floor, Dawan noted to himself how dangerous the glass had made the encounter. Remaining cautious, a nearby girl gasped in astonishment, asking how he managed to take down the man so effortlessly, while the chubby delinquent realized Doan's pattern, targeting the chin, and charged at him, demanding to know where he would strike next. Dowan's reply was simple and confident. The target would be the face. He followed up with a precise blind spot punch that connected squarely with the man's cheek. But the move barely fazed the chubby guy, whose resilience proved far stronger than expected. Grabbing Dawan by the collar, he boasted that his sturdy build was the reason he never lost weight, then flung him with surprising force. Dawan managed to regain his footing mid-air, preventing himself from hitting the ground. The chubby delinquent groaned that all the movement was making him dizzy, turning to Lee for food. When Lee asked what he wanted, he merely shrugged, saying he'd think about it while continuing to attack Dawan. Seizing the moment, Doan grabbed the man by his shirt, refusing to be overpowered. The thug clenched his fist, challenging Doan, asking if he was trying to imitate him. Dawan's response was calm and taunting. Did he really think he could be thrown around so easily? Then, with surgical precision, Doan unleashed 3 consecutive blind spot punches, a relentless barrage of perfectly timed strikes. The powerful blows shattered some of his opponent's teeth, inflicted serious damage, and left the thug sprawled on the floor, completely unconscious. While the others watched in stunned silence, Doan Ha smirked and remarked that he would order a massive bowl of rice for the chubby delinquent, his calm tone almost teasing. Gu Min stayed silent, his eyes narrowing, but his underlings muttered among themselves that this was precisely why you shouldn't leave important tasks to anyone else. Rising to their feet, the group complained, claiming they should have launched the attack from the start, considering how weak the others had turned out to be. The one with the sharp bowl cut stepped forward, confidently telling Dawan that the real battle was only just beginning. Dawan met their challenge head-on, and within moments, both aggressors were sprawled on the floor, utterly defeated, their bravado extinguished. Nearby, the girls shrank back in fright, pleading for Dawan not to come any closer as the intensity of the fight made them visibly nervous. But Dawan paid no attention to the defeated delinquents, a fact that left Gu Min both puzzled and simmering with frustration. Instead, he strode over to Jihan Yu, helping him to his feet and carefully checking to make sure his friend was unharmed. Once Jihan was steady, Dawan turned to face Gu Min directly, his gaze sharp as he demanded to know if Gu Min was the one who had hurt his friend. Lee chimed in, commenting that Jihan was lucky to have a friend like Doan Ha by his side. Smiling, he added, that he too had a friend like that. Someone truly dependable and loyal. As Lee spoke, a strange, hairy man emerged from behind Doan, rising to his full height. Doan whirled around, bracing himself, suspecting yet another enemy might be preparing to strike. The man tossed a cloak into the air with a loud grumble, complaining about all the chaos and noise in the room. Using the cloak as a distraction, he lunged at Doan, throwing punches while grumbling that all he wanted was to sleep in peace. Doan seized the opening, targeting a blind spot for a counterattack, moving with precise timing. Yet the man blocked the punch with surprising strength, a sly grin forming as if he found the counterattack amusing. Dowan's eyes widened, shocked, not only that his blow had been stopped, but also by the immense force behind the man's own strike. In that instant, Dowan realized that Kim Gang-jae wasn't just strong. He was on an entirely different level, a top-ranked fighter. Determined to annihilate him, Dowan prepared to unleash a special technique, but Kim retorted that it would be Dowan who'd end up destroyed, pushing Dowan to ready his most powerful moves. Meanwhile, back at Jihan Yu's house, his maid noticed the vaporizer sitting quietly on a shelf. She decided to place it in the storage room for the time being, then headed toward the familiar white door. Seeing the room was dark, she assumed Jihan had gone out to eat, leaving the house in temporary calm. A small smile formed on her face, happy that he was spending time with friends even during the stressful exam week, knowing his mother would be pleased too. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. What exactly were they all doing at this very moment? Back in the chaos of the fight, Kim ranted about everyone sleeping just as he had woken up, launching a relentless flurry of punches toward Dowan. Dowan Ha deftly blocked each strike, but he could feel the cumulative impact stacking up. Every punch carried incredible strength. He realized that the power behind each blow came from Kim's sheer muscle mass, putting him at a disadvantage in a direct, forceful exchange. Since Kim could block his strikes, Dowan knew he had no choice but to deploy his strongest skills without hesitation. Kim, baffled by how Dowan had taken down so many with seemingly weak attacks, demanded to know if he had some hidden secret technique. He grabbed Dowan's wrist to prevent the next strike, confidently claiming he would neutralize him before he could do anything. Even while restrained, Dowan twisted his entire body, delivering a devastating kick that tore through Kim's defense. Using a move called the Falcon's Fall, he struck Kim Gang-jae squarely in the head, breaking free from the grip with precision and power. With the momentum of his energized body, Dowan struck again, relentless and calculated. The force of these blows shredded Kim's clothes and left him badly injured, the battle clearly taking its toll. Yet Dowan couldn't hide his frustration. He had aimed for the head, hoping to finish Kim in a single, decisive strike. Nearby girls watched in fear, whispering urgently to each other to stay silent, terrified that Dowan might actually defeat Kim. Kim, claiming he hadn't fully woken up yet, grew irritated and charged straight at Dowan with renewed fury. Dowan sidestepped swiftly, warning that he intended to wake Kim with a crushing blow of his own. Seeing his opponent on the ground, Dowan briefly wondered if perhaps the tables had turned. Was he the one about to be knocked out? Nearby, a heavily injured Jihan Yu watched intently, his eyes wide with awe at the sheer power his friend Dowan Ha wielded. Annoyed beyond measure, Gu Min muttered to himself, questioning what his foolish friend was thinking in the midst of this fight. He glanced to the side, noticing some throwing darts, and an idea began to form. Kim Gang-jae reeled from a crushing slap that left him dizzy and disoriented, his expression a mixture of confusion and pain. Dowan commented that being overwhelmingly strong could be its own problem, though Kim seemed unable to grasp what he meant. Dowan unleashed a series of punishing, precise strikes, warning Kim that it would be far better if he just remained on the ground. But just as he was about to land the finishing blow, a voice interrupted him, ordering him to stop. Gumin had taken Jihan hostage with a sharp dart, his eyes cold as he warned Dowan against making another move. He threatened that if Dowan dared to attack, he would eliminate his friend in an instant with the lethal weapon. Dowan's voice rang out as he shouted Jihan Yu's name, while Gu Min muttered in frustration, feeling that his investment in Kim had been wasted. With a sharp glare, Gu Min barked at his subordinate, telling him to do his job properly and not get beaten in the chaos. Anger surged through Dowan Ha, his fists tightening. But before he could react, Kim Gang-jae's massive hand connected with a brutal punch that smashed squarely into his face. Kim sneered, taunting Dowan, asking if he couldn't see that everything happening around him was meant to completely crush him. Without hesitation, Dowan began deftly blocking a rapid succession of Kim's powerful punches. Kim mocked him, daring him to continue if he truly didn't care about what might happen to his friend Jihan Yu. Jihan screamed in horror, watching helplessly as Dowan absorbed a devastating strike to his stomach, his body flexing under the force. Fury bubbled in Jihan as he glared at Gu Min, who simply held up the dart threateningly, warning him not to try anything foolish. Gu Min smirked cruelly and revealed that he had video evidence of the crimes committed against Jihan, speculating on how his mother would react. Already sick, she would likely collapse if she saw it. Then he coldly added that Jihan should start worrying about his own safety from now on. He snapped orders to Kim Gang-jae, commanding him to stop toying around and to finish the fight immediately. Kim gripped Dawan by both massive hands, choking him tightly, asserting to Gumin that he intended to carry out the attack regardless. Dawan's eyes widened, stunned by the sudden chokehold, his breath catching as pressure mounted. From hard-earned experience, Dawan knew he was on the brink of losing consciousness if he didn't act fast. He also realized that attacking recklessly would put Jihan in immediate danger, meaning he had to neutralize Gu Min first. After all, Gu Min held a lethal weapon, making him the most immediate threat. Dawan silently wished he could unleash his weapon master skill in this desperate moment. Just then, Kim Gang-jae tightened his grip further, and Dawan felt his awareness starting to dim, consciousness slipping away. Seeing his friend in peril, Jihan Yu let out a raw, pained cry, summoning every ounce of his willpower to reach Dawan. That anguished scream triggered a memory from school, when Jihan had seen Gumin packing up and asked if he was going to the hospital. Looking sad and hesitant, Gumin had confirmed he was heading there, but admitted that something was weighing on his mind. He had told Jihan that it must be nice to still have a mother, revealing how much he had changed since losing his own. From that day, Gumin began to distance himself, walking away from his friend with a growing emotional barrier. Soon after, Gumin fell in with delinquents, spiraling down a dark, reckless path. Jihan had tried to intervene, urging his friend that he was better than the choices he was making, but his words only pushed Gumin further away. Gumin coldly retorted, claiming Jihan's concern stemmed from pity, before issuing a veiled threat that left Jihan stunned. After that confrontation, Jihan had fled, and Gumin began targeting him relentlessly, escalating the harassment. Back in the present, Gumin tightened his hold on the dart aimed at Jihan, declaring that once Dawan was finished, Jihan would be his next victim. He laughed wickedly, taunting Jihan, asking if he thought he could run away again as he had in the past. Jihan admitted he had run before, confessing that even though he had seen Gumin heading down the wrong path, fear had held him back from stopping him. He now believed that if he hadn't given up on Gumin back then, his friend might not have become like this. Summoning all his courage, Jihan squeezed Gumin's arm tightly, declaring firmly that this time he would not run. Meanwhile, back at Dawan Ha's house, the maid began coughing as dust swirled around the storage room. Seeing the thick layer of dust, she mentally noted that a thorough cleaning would be required later. As she moved to leave, she accidentally knocked something over but managed to catch it just in time before it hit the floor. She recognized it immediately as the very first trophy Jihan Yu had earned from his martial arts masters. Memories surfaced of how he had attended every single class, even when his mother was unwell, never missing an opportunity to train. Looking at all his trophies, the maid quietly wondered what kind of person he would have become had he continued his rigorous training without interruption. Back at Lee's hideout, the girls and Kim Gang-jae stared in disbelief as the fight took an unexpected turn. They watched, mouths agape, as Jihan Yu skillfully executed a martial arts move, overpowering Gu Min with precise technique. Despite Gu Min being taller and more muscular, Jihan slammed him decisively to the ground, pure skill overtaking raw strength. Dawan Ha's eyes widened in astonishment, completely taken aback by his friend's unexpected prowess. Jihan had turned the battle on its head, now pointing the sharp dart directly at Lee's throat with unwavering control. He offered a measured apology to the delinquent, which only seemed to fuel Gumin's anger, further intensifying his wrath. Breaking free, Jihan reassured Dawan Ha that he was unharmed, provoking an angry glare from Kim at his boss. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light illuminated the room, stunning Kim Gang-jae. Seizing the moment, Jihan told Dawan that the enemy could now be attacked, prompting Dawan to prepare his signature multi-punch technique. Sudden action triggered another memory from the past, bringing back reflections of tense school days. Jihan had once worried whether Lee would return to school and whether the funeral he'd attended had gone smoothly. His thoughts were interrupted when a curious classmate asked if he practiced boxing, which Jihan confirmed with a humble nod. The other boys were amazed to learn he trained in both jiu-jitsu and boxing, praising him enthusiastically, while Gu Min silently watched from outside the classroom. Jihan brushed it off as just a hobby, inspiring his peers. Yet deep inside, Gu Min felt a pang of sadness, jealousy stirring quietly. Lee suffered in silence, bitterly envious of everything Jihan had that he lacked. Watching Jihan smile and bond with friends while he cried alone only deepened his resentment. Even small interactions had soured their friendship over time. Questions about organizing school supplies or hospital visits had widened the rift between them. Lee often remarked on how lucky it must feel to have a living mother. That envy festered within him, twisting into a deep, gnawing hatred that guided every step he took down a path darkened by resentment. Back in the present, Gu Min's face twisted in disbelief and fury as he glared down at his sprawled underlings. Shocked beyond measure, he demanded to know why they were just lying there, utterly defeated. His eyes burned with a ferocious, bloodshot intensity as he roared at the delinquents, Kim Gang-jae among them, ordering each to rise immediately. Every shout carried a venomous edge, dripping with pure hatred. Anger boiled over as he vented, screaming that he had spent so much money on them, only for them to crumble so easily under pressure. He spat words of contempt, labeling them utterly useless for failing to even defeat a single opponent. Fury still smoldering, his gaze snapped to the girls nearby, and he demanded in a sharp voice what they thought they were doing. Charging forward, he grabbed handfuls of their hair, yanking them violently while shouting orders to fight. The girls screamed, pleading for release, but their cries only fueled his rage further, intensifying the storm of his fury. Jihan Yu, observing the chaos, finally spoke, questioning if Lee himself had any intention of joining the fight, noting that he seemed utterly clueless about how to even defend himself. In response, Gumin flung the girls to the ground and demanded sharply how much Jihan had paid Lee to interfere in the first place. He even tried to tempt Dawan Ha with triple the amount, attempting to sway him to his side. But Dawan's expression was only one of quiet disappointment. He coldly questioned why he would ever want, or even accept money from a bully like Lee. Frustration simmering over Jihan Yu's treatment of him, Lee threatened to send videos to Jihan's mother, asking if he was truly willing to relive the humiliation of that day. At that instant, Jihan's mind was pulled back to the day they parted ways, the day that would become the heaviest regret he had ever carried. He recalled telling Gu Min that he had not always been a delinquent, only to be met with Gu Min's fiery question. Was Jihan pitying him? Trying to ease the tension, Jihan insisted he wasn't, warning Gu Min that the people he surrounded himself with were only after his money, not true friends. Jihan even attempted to show understanding for the tragedy that had struck Gu Min's mother, but Gu Min shot back with biting anger, claiming Jihan could never truly understand. Gu Min argued that Jihan had never lived through it himself, ordering him to leave and dismissing any empty words of comfort. It was then that Gu Min resolved to make Jihan truly feel the weight of his anger. He spat cruel, unthinkable insults about Jihan's mother, words so vile that even now Jihan could barely bear to recall them. Consumed by fury, Jihan completely lost control, lashing out and nearly beating Gu Min to death. Later in the principal's office, Gu Min's furious father demanded how Jihan could strike his son and think a mere apology would suffice. The principal attempted to explain that Jihan's parents were tied up with work and unable to attend, noting that his mother was unwell. The news that her son had hurt someone hit Jihan's mother like a thunderbolt. Despite her illness, she rushed to the principal's office, apologizing for her delay in a frail voice. The principal gently remarked on her fragile condition, but she insisted she needed to be there, no matter the cost. As she began to apologize to Gu Min's father for her son's grave mistake, her strength gave out mid-sentence, and she collapsed. Shock gripped everyone in the room, freezing the moment in disbelief. Later, Jihan learned just how dire his mother's condition had been that day, and to his dismay, the incident had been twisted into an opportunity for Gu Min to exert control. Days later, Gu Min forced Jihan to eat spoiled yogurt in front of the entire class while recording the humiliation for posterity. He leveraged those around him to systematically isolate Jihan, leaving him completely alone and vulnerable. Standing over a kneeling Jihan, Gu Min mocked him, asking if seeing his mother collapse had finally convinced him to quit his extracurricular classes. Another delinquent added cruelly that Jaehan's mother would never be able to bear knowing the torment her son endured. Terrified for her safety, Jaehan surrendered to the bullying, unable to resist further. Eventually, he was left utterly alone, abandoned by everyone. Back in the present, Gu Min played the video for Jaehan, sneering at his silence and threatening to send it to his mother. Before he could continue the blackmail, Dawan snatched the phone, noting the video seemed tame in comparison to what actually happened. Realizing that deleting each file individually was impossible, Dawan decided to wipe the entire phone clean, erasing even the cloud backups. Gu Min scoffed, warning that deleting it from the phone wouldn't matter, as the video might exist somewhere else. Dawan firmly declared that whatever had happened before, he was now firmly on Jihan's side. He threatened Gu Min, warning that anyone who tried to harm Jihan again would face severe consequences. Grabbing Gu Min by the shirt with unbridled anger, Dawan admitted he was tempted to act immediately. He dropped Gu Min to the floor and turned to his friend, asking what they should do with a man who had hurt Jihan so many times. Jihan Yu's gaze swept over Gu Min, and he realized with a sudden clarity that his former friend had been completely alone throughout the entire period they had been apart. Reflecting further, Jihan noticed that Lee, too, had been left entirely to his own devices. Lee offered to delete the videos, and while Jihan blamed himself for abandoning a friend, Gu Min made a solemn promise. He would never appear in Jihan's life again. He muttered a final apology, but stealthily clutched a jagged shard from a broken glass bottle. Suddenly, he screamed, cursing them for obstructing him and brandishing the jagged weapon at Dawan. Acting on instinct and burdened by guilt, Jihan Yu reacted instantly, kicking Lee squarely in the face. Dawan Ha was ready to intervene, but Gu Min hit the floor before any action could be taken. Jihan asked if Dawan was hurt. Shaking his head, Dawan instead asked in surprise how Jihan had become so skilled at fighting. With Lee unconscious on the ground, the immediate threat was finally neutralized. On the way home, Dowan listened to the full story of how Lee had changed after his mother passed away, finally understanding why Jihan had remained silent during the karaoke bar bullying. Though he had wanted to resist, trauma had rendered him incapable of standing up to anyone. Jihan reflected on his own helplessness, turning to Dowan and asking if he wasn't, in truth, just pathetic. He couldn't shake the thought that Dowan had nearly faced serious danger, all because of him. But Dowan shook his head firmly, insisting that Jihan Yu was completely reliable, especially in the heat of the moment when Lee lunged at him with that jagged bottle. He admitted with a relieved sigh that if it hadn't been for Jihan stepping in, things could have gone terribly wrong. In that moment, a memory surfaced in Jihan's mind. His mother had once told him that all she ever wanted was for him to have a good friend, someone to look out for him, just as he had always looked out for her. Jihan remembered telling her he wasn't strong enough for that, but his mother had smiled gently, assuring him that even if he wasn't the strongest, he could still be a reliable friend to someone. Leaning through the window to watch her son, she explained that true friends support each other, and that was a wonderful thing. She had told him that no matter how difficult life became, he could find the courage not to run away from challenges or from people who needed him. At the time, Jihan had thought it a little strange coming from his mother, but she just laughed softly, saying it was the way an old lady saw the world. Back in the present, Dowan asked Jihan what he would do if Lee tried to send the videos to his mother out of spite. Jihan replied calmly that he didn't know exactly how long it would take, but he planned to tell his mother the truth, bit by bit, gradually revealing everything. He admitted that he could no longer keep running from his past, and he added that having Dowan by his side gave him the courage he had been lacking. Hearing this, Dowan felt a warmth spread through him and smiled, though he chuckled and teased that it was a bit of a cringe-worthy moment. Just then, a notification popped up in the system, announcing that Dowan had completed his mission to rescue Jihan Yu. Eager to see what he had earned, he decided to claim the secret reward immediately, curiosity sparking in his eyes. When he received the item, his eyes widened in surprise as black smoke began swirling upward from it, curling and twisting in a strange, ominous display. Holding the mysterious item that radiated a faint, eerie energy, Dowan couldn't help but wonder what kind of ominous power it contained. As the smoke finally faded, his confusion deepened, and he murmured to himself, questioning if it was some kind of black lock rather than a key. He had previously received keys, and now here was a lock. So naturally, he decided to examine the item's information to understand its purpose. The description confirmed that the black lock was indeed a secret item. Dowan tried to wrap his head around what effect it might have and how it could function. He began to wonder if such an item could be problematic in real life, fearing that its power might be far too great for someone to handle safely. That realization made Dowan hesitate, questioning whether the item might be more dangerous than he could manage. Exhausted from the day's events, Dowan flopped onto the table, relief washing over him as he celebrated that the grueling exams were finally over. He turned to Jihan Yu with gratitude, admitting that everything he had learned from his friend had appeared on the tests, making the preparation worthwhile. Modestly, Jihan responded that it had been Dowan's effort all along, and he gently suggested that Dowan start studying earlier next time. When Dowan asked if Jihan would be heading to the hospital soon, Jihan confirmed that he would, explaining that a series of appointments awaited him. Jihan added that he would likely be staying at the hospital over the weekend, then asked Dowan what his plans were. Dowan replied that he also had somewhere he needed to go. He recalled a conversation with Yoon Sung, where he had reassured himself that he didn't suspect anyone of foul play. He then remembered that evidence from the Sunshine Shelter had once been left behind, though the place was now mostly in ruins. Knowing the shelter building was still standing, Dowan decided to go there and search for any remaining clues, realizing it would be difficult to gather information online after so much time had passed. With a city map spread before him, Dowan navigated the streets carefully, noting that the Sunshine Shelter had been officially shut down 3 years ago. The building itself remained intact, giving him hope that he might find something useful tucked away inside. He planned to spend the weekend scouting the area, but as he approached the shelter, a peculiar sight caught his attention. Where the building had stood, there was now a construction site, and a sinking feeling hit him. He realized it was slated for demolition. An elderly man passing by overheard him muttering about demolition and commented that talking about it was bad luck. Irritated, the old man quickly clarified that it wasn't a demolition, just a renovation. He went on to explain that no one had taken interest in the building for 3 years, and its owner had endured many hardships because of it. Dowan asked if this had been the former headquarters of the Sunshine Shelter, but the old man shook his head, unsure. In response, Dowan introduced himself as Jino Ha's son, the former owner of the shelter, and the old man paused, trying to process this revelation. When the man asked why he had come, Dowan explained that he hoped to retrieve any items from the shelter before they were lost forever. The man told him that after the shelter closed, everything had been cleared away. Dowan's heart sank. Was there truly nothing left? He asked if there was absolutely nothing at all. Hearing this, the old man decided to take a look and told Doan to wait there patiently. After a while, the old man returned carrying an item carefully wrapped in cloth and handed it to Doan. He explained that nothing else from the shelter had remained, and that no previous residents had returned until now. However, while checking inside the building before renovations began, he had stumbled upon this particular item lying on the floor. The man noted that it had been found exactly where Doan's father's office had once been. At first, he had considered throwing it away, but it seemed so out of place that he decided to keep it. As Doan began to unwrap the cloth, the old man commented on how oddly it had appeared, noting that no one usually stores broken glasses in a box for no reason. Seeing the item, Doan became convinced that someone had deliberately left it there. Though he knew his father didn't wear glasses, he decided to keep it, uncertain whether it had any connection to the shelter. As Doan turned to leave, the old man asked why he was searching for clues. Not yet ready to reveal his true motives, Doan simply replied that he missed his father. The old man found this answer deeply sentimental. As Doan exited the building, the man began to weep, lamenting how profoundly sad the boy had made him feel. Meanwhile, in the office of the delinquent counsel in Gwanak, an assistant named Che Jin-ho asked what had brought his client there. Fuming with rage, Gumin slammed his hand down onto the table, making the wood shudder, and barked orders that Jihan Yu and Doan Ha must be crushed without mercy. Che Jin-ho, ever calm and composed, reminded Lee Gyumin that just 2 days ago, he himself had come to them seeking help to control his own unruly subordinates. Ignoring the reminder, Lee tossed a thick stack of cash onto the table, the bills fluttering slightly, and promised an exceptionally generous bonus, demanding that Che and his team take the money and handle the task exactly as instructed. Che Jin-ho paused for a moment, his expression thoughtful as he considered the offer. Glancing around the dimly lit bar, he looked back at Lee and asked, with a measured tone, if he truly believed that money could solve every problem. Then, scooping the cash into his hands with a sly smile, Che answered his own question. Yes, it absolutely could, and confirmed that they would take care of the matter. He asked Lee to repeat the names of the school and their targets, and Lee confirmed that the marks were none other than Jihan Yu and Doan Ha from Shinan. Upon hearing Doan Ha's name, Che's eyes flickered with recognition. He noted that there was no problem with the assignment, but warned that their system carried a special caution attached to Doan. The additional notes indicated that Doan had previously defeated the former representative of Borum, marking him as an unusually formidable target. Lee Gyumin quickly added that both of their targets were exceptionally strong and could not be taken down by just anyone. Che Jin-ho thanked him for the warning, assuring him that there was no need for unnecessary worry. Che explained that they had the perfect professionals for this kind of job, a pair whose strength and skill required no further introduction. Fresh out of juvenile detention, these brothers were brimming with energy, a fact clearly demonstrated when they were shown easily overpowering an entire crowd of opponents. One of the twins, Oh Hyosiop, turned to his brother, Oh Taeziop, and asked casually how things were progressing with the leader. Taeziop replied with a confident smirk that he had already dealt with a minor target, demanding that his younger brother show some respect. Hyosiop scoffed, questioning what respect between twins even meant, prompting Taeziop to grin darkly and threatened to eliminate him if he continued to be insolent. Back at the bar, Che Jin-ho spoke with quiet confidence to Lee Gyumin, assuring him that there was no longer any reason to worry. The situation was fully under control. Elsewhere, Doan Ha reflected on how quickly time had passed, realizing that the second-year school trip had already arrived. Seeing his classmates buzzing with excitement, he found himself unable to share in their joy. School trips had never been his thing. He would have much preferred to stay home, gaming in peace. His gloomy mood lingered until Ah-rin and Ju appeared, greeting him cheerfully. The instant Doan saw Ah-rin, the girl he liked, his spirits lifted. He returned her greeting enthusiastically. When she expressed her excitement for the trip, Doan declared with certainty that this would be the best trip of their lives. His mood improved even further when Jihan Yu showed up, thrilled that he would have both friends by his side during the trip. With Jihan and Ah-rin around, Doan began to see the trip in a completely new light, full of potential fun and shared adventures. At that precise moment, Che's voice came through an earpiece asking the O brothers if they had received the client's details for their mission. Che reminded the brothers not to feel pressured simply because they were far from home, instructing them to do what they always did, leave the target unable to move freely. Meanwhile, the twin brothers had already infiltrated the bus, silently greeting each other with mischievous grins. Unaware of the danger lurking so close, Doan chatted happily about how excited he was for the school trip, oblivious to the brothers lying in wait. Moments later, the bus driver called out, announcing that they had arrived and telling everyone to disembark from the vehicle. Ah-rin stood and gently shook her sleepy friend, who had yet to realize where he was, nudging him to wake up. She urged him softly, telling him it was time to get moving. Ah-rin reminded him that this would be their final trip as students, adding a sense of significance as they arrived in Jeonju. Later, during their pottery class, Da-yoon questioned whether it was really appropriate to have such an activity on the very first day of their final school trip. Jae-han, however, lit up at the idea, excited by the thought of taking a sculpture home, even though Da-yoon initially found the activity a little childish. After a moment of hesitation, Da-yoon began to appreciate the idea, realizing that seeing the sculpture at home would serve as a lasting memory of the trip. His excitement was abruptly cut short when someone suddenly appeared and smashed the sculpture, shattering it instantly into pieces. A stern pottery master, Choi Tae-ek Shin, declared sharply that the shoddy work Jihan had made had no place on sacred ground. Someone attempted to reason with Choi, arguing that he shouldn't interfere during class time, but the master insisted he was there for a different purpose to find his disciple. However, his expression softened when he noticed another piece of Jaehan's work. Master Choi asked if Jihan had crafted the piece himself, immediately recognizing it as a flawless replica of National Treasure number 91. The horse-shaped vase. He praised Jihan for recreating the masterpiece perfectly and inquired who he was. Jihan modestly replied that he had only taken a few pottery classes as a child. The master's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he asked Jihan to become his successor, leaving him completely stunned. Later, at lunchtime on the first day of the trip, the hungry students prepared themselves for what they assumed would be a disappointing meal. When the teacher asked where they were headed, the students responded eagerly, driven more by hunger than curiosity. The guide announced that they would be eating at the pottery workshop, leaving the students confused and uncertain what to expect. The guide explained that the basil pizza they would be tasting was baked in the hottest kiln in Kiln by Master Choi himself. The teacher praised the master's pizza, claiming that his culinary skill was as refined as his pottery expertise. Da-yoon frowned in disbelief, joking that the pizza looked like his sculpture had melted into the dough, while Jihan-yu happily declared it delicious. Seizing the opportunity, Choi offered that if Jihan became his successor, he would teach him every pizza recipe he had learned in Italy. Still on the first day, the students visited a museum after their meal. Jihan and Da-yoon both admitted that visiting right after lunch had left them sleepy and somewhat bored. Ignoring his friend's complaints about the schedule, Jihan overheard some girls remarking on how beautiful Ah-rin was. Looking over at her, he noticed that she was wearing a stunningly beautiful but flashy crown, immediately catching his attention. Ah-rin tilted her head slightly and asked her friend for an opinion on how the crown looked. Her friend, cheeks heating up, quickly looked away, embarrassed and unsure of what to say. Even though it was just a simple accessory, her friend couldn't help but wonder who would actually wear a crown like that. But Ah-rin's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly convinced that it was beautiful and perfect for her. With a mischievous grin, Ah-rin darted forward, playfully chasing her friend around, trying to force the crown onto her head. Nearby, Da-yoon watched the scene, completely captivated. He thought she looked stunning. The crown perched atop her head, adding an unexpected elegance to her playful demeanor. Their moment of fun was interrupted by the teacher, who asked if everyone was enjoying the museum. The students responded with a unified, enthusiastic, "Yes." The teacher then announced they had free time to explore on their own until dinner, but warned firmly that anyone caught doing anything suspicious would be sent straight back to school. Seizing the chance for a little private time, Da-on invited his friend Jihan to take a walk with him, and Jihan readily agreed, a small smile tugging at his lips. As the pair wandered the winding streets during their free time, they had no idea that someone was quietly following them. The maniac brothers trailed behind, eyes narrowing as they whispered to each other, contemplating whether this was the perfect moment to eliminate Doan and Jihan. The younger brother, Oh Hyosiop, casually licked his ice cream cone while keeping a sharp gaze locked on Doan, his expression radiating impatience and a barely contained desire for confrontation. His older brother, Oh Taesiop, shook his head and urged him to hold back, insisting that now was not the right time to act. He muttered that, among all of Hyosiop's flaws, impatience was by far the worst. Just as he began to comment that his younger brother was ruining everything, a nearby attendant accidentally tipped over a tub of ice cream, drenching Taesiop's clothes. The attendant stammered out a flurry of apologies, quickly offering to clean it up. But Hyosiop barked a warning, pointing out that it was his brother's favorite shirt. Within moments, the attendant was lying unconscious on the ground, a small heap beside the chaos. As Taesiop brushed the ice cream off his shoulders, Hyosiop sneered, teasingly asking if it was really patience that was lacking here. Meanwhile, far from the commotion, Doan sampled a local sweet treat, his eyes widening in delight at the unexpected burst of flavor. Jihan chuckled, remarking that he still had room for dessert even after pizza, and Doan's laughter joined his, thoroughly enjoying the moment and the trip itself. It was a stark contrast to his past trips, which had been nothing but misery. He remembered being forced to sit next to the teacher on the bus, fiddling with his phone the entire ride to escape the discomfort. At the lodging, things hadn't been any better. He had been forced to switch rooms because of bullies, and had endured cruel pranks, like having obscene drawings etched onto his face and toothpaste smeared across his skin. Every trip had felt like an ordeal he could only endure silently. But now, surrounded by friends and laughter, he was finally leaving that painful past behind. Shaking off the lingering memories, Jihan asked Doan if he wanted to visit a place in Jeonju that everyone made sure to see at least once. They soon arrived at an ATV course, and Doan hesitated, wondering if they were even allowed to drive without a license. Jihan laughed and assured him that it would be fine. Suddenly, Doan's attention snapped toward a girl driving recklessly, the ATV wobbling under her, drawing the ire of the old guide. The guide muttered complaints under his breath, questioning whether she had ever driven before and fretting over the danger she was putting herself and others in. It was Aaron, pushing the ATV far beyond safe limits, her friend clinging to the passenger seat with wide eyes, terrified by the speed. As soon as her ATV skidded to a stop, Doan hurried over, asking with genuine concern if she was okay. The old guide's curiosity was piqued. He wondered if the two knew each other and asked Doan if he wanted to try riding as well. He grumbled that splitting into two separate pairs of riders would be a waste of money, as the other spots were still open. But Aaron's friend, clearly fed up with the chaos, gave up her spot without hesitation. The old man quickly suggested pairing a boy and a girl together on one ATV instead. When the guide asked if Jihan knew how to drive, Dowan's eyes widened, realizing what this would mean. Blush crept across his face as he understood the implication, nervously glancing over at Aaron. He saw her leaning casually against the vehicle, asking softly if he was okay sharing the ride with her. Then, more formally, Aaron asked if he wanted to ride the ATV together. Soon, Dayun was gripping the handlebars, with Aaron perched closely behind him. Her warmth pressed against his back, sending a rush of heat through him. With her so close, his heart thudded wildly, nearly threatening to burst out of his chest with all the emotions he was feeling. Aaron noticed his reaction and teased, saying he was burning up, but he was so flustered by her nearness that words completely failed him. While she reveled in the wind whipping across her face, a group of thugs from the city school spotted her from the street below. One of them leered, commenting on her attractiveness, and the others agreed, their eyes gleaming with the idea of having her for themselves, despite her being from another school. Seeing Dowan with her, their jealousy flared, and they assumed he was her boyfriend, deciding that they would take her regardless. Meanwhile, Ah-Rin remarked with a hint of surprise that just like at the internet cafe, it was another one of those coincidences where they ran into each other again. Dayun winced at the memory of how he had once bonked her on the head with a toy hammer, failing spectacularly to make a good impression. Yet now, they were riding together on an ATV, a chance to start fresh. Just then, he spotted a candy truck rolling down the street and saw a golden opportunity to impress her. He approached confidently, ready to deliver what he imagined would be a perfectly romantic line. But the moment he spoke, he immediately noticed her horrified expression and realized he had completely misjudged the situation. Da'un quickly apologized, but Ah-Rin shook her head, explaining that it wasn't him. It was just that she hated loudspeaker trucks. Understanding, he drove away, embarrassed but relieved. Stopping a little further down the street, he checked if she was feeling better, and she smiled, confirming she was fine now. He wondered aloud how she managed during school breaks with all the noisy trucks around, but she simply shrugged, saying she was leaving. She announced she wanted to take a walk near the observatory, and lamented that it was a shame everyone would be leaving the next day. Ah-Rin suggested going with her friend, but before anyone could respond, Jae-Han suddenly appeared, carrying Ah-Rin's friend in his arms. When asked what had happened, Jihan explained in a calm voice that there had been a minor accident during the ATV ride. The injured girl looked up at him with wide, admiring eyes, completely captivated by his presence, as if nothing else in the world existed for her in that moment. It all started earlier on the ATV when she had teasingly remarked that, besides being handsome, Jihan was also an excellent driver, which had caught him slightly off guard. He modestly explained that he had learned how to handle vehicles during his leisure and sports class, trying not to sound too proud. As they sped through a shallow puddle, water splashed up and dripped onto her, and Jihan instinctively tried to pull the ATV back onto firmer ground, concerned that the situation might become dangerous. Unfortunately, the ATV's wheel began to sink into the muddy water, which was deeper than it had appeared from a distance. In a sudden jolt as he accelerated to escape, the girl lost her balance and tumbled onto the rocky ground with a thud. Jihan immediately rushed to her side, panic and concern etched on his face, urgently asking if she was hurt. Quickly apologized for not paying more attention and scanned her over carefully, relieved to see that her injuries were minor. Gently lifting her into his arms, he asked if she was in pain. She simply looked back at him, her eyes shining with warmth and affection, which made his chest tighten. Even with the ATV still awkwardly tilted in the shallow water, she reassured him that she wasn't badly hurt, easing the tension in his shoulders. After finishing recounting the story to their friends, the group made their way back to the lodge as the sky slowly deepened into evening, casting long shadows across the streets. Jihan added that he had helped her walk afterward because her legs were still unsteady from the fall, holding her carefully like a protective companion. Dayun laughed, remarking that Jihan had been brave to carry her like a princess. Jihan admitted, blushing, that it was his first time doing anything like that, while Dawan teased him, calling him a master for learning a new skill, which left Jihan flustered and scrambling for words. Dawan commented that even though they hadn't traveled all the way to Jeju Island, they had still managed to find a fantastic guest house that felt cozy and welcoming. Both he and Jihan agreed that their room was spacious, tidy, and perfect for relaxing after a long day. Exhausted from the day's adventures, Dawan flopped onto the bed with a sigh, while Jihan remarked with a grin that the day had been fun and full of surprises. Dawan nodded in agreement, wondering aloud if the next day would hold just as much excitement and laughter. The second day of the trip began with a visit to the city's historical sites, where their guide enthusiastically explained that the scattered tombs belonged to the ancient Silla kings. Later, the class stopped at Bulbuksa Temple to take photos, and Dawan and Jaehan couldn't resist having some playful fun among the serene surroundings. Next, they explored Hanak village, and Aaron excitedly dressed in traditional clothing, adding a splash of color and authenticity to the group photos. While posing for pictures with her friend, Aaron suddenly shivered and whispered that she felt as though someone was watching them, a subtle unease flickering across her expression. Her friend, trying to lighten the mood, reminded her of how many boys had been checking her out, which made Aaron realize exactly why she'd felt that way. Later in the day, the class visited the Silla History Museum, but Dawan Ha and Jaehan Yu soon grew restless and bored, their attention wandering from the exhibits. Meanwhile, Taeseop whispered to his younger brother that their plan was about to unfold and urged him to stay patient a little longer. The younger brother grumbled, complaining that he had been holding back for too long and impatiently asking how much longer they needed to wait. The older brother assured him that their action would take place that very night, leaving no more time to delay. During the midday break, the auditorium prepared for a lively dance club performance, with students eagerly gathering for the show. A host took to the stage, hyping up the crowd and promising boxes of chocolates to anyone who screamed the loudest, pumping up the excitement. Pointing towards some seats on the stage, he teased the audience, asking who would be lucky enough to get an up-close view of the performance. Several nerds and lecherous students shot their hands into the air, only to groan in frustration when the host announced that those seats were reserved exclusively for couples. Watching from his spot, Dawan quietly found the angry single guy's outburst to be more pathetic than amusing. When he turned to ask Jihan Yu if he agreed, he realized with surprise that his friend's seat was empty. Confused, Dawan scanned the crowd, wondering where Jihan had disappeared to. The scene then shifted to Jihan, standing beside Rin's friend, Choi Min-hee. She apologized for imposing, explaining that she needed him to accompany her onto the stage since she didn't have a boyfriend to pair with. A little embarrassed, Jihan asked if all he had to do was simply sit in the chair, hoping to keep things simple. Meanwhile, Daehyun Ha, seeing his friend enjoying the trip with Min-hee, felt a pang of jealousy. Determined, he resolved to create his own memorable experience on the trip, independent of anyone else. He remembered Rin mentioning that she disliked loudspeakers, and often went for walks near the observatory when things became too noisy. Daehyun realized that she must be heading alone toward Chimcheongdae in Jeonju that night. Walking the path under the cover of darkness, he found the area eerie, with tombs casting long, ominous shadows, and his worry for Rin's safety grew. Suddenly, he stepped on a blue wire, and a system message flashed, announcing that he had entered the king's tomb. Frightened, Daehyun immediately assumed this was a dungeon mission, his heart pounding at the thought. The objective seemed clear: defeat the enemies. Yet in such an empty, silent place, he had no idea where any foes could be hiding. Just as he glanced to the side, the older brother, Taeseop, lunged forward with a punch that Dawan managed to block just in time. Taeseop commented with a smirk that it was convenient for Dawan to have come alone, saving them the trouble of luring him out themselves. Dawan demanded to know who they were, but before he could get an answer, the younger brother appeared from behind and landed a massive surprise blow. The punch connected to his ribs, and Taeseop noted with a grin that Dawan seemed to know the layout well, making him a worthy opponent. Laughing darkly, Taeseop remarked that Dawan had picked a perfect place to fight, surrounded by the tombs that whispered history and danger alike. Dawan Ha stood there, heart racing, wondering who these men were and why they had suddenly attacked him out of nowhere, the tombs closing in with a haunting presence around him. Taeseop glared at his brother with a twisted grin, whispering that in just a moment they'd tear Dawan's limbs apart. The tension in the air made the hairs on Dawan's neck rise. But Dawan didn't flinch or respond. Instead, he scanned the surroundings with a calm, calculating gaze, leaving the maniac brothers momentarily baffled by his unshaken composure. A flicker of relief crossed his face as he muttered that he'd been worried zombies might crawl from the tombs, but now, seeing it was only the two of them, he could breathe a little easier. No sooner had he finished speaking than the younger brother lunged from behind, aiming another brutal punch at him. This time, Dawan acted faster. With uncanny precision, he struck a blind spot punch directly into Taeseop's face, intercepting the attack before it could land. Dawan's mind flickered to the mission rewards. Perhaps the clean knockout would earn him bonus points. Determined, he resolved to end this swiftly and claim the event reward. With one brother already down, he glanced around. Is there only one left? he asked himself, planning his next move toward finding Aaron. The two adversaries were infamous as the Maniac brothers, merciless operatives who accepted assignments from an agency and executed them with terrifying, extreme violence. Their grisly reputation was solidified by those who had witnessed their blood-soaked deeds firsthand. No guilt touched them, regardless of the target. Women, mothers, it made no difference. Their cruelty was absolute. Together, they were unbeatable, even against a massive man who, after losing his family, sought to annihilate them completely. With the younger brother down, Dawan's gaze swept the dungeon, casually remarking on the ostentatious name it bore. Taesiop, the older brother, gaped in shock. His sibling had fallen from a single blow, a sight he hadn't anticipated. But Dawan merely smirked, knowing this was only the beginning. Sudden realization struck him. They bore a strong resemblance. He paused, asking if they were twins before charging toward Taesiop, who was bewildered by such fraternal hostility. "I'm busy searching for someone," Dawan said, delivering a fierce punch to Taesiop's face, adding sharply that he should go lie down next to his little brother. Taesiop, however, effortlessly blocked the strike, nodding with a hint of respect and commenting that it had been a good hit. Dawan grinned, preparing a devastating multi-hit attack. "I've got something even better for you," he muttered, coiling for the assault. At that instant, Hyo-Seop sprang to his feet and kicked Dawan's hand, canceling the attack mid-motion. Fuming, Hyo-Seop spat out that Dawan was wrong to claim they looked alike, boasting that he was clearly the better-looking one. Dawan blinked in shock at how quickly Hyo-Seop recovered, and the younger brother was already lunging again. Using his signature blind spot technique once more, Dawan landed a punishing kick squarely to Hyo-Seop's chest. Taesiop called to his brother, warning him not to get cocky or they'd both feel the impact again. Hyo-Seop admitted that the strike had been strategic, yet it had still hurt enough to make him worry about his teeth. Brushing off the pain, he vowed that Dawan's suffering would be far greater soon enough. As the brothers readied another charge, Dawan raised his guard, eyes calculating every movement. Hyo-Seop rushed forward, declaring he'd be more direct this time, but mid-charge, Dawan's lightning-fast blind spot punch smashed into his face. Taesiop retaliated, landing a rapid combo of strikes to Dawan's head. Annoyed by the sudden pain, Dawan realized he had been hit from behind again. Hyo-Seop mocked Dawan, praising his punches and demanding more. Dawan thought grimly that this was a different kind of fight, far from facing a disorganized mob of lunatics. These two struck in perfect synchronization, their attacks seamless and devastating. It was clear they were trained to fight together. Whenever Dawan attempted to strike the one in front, the other attacked from behind, keeping him perpetually off balance. Though their tactics were simple, their speed was blinding. Dawan couldn't land a clean hit, constantly interrupted. Taesiop bragged about saving his brother, while Hyo-Seop dismissed it as trivial. The older brother scolded Dawan, disappointed, expecting more from him. Dawan shot back, feeling the sentiment was mutual. Compared to a monster like Jeongse Hyuk-jung, their techniques were unremarkable. He concluded that the fight would be decided by who could land the strongest blows. When Dawan asked if they felt shame, they laughed it off as the excuse of losers. Dawan decided to target the irritating little brother, Hyo-Seop, first. Knowing the one in front would trigger a strike from behind, he anticipated it with a flawless blind spot maneuver. Instead of hitting the younger brother, he twisted, aiming a strike at Taesiop, now behind him. Taesiop dodged, just in time, sweeping Dawan's legs in a calculated counter. Dawan crashed to the ground as Taesiop taunted, claiming he hadn't been the first to notice their strategy. From the floor, Taesiop instructed Hyo-Seop to finish Dawan off. Dawan sprang back, preparing the Falcon's fall, knowing one solid hit could end the fight. But Hyo-Seop leapt up, yanking his jacket and canceling the move. Hyo-Seop landed a crushing punch squarely on Dawan's face, sending him sprawling backward. Taesiop barked that they needed to end this fight quickly, eager to move on to the next target. The brothers grabbed Dawan, pulling his arms back and threatening to snap every limb. Hyo-Seop leans in close, his eyes gleaming with a manic light, and sneers at Dawan Ha, reminding him of the promise. The pain that awaits will be far worse than before. Counting down with a chilling grin, he starts aloud, 3, 2, 1, signaling that the torment is about to begin, the tension coiling in the air like a tightly wound spring. Dawan Ha strains his muscles, his blue hair whipping around as he glares at the Maniac brothers. "Go ahead, use every dirty trick you've got," he taunts, his voice a defiant roar. With a sudden surge of energy, he grabs both Hyo-Seop and Taesiop by the collars, his fingers digging in with deadly precision. "Let's see who lands the strongest blow," he declares. Lightning crackles across his body, casting an eerie glow over the tomb as he shouts that their cheap tactics won't affect him. Not one bit. With a thunderous roar, Dawan Ha unleashes his stunning blow technique, smashing one brother into the other with brutal force, the impact shaking the stone floor beneath them. The two maniac brothers fly backward from the collision, slamming into the hard ground with bone-jarring thuds, groaning as the air is forced from their lungs. Seething with anger, Ha glares at the pair and demands how they dared to seize his arm in such a reckless manner. Clutching the arm they nearly broke, he calls them maniacs with a voice that drips venom, each word punctuated by the crackle of his lingering aura. His eyes land on Siop, and Ha's sharp gaze discerns immediately that he is the older brother, the one who commands the chaotic synergy of the trio. Before Ha can speak another word, a loud rumble slices through the tension, the growl of a motorcycle approaching rapidly. Looking up at the top of the king's tomb, Ha spots a parked bike, its rider hidden for now. He wonders who this new maniac could be, and whether the motorcycle had been there all along. Meanwhile, the younger brother groans, wincing from the earlier strike. "If that hit had landed properly, my skull would have shattered," he mutters, his voice laced with pain. As both brothers struggle to their feet, Ha flexes his fingers, ready to make them regret ever touching him. "This time I'm going all out," he warns. But his attention is abruptly drawn to the newcomer arriving on the scene, his presence shifting the dynamics instantly. Siop, battered yet composed, remarks with a smirk that this person should have arrived sooner, his tone a mix of relief and exasperation. Siop adds boastfully that they had waited long for this backup, emphasizing that the brothers never lose when they unite their forces. The youngest had been itching for a fight, but the older brother had insisted on patience until the backup message arrived that night. Finally, the newcomer steps forward, explaining that he had nearly been mugged en route, but had dispatched the attackers with ease, joining the fray without hesitation. With his arrival, the trio of maniac brothers is complete, forming an even more dangerous and synchronized force. The third brother, Guangxiop, grabs Ha's arm with a menacing grin, announcing that the fight will now continue as a united trio, their combined strength unstoppable. Meanwhile, in a nearby auditorium, the crowd erupts in applause, cheering wildly for the dance club's performance. Choi Min-hee captivates the audience with flawless, breathtaking movements, each spin and jump commanding awe from every spectator in the hall. Jihan Yu, observing from the sidelines, questions whether the excitement is truly about the dancing, or if something deeper has captured everyone's attention. His face flushes crimson as Choi Min-hee dances perilously close, and his heart races violently when she suddenly embraces him from behind, the crowd oblivious. Back at the tomb, the brothers argue immediately, tension crackling as each voice competes to dominate. The youngest complains that Guangxiop had wandered too long, while Guangxiop insists he needs a moment to catch his breath. Siop scolds him sharply, demanding that he act like the elder brother and refrain from showing up late, his eyes narrowing with controlled fury. Ha watches them all, a puzzled frown forming. Why do these idiots all look so much alike? He wonders silently. He questions why they've all suddenly appeared during this school trip, but quickly dismisses it. Wasting no time, he lunges, delivering a precise punch to Guangxiop's face. Prepared to face two enemies, Ha now braces himself for all three, his muscles coiling with anticipation. Guangxiop groans, complaining that he would have lost a tooth had he not blocked the last attack. His pride stung. Seeing Ha's impatience, he charges forward, threatening that the gamer servant's survival will be short-lived. The trio attacks in flawless unison, their movements synchronized with terrifying precision, surrounding their target from all angles. Ha pivots and sprints straight ahead, evading the coordinated onslaught with lightning reflexes, putting distance between himself and the maniac brothers. The brothers immediately notice the escape, and the youngest comments on Ha's keen instincts, their eyes narrowing in acknowledgement. Siop moves to the left to cut him off, while Siop takes the right, maneuvering to encircle him completely. Siop mutters to himself, realizing that even if Ha evades one, escaping all three simultaneously is impossible. Suddenly, Ha materializes directly in front of Siop, landing a heavy punch. Mocking him, he jibes at being separated from the others, exploiting their formation. The blue-haired brother freezes as he realizes that Ha's apparent retreat was a clever ploy, forcing them apart to create openings. Spotting Siop poised to strike from behind, Ha smirks, declaring their coordinated efforts futile. He surprises Siop with a sudden blind spot attack, landing a kick squarely on his face, catching him completely off guard. The youngest brother recoils, spitting out a mouthful of blackberry jelly from the force of the strike, his balance broken. Ha remarks with satisfaction that he has fairly countered every attack that came from behind, turning their strategy against them. The older brother glares, questioning what Ha plans against an aerial strike, before unleashing a massive kick aimed at him from above. Though Ha manages to block the blow, the sheer force propels him through the air, mid-flip, and he wonders if Guangxiop had leapt from the top of the tomb to execute the strike. Siop grits his teeth, biting down in frustration, while Guangxiop admires his own ambush, confident that Ha is being pushed to the limit against all three simultaneously. Siop warns Guangxiop to be careful not to be grabbed, but Guangxiop's confidence is unshakable, claiming he has the full situation under control. Thanks to careful observation earlier, Guangxiop precisely coordinates his brothers, instructing them to return to their usual formation to maintain the advantage over Dao and Ha. The three maniac brothers fall into deadly sync once more. Their eyes locked on Dao and Ha as the tension in the tomb becomes almost tangible, the fight far from over. As Dao and Ha parried and dodged Guangxiop's strikes, he couldn't help but notice how strikingly similar Guangxiop was to the other brothers. The same ruthless determination reflected in his eyes, the same muscular build, the same unpredictable fighting style. The youngest brother lunged with a sudden kick. Though Dawen knew both brothers were nursing injuries, he was still taken aback by their speed, barely managing to block the strike with his hand in a blur of motion. No sooner had he caught his breath than Taesiop slammed a powerful punch from behind. Do and Ha's mind raced. Why did they suddenly feel even stronger than before? Receiving blow after blow, he struggled to make sense of the assault, trying to anticipate what trick they might be using to overwhelm him. Guangxiop, reading his thoughts with a smirk, explained that Doan's perception was wrong. They weren't gaining strength at all. In fact, the reality was the opposite. Dao and Ha, the lone fighter, was the one burning his reserves, tiring with every passing exchange. He thought about it like a pack of three wolves surrounding a lone tiger. No matter how fierce the tiger, the combined coordination of the wolves could wear it down. An old proverb came to mind. Wolves would encircle a tiger, attacking in turns, testing its defenses, and gradually sapping its energy. Brothers were enacting that strategy perfectly, repeating their strikes in a seamless loop as they circled him. Each hit a coordinated effort to keep him off balance. By persistently striking and nibbling away at his stamina, they intended to drain the tiger completely, wearing him down step by step. Eventually, the lone tiger would be forced to its knees before the relentless pack. Guangxiop confirmed it aloud, noting that while Dao and Ha fought alone, he was expending all his energy. Individually weaker than him, their teamwork guaranteed that the brothers could overpower him through sheer coordinated effort. Dao and Ha scoffed, countering that it was ironic for a villain to lecture him on strategy. The youngest brother bristled at being labeled a villain, and Taesiop, with a shake of his head, suggested they simply move on to their next target. As Guangxiop readied his finishing move, Do and Ha's voice rang out, cutting through the tension. "I'm not alone." The declaration left Guangxiop blinking in utter confusion. Before Guangxiop could ask who else was there, an unseen fighter executed a flawless judo sweep, slamming him hard onto the stone floor. The attacker gripped his head and foot, twisting and driving his face directly into the ground with brutal precision, leaving him stunned. The two remaining brothers froze in disbelief, their eyes widening as they tried to discern the identity of this mysterious new opponent. In that instant, the attacker revealed himself, Jihan Yu, smirking as he commented that he had hit the man hard and hoped he had actually been a villain. Hyo-seop and Tae-seop immediately recognized him as the one who had been sent to intervene. Their next target had arrived. Memories flickered across their minds, the moment they had first formed their deadly formation, while Doan Ha appeared to run. Back then, they had assumed he was fleeing the fight in fear, misreading his tactical retreat. In truth, Doan Ha had realized he couldn't handle the three brothers alone, so he had pulled out his phone with lightning speed. He sent his exact location to Jihan Yu, alerting him that he was on the verge of being overwhelmed and urgently needed backup. Back in the present, Dao and Ha allowed himself a brief nod of gratitude. "Thanks for coming," he murmured, and Jihan asked why he had been engaging the maniac brothers alone in the first place. Dao and Ha simply nodded, confirming that they needed to take them on together, avoiding a lengthy explanation. Calling the three brothers total jerks, the two friends charged forward side by side, ready to fight as a cohesive unit. Tae-seop barked an order to Hyo-seop to handle Jihan Yu, and the furious younger brother retaliated with a powerful punch, enraged that Jihan had attacked Guangxiop. Jihan Yu easily ducked beneath the blow, his movements fluid and precise. He grabbed Hyo-seop by the waist, offering a quick, almost casual apology before delivering a devastating 1-inch punch to the center of his chest. The impact was explosive. Hyo-seop was hurled backward, completely incapacitated by the Bruce Lee-style strike. Jihan Yu, a flicker of surprise on his face, assumed the opponent must have already been weakened by prior blows, which had amplified the punch's effect. Meanwhile, Dao and Ha surged forward toward Tae-seop, and the two collided with a force that shook the surrounding stone walls. Jihan Yu called out, concerned for Dao and Ha facing the older brother alone, admitting he himself wasn't at full strength, but Dawen reassured him with confidence. In truth, Doan Ha's words referred to Tae-seop, who was now bracing himself to unleash his signature technique. Doan Ha's eyes flicked to Tae-seop, noting that once the other brothers were neutralized, the older one would be isolated. With that, he unleashed a relentless flurry of destructive blows. Tae-seop took blow after blow, each one striking with massive force, and screamed in pain, his body reeling from the punishment. Finally, a crushing punch to the chin lifted Tae-seop off the ground entirely, revealing the damage inflicted on his face and body. Doan Ha paused briefly, wondering if he had struck a bit too hard, before shaking off the thought. Reinvigorated by his victory, He turned his focus toward the slowly rising Guangxiop, he stated coldly. It's time for some answers. His gaze fixed, demanding clarity, recalling the brothers' earlier conversation about their targets. Dewenha pressed, demanding to know who had sent them to this mission. Far away, another group of delinquents spotted the illuminated motorbike, realizing that someone was dealing with their rookies. One of them recognized the bike as belonging to the guide who had caused chaos in the city recently, fearing it might be a trap they were walking into. Despite their doubts, the delinquents shrugged it off, eager for the prospect of a fight anyway. They boasted about having guests who had traveled from afar just for a battle, their eyes alight with anticipation. Advancing confidently, they revealed a massive horde of monsters from Siligel High, eager to confront anyone in their path. Meanwhile, the two remaining brothers lay defeated on the cold stone floor, recovering from the onslaught. Seop, who hadn't witnessed the recent clash, felt a pang of disappointment at the outcome, his expression forlorn. Ha stepped forward, commanding them firmly. All you need to do now is answer my questions. He revealed that he had overheard them speaking about coming here to eliminate a target, making the purpose of their presence clear. Ha's eyes widened in realization. He understood immediately that he had been the first target, and the second strike had been aimed at Jihan Yu. The coordinated assault had been planned all along. He raised a hand, pointing firmly at the older brother, and remarked sharply that there was no reason for this attack. They didn't even know each other. The absurdity of the situation hung heavy in the air. With a cold, threatening edge to his voice, Doan demanded that Ote Seop finally reveal who had sent them, forcing the question straight into the older brother's face. The scene then drifted briefly into memory, a past conversation between Gu Min and Choi. Choi had assured Gu Min that he could rely on the brothers, even when asked what would happen if the people he sent were defeated. Choi had shrugged off the concern, labeling the brothers as specialists in coordinated group combat. Yet he had added a chilling note: if they were somehow beaten, they would remain silent, revealing nothing. Gu Min had doubted the claim at the time, but Choi had confirmed that the brothers had been explicitly warned not to speak under any circumstances. Their loyalty and secrecy, absolute. So, what do you think about all this, Manhwa fans? The tension, the strategy, and the perfect coordination of the Maniac brothers. Does it keep you on the edge of your seat? Honestly, it's hard to even decide on a score. From 0 to 10, where would you place this mix of action, suspense, and clever tactics? Drop your rating in the comments. I'm genuinely curious to see how everyone else feels about this insane showdown, and I have to admit, I'm actually really excited to keep reading this story. The stakes are high, the fights are brilliant, and the narrative just keeps pulling me in.